also to capture those human stories. With that, I would like to take this opportunity to invite my mentor. He was very instrumental in the establishment of the Global Peace Foundation in Kenya, Dr. Ketch, actually some of the original pioneer founders. Tumkaribishe kwa makofi. So 15 minutes, and then we'll be able to give it to Annette for 15 minutes. Thank you.
So good morning, everybody. I've been given 15 minutes, and he's saying I'm one of the founding persons for global peace, and I was thinking I'll give you a history. So that cannot happen within 15 minutes, isn't it? So anyway, so today, what I would like to share, he's mentioned something that is read in the Bible, but also yesterday we talked about, how many weeks? 10 weeks challenge, right? So we came up with highlights, a few points, isn't it, that we would like to see achieved. And so the 10 weeks, the number one was the areas of focus. Yeah?
Oh, we have spiritual, cognitive. We have the spiritual, cognitive, physical, and emotional. Yes.
In that order or in whichever order? Okay. So one of the points that normally, especially from Global Peace, there's a program I run, we call it MILES. MILES stands for Moral and Innovative Leadership. It's an initiative that we started when we were in Global Peace. So, and the precondition for that was the programs we were running in schools. We call it Character and Creativity Initiative that Dr. Njoroge was very instrumental in making sure that it goes through the pilot schools in Nairobi, and then we expanded to different schools around the country. And then, of course, it was also grown up. So character and creativity, basically, we worked with this in schools. At the school level, we needed character, and also we needed creativity. And then at the corporate level, beyond school, we need moral and innovation. So character is important, but also creativity is important. Then innovation is also important, but there has to be a certain level of value. So when you say moral and innovative, we mean that we want to nurture potential. So human potential and human ability, two areas of focus. So this nurtures leadership potential from every level of development. So this brings me to what I would like to share at this particular time. It is said that the ages of 0 to 6 are very important ages, isn't it, in terms of growth and development, from 0 to 6 years. These are the performative ages. But again, there's something we now are developing which we call the unborn child, the child before they are born. So let me pick up from what Vincent Ayakwas mentioned, that when he was preparing for this occasion, he had, he placed and he told God, this is what it is, isn't it? So my concept will be based on how the mind works, and focusing on two areas, the conscious and the subconscious mind. The conscious and the subconscious mind. So the main point that we've talked about is spirituality, isn't it? Number 2 is the intellect. Number 3 is emotion, isn't it? And then number 4 is physical. So if you've read this book by, what's his name? The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. By who?
Covey.
Yeah? Harvey, Steve.
Covey.
Oh. Who, Covey? Steve Covey, not Steve Harvey. Okay, Steve Harvey is African-American, right? Yeah. Okay, so anyway, so Steve Covey wrote this book on the 7 habits of highly effective people. And then there's another book that he wrote, right, maybe among the last books, called Your Voice, your voice. The 8th habit basically is about your voice. And the 8th habit is your voice. But the 7th habit is what I want to focus on here, is basically, it talks about sharpening. What is the 7th habit? Anybody knows? So it's about sharpening the saw, isn't it? Yeah, so the saw, sharpening our saw. So in this area, especially on the book on the 8th habit, it talks about 4 thematic areas. One is we need to sharpen our spiritual soul, and then sharpen our intellectual soul, and then sharpen our emotional soul, and then sharpen our physical soul, which means these are Qs. There's the spiritual quotient, SQ, and then there's intellectual quotient, IQ, and then there's the EQ, emotional quotient, and then there is SQ, social emotional quotient, and then there's PQ, physical quotient. So to be able to be a perfect, or rather a person that can really produce, then you must sharpen your spiritual Q, isn't it? And that's now number 1 point, isn't it? And then the intellectual Q, and then the emotional Q, and then the social Q, and then the physical Q. So normally we say that we want to raise men and women who are morally upright, intellectually vibrant, emotionally strong, socially responsible, and economically viable. So this part is normally what we did some program with Dr. Njoroge and some of the schools which were pilots here, where we called about the LEAP hubs, leadership and entrepreneurship hubs. So therefore, it's important in that order. In spiritual quotient, which is morally upright, you can put it down, because that balances the human development. Okay? So we want to raise men and women who are morally upright, intellectually vibrant, emotionally strong. The other one was?
Socially responsible.
Socially responsible, and then economically viable, which means it has to be sustainable, isn't it? So that's the order. So that means when you say morally upright, we're connecting ourselves to what we call the universe. The universe. They say universe works to our advantage, or conspires, isn't it? Isn't it? The universe conspires. Actually, universe works to our advantage. It's only that sometimes we have not brought ourselves to the point where the universe can conspire to help us. But the universe is there always for you. So, so we want to see that particular aspect. So my presentation basically is based on that particular area. How do you trigger the conscious and the subconscious mind? So in essence, we say that we are, where is our mind? Anybody? The mind, where is the mind? It's where? It's it's spiritual. The mind is spiritual, or is in the spirit world? It's abstract. Okay. Anybody else? Where is the mind? Where does the mind live? Huh? Yeah? In the brain. And the brain is in the head. Okay. Have you ever thought about it? And have you ever thought of how the mind works? How does the mind work? Our education today focuses a lot on the intellectual vibrancy, the rational mind. The rational mind is the conscious mind. It's rational, it's also, analytical, and it does all these things that we are talking about. But the subconscious mind is emotional, is vibrational, is feeling, everything around it. Yeah? You get my point? So this is the two areas, the conscious mind and the subconscious mind. Okay? So the conscious mind is the reasoning mind, the rational mind, the one that we take to school, So yesterday, Dr. Tony was explaining about the state of our education today. So my approach, basically, when you say moral and innovative leadership, basically focuses on from information to transformation. So transformation is intrinsic. When you transform from within, starting from within me. I am the change. Okay? So that begins with the mind. So what you put in our mind, becomes what we say, and then becomes what we do, and then it becomes what we do every day, a behavior. And then after it becomes a behavior, after some time, it forms in a character, as a character. And character is destiny or future, isn't it? So therefore, we are here in this transforming education. But the transformation, as what I understood from yesterday's presentation, was that begins with me. So therefore, I am the change that I want to see tomorrow. Okay? So that's the two aspects, the conscious and the subconscious mind. Morally upright, intellectually vibrant, emotionally strong, socio-emotional aspect of development. And then third is, then socially responsible and intellectually, economically viable or vibrant. So these are the areas, So that's a balance. So therefore, I'll be, jumping, but consistently. So we say therefore that today, my focus today was basically going to be on stress management and mental health. So we say that stress attributes to the bigger percentage of what we do today, or the challenges that you're facing today, or maybe 90%, if not more, of the medicines we take is attributed to stress. Okay? It's attributed to stress. So, but stress, maybe if you follow it in stages, I remember we were giving a presentation to about 250 principals of schools. Dr. Njoroge was there, and there was also the quality assurance. So I was explaining. So the quality assurance director was saying that the briefcases of the principals is like a pharmacy. So the principal comes to school with a briefcase, which is like a pharmacy. It has all the drugs that are, is curing everything, including hypertension, all these things, right? Is that correct? So therefore, the conclusion was that the principals are stressed. So they need to use lots of painkillers, sleeping medicines, hypertension, all these other factors. So therefore, how do we remove this? So if the principal are stressed because the Ministry of Education is putting pressure, where do they bring the stress to? To the teachers, right? And then the teachers bring it where? To the students. And the students bring it where? At home. And the people at home bring it at work. Therefore, you see the situation of the society today. So they bring their stress where? At work. Then obviously, if my name is Akech, you know where Akech people, they come from, those sides where they have a comrade power, right? Ukinikosea haki yetu, haki, rando. So but anyway, it's an expression. So when you see the general society today, is an expression of the stress level. When somebody can react, so suicide issues, the challenges we're facing today, they're higher and higher and getting higher and higher, right? Suicide, teenage pregnancies, all these other challenges, the social challenges that we face today is as a result, is a reflection of the stress level. Yet the responsibility is with the teachers, the principals, educators. Yet we are only focused on one aspect of the mind, which is the conscious mind, the intellectual mind. The other aspect, if you read this book by Emotional Intelligence by who? Is it Daniel Coleman, Yeah, so he's written this book on emotional intelligence, but now he's written other books on also socio-emotional intelligence and then environmental intelligence. So the three areas. So why do we say that stress is an attribute to most of the challenges we're facing today, all the sicknesses? So what happens when you're in stress mode? What happens? There are 3 F's of stress, isn't it? There is number 1 is, fight with your hands, right? I have a background in martial arts. I have a 7th degree black belt in martial arts. So I know how to fight. I know how to also kick, right? Yeah, so you fight with your hands and you kick with your legs. But the third one is freeze. So fight, flight, or freeze. So when you're stressed, then Blood flows where? To your extremities, the hands and the legs. You either want to fight, or you want to run, or you take cover, right? The 3 F's of stress. So the stages of stress is first, it comes out of fear. Fear of the unknown. Fear, basically, the acronym for false evidence appearing real. False evidence appearing real. So we fear, but we don't know why, what you're fearing. Maybe the ministry expects you to achieve certain goals. At the workplace, maybe there are timelines, there are deadlines that you need to achieve, but you cannot achieve them, right? Then, therefore, you are in fear. At class, I used to have a teacher. We used to call him Mchuzi in my primary school here in Nairobi in a place called Rescos. So my primary school teacher, he was a mathematics teacher mostly. So tulikuwa tunamuita Mchuzi. Mchuzi means, what? Stew, eh? Some good stew. But normally, why did we call him Mchuzi? Because whenever he came in the morning, he started 1 to 10. 1 to 10 mathematics. So you had to do a mental arithmetics of 1 to 10. So if you missed, the number of you missed, you will be hit by a stick. So whenever we had the teacher walking across, we would start feeling like you want to go to the washroom. You understand? You start feeling it. So either I want to freeze. So this is what we as teachers do to so they create certain level of fear. Tap, 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 Mchuzi, everybody here, Mchuzi anakuja, Mchuzi is coming, So therefore, we were stressed. Now I understand it, isn't it? But the teacher put pressure on the child. So the child, instead of opening up to you to be able to share, yesterday one teacher, I think they talked about, was it happiness, isn't it? Yeah, So therefore they fear, they can't open up. Dr. Tony Divine mentioned about Our Lady of Fatima. One of the best practices was talk to me initiative, Moi Forces, Mr. Njoroge was 1% for change, right? So each school had a certain, what do you call it? A certain thing that we use. I mean, like the best practice. But the point is, because the teachers would talk to the students opened up. So therefore, their performance level went up. So what happens, therefore, that when we are stressed, we freeze. You take cover, and then also you want to use your legs. So first is fear, and then stress, and then you suppress it, and then it degenerates, or you become depressed. And then after that, what happens the next is you suppress it, and then it becomes degenerative. So when it degenerates, what happens is that you start, the challenges are around the lower abdomen. You understand? So we say that the human body has about 50 trillion cells, which is controlled by the mind. So your mind is like a chemist, or your mind is the government that is controlling those 50 trillion cells. So when you are in stress mode, what happens is that there's no flow of oxygen into your brain. And then there's no flow of oxygen into our lower abdomen. So therefore, you don't reason out. You become insomniac. You become irrational when you're stressed. So therefore, there's no flow. So therefore, you can even take something and utakata mtu na panga hiyo, pa! Because I'm a martial artist, I know what to do. I can hit, I can punch. And I know where to punch to create damage. You understand? I know which areas to touch so that he sleeps like immediately, without having to use damage on him, okay? But if you are not controlled, then you punch. Aya! You champiga teke. Those things are there. So now, this is now the aspects of stress. So normally you don't reason out, so you find yourself doing things that were not rational. You understand? Because you are stressed, because there's no proper, you are not reasoning at that particular time. So you can hit somebody, you can say things that you didn't mean because they're of a stress level. So now, one of the remedies that we're doing is something I'm calling corporate breathing. Because the moment you start being on stress, there's no flow of oxygen, so the new cells are not being made. So your body works with as a blood, isn't it? How many gallons, of blood that is circulating in your body for continuously? So how do you control this? We control it through what we call breathing. Okay? So breathing, does that make any sense? So how do you breathe? So we're calling it corporate breathing, breathing yourself to heal yourself. This is now what we're doing. So how do you breathe to heal? So when you send in air into your system, you send air into your abdomen, therefore then it flows. So the oxygen that flows helps recirculate. So when you are stressed, first is fear, and then stress, and then anxiety, and then you suppress it, and then you get depressed, and then it degenerates around the lower abdomen. So it becomes poisonous. So new cells are not being regenerated, okay? So if you stay in stress mode for more than 5 minutes, they say it's not real. Does that make any sense? Yeah, if you stay for 5 minutes, more than that, it's not real. So the opposite of degeneration is regenerate. How do you make sure that you can regenerate your cells so that it doesn't become a sickness? The more it stays, it becomes a sickness. Colon cancers, pancreatic issues, liver issues, lung issues, hypertension, diabetes. All these things are things that are stress-related. Bigger percentage. So the pharmaceutical industry makes a lot of money from you and me because of stress-related illness, including the recent one which we call corona, right? Yeah, so all those is stress. So I'm going to take you through a basic system of breathing. As a martial artist, breathing is critical in everything that we do, because of time. So I'm going to take you through breathing, how to breathe. So we call this the 4-7.
How about we do that after the presentation?
After this one.
Yeah, but we're out of time.
Okay, so we breathe after.
After, yeah.
Okay, so we'll do that. So this is a remedy to stress management. So the opposite of fear is faith. So faith in the unknown, fear in the unknown. So in summary, so then I'll take you through the breathing after Tony's presentation. So therefore, fear of the unknown, faith in the unknown. So when you have faith in things that you don't know. But which is better, fear or faith? Yeah, so faith moves mountain. So I'll explain that a little bit later. So I want to take this time to invite Tony Devine. Give him a big round of. Thank you.
Okay, good morning, everyone. How are you guys doing? How are you guys doing this morning? All good? Okay, awesome. So did you get a good capture of what we talked about yesterday? Like who here feel that you've got a good command over the content yesterday? Up hands. I'd like to ask 3 people to come up. I'm going to ask each one of them a question about yesterday's content. It's not going to be complicated, okay? It's not like the exams you give here in Kenya that are impossible to do, right? I don't think I could pass them. This will be a very simple quiz, right? Who feels confident to come up? 3 people. I'll ask each one of you a simple question. Now, you guys are teachers, right? Now, if you're in your classroom and you ask 3 students to come up and answer a question and nobody raised their hand, what would you be doing? You'd be screaming at them, right? Are you ready to come up? Come on up then. And who else? Who else can come up? Okay, come on up. Yeah. You have to be able to answer the question. And the 3rd person. All right, come on up. Okay, you guys ready? Okay. I'm going to ask 3 questions, right? And then you can volunteer among the 3 of you who will answer the first one, okay? Just short answers. So yesterday we talked about transforming education, right? We specifically defined what the essence of transformation is. The question is, now you face the audience, guys. What is the essence of transformation? Who'd like to answer that question? Among the 3 of you. Yeah, okay, go ahead. What is the essence of transformation? No, he put up his hand. Okay. He did, yeah.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. The essence of transformation is to change the the current education system that has been with us for the past centuries and centuries. So we need to transform it so that we're able to actually fit in with the current times that actually for development. Yeah.
Okay, partially right. That is not the correct answer. Who'd like to answer what is the essence of transformation? That is close, but is not the essence. Okay, try then.
Okay, so I think from what I remember, like the essence of transformation is to, I think, first dig deep and find out what is the purpose of education. Like just understand like why are we educating children, and after we understand that, we can, you know, start the process of transforming education.
Okay, so also like you guys are around the edges here, right? These are good answers, right? For sure. Like in ordinary circumstances, that would be good, but it's not the essence. So what is the essence of transformation?
In my thinking, what I got is that this agenda of transforming the education system is very important in the sense that one, we shift our mindset from result-oriented to people-oriented. Who are you? Who is this individual in my class? What is their current needs? What are they calling out for me, from me? And to do that, I first have to transform myself in the 4 areas majorly that we discussed yesterday, because it is in transforming myself that I'm able to illuminate the path for my students.
That is an A+ answer, okay? It's about transforming people, right? So yes, we'll have to transform the system, we have to do the purpose, but the essence, the question is, what is the essence of transformation? It's transforming people, ourselves, right? That is what it's all about. It's not the systems first, it's people first. So that's an A+ answer. Next question. We gave 2 pyramids yesterday. One was an upside-down pyramid, right, which was focusing on knowledge acquisition, etc. But then we presented the true pyramid, the true purpose of education going forward from this point on. It actually always was the true purpose of education. It just never got realized. Can you tell me what the pyramid, the content of the pyramid, of the proper pyramid standing the right way up, what is the first level, second level, third level, fourth level? Okay.
Hey, thank God. The normal pyramid, as the ones we see in Egypt.
We don't care about the normal one. We want to keep the true pyramid, right?
The true, okay,
Yeah.
the true pyramid. The base is the character.
Yes.
Yeah. And then after character, it's followed by relationship.
Yes.
And then after relationship, it's followed by skills. And then the apex is...
and physical
Physical,
vitality.
physical.
Yeah.
And then the apex is knowledge acquisition.
Wrong. Knowledge.
Huh?
Knowledge, not acquisition. Knowledge.
And application.
Yes.
Yeah.
Knowledge application.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, you can call for help among your team, by the way. That was a good one, okay? So character, relationships, skills, physical vitality, not knowledge acquisition. That's going back to the conventional system.
Yeah.
It's knowledge application.
Application.
A+ answer. I think you have to do a bigger applause like this, right? Yeah, here we go. Right. Okay, last one. Right, the last one. The last question here, right? So we talked about the essence of transformation, right? And we talked about the pyramid. The last one is, what are the 4... What do we mean when we talk about the holistic development of people? What are the 4 dimensions we're talking about in the holistic development of people? Who'd like to give that a shot? Would you like to give that a shot? What are the 4 dimensions? Do you know? All right, who knows the answer? So we often say a holistic development, but we often don't define what it is, right? I see everyone here cheating. That is absolutely no good. You should know this from yesterday. Close those books, right? You should know this. That's why we are doing 3 phases, right? You know what I mean? You're not used to this content. Right, the 4 dimensions, what are they?
Okay.
You can help each other out. You guys should know this. You know, the challenge is about this, right? The 10-week challenge. I haven't even started asking the complicated questions yet. Okay, I think you guys have gotten it. Go ahead, give it a go.
Okay, so I wasn't here for that part, but my wonderful team helped me out.
Holistic education means the following 4 dimensions have to grow and develop through responsibility. What are they?
So we have like the emotional,
Yes.
and they say like that deals with the family.
Yeah, and
then-
relationships.
And relationships.
That's one, yeah.
And then we have the physical.
The physical and vitality.
Physical and vitality. And then we
Yes.
have the cognitive.
Mental, cognitive.
Mental, cognitive, and
Yeah.
spiritual.
Moral.
So spiritual and moral.
Right. Yes. Big hand. Yes. No, not this one. Like the big applause here. Right. Okay. That is the summary, the takeaways from yesterday. So I want you to really study the content, guys, right? Because you have to cascade this down, right? This was like very basic from yesterday. So you're not accustomed to this. You're more accustomed to systems, structures, planning, and all this kind of stuff, right? You're not accustomed to this kind of content. That's why you have to study it, right? So this weekend, cancel all the plans and then make this a study weekend. Will you do that? Ah, right. You're just saying that. You're not going to do it, are you? Oh, yeah, that's actually a good idea, right? You can hike and then have the handouts there, be studying them, right? Okay, okay. Hiking is good, though. That's good. Okay. All right. So let's get into the next presentation here, which is the base of the pyramid, right? We're going to spend an entire presentation on this one. This is what the true purpose, the base of the true foundation of the true purpose of education is, the foundations of character, okay? So as we were talking here this morning, that, you know, we have 4 primary dimensions. The spiritual moral dimension, only human beings have this dimension. Actually, animals don't have it. Emotional relational dimension, which connects to the family, physical vitality, and the mental cognitive area, okay? The next point about these dimensions is that they're not silos within ourselves. They're dynamic. They interrelate in a dynamic way with one another. They're kind of dynamic. They're always interacting, interrelating with one another, okay? For example, the spiritual moral dimension, that actually connects with our mental cognitive areas, right? In fact, you know, it gives guidance to the cognitive area of our life. It also guides relationships. You know, there's a standard of love, in fact, right? Within the family and within relationships, there's an order of love. It comes from the conscience. So that dimension interacts there as well. It also interacts with our physical vitality area, right? We want to, you know, realize really good health, like our body is a gift, right? We have to take care of it. We have to nurture it properly. Again, that's guided by the spiritual moral area. And it works in reverse too, right? With physical vitality, you have more energy, more vitality to, you know, to really impact your students when you come into the classroom, to really engage with your family when you go home, right? You want to go home and flop down and watch the TV, right? You want to actually engage, appreciate your family, and so on. Same story with your students. If you're a principal, like Jeannie here, you know, you want to be doing that with your teachers, right? When you come into the school in the morning. So this is dynamic, they interrelate with each other. I could give even a whole workshop on this piece alone, right? Of the 4 dimensions, one of these stand out above the others without a doubt, and that's the spiritual moral dimension. Because this is unique to our species, right? To human beings. Only human beings have a spiritual moral dimension. We're the only species that has a conscience. I'm going to talk about that in a second. So if we can actually, you know, in your plan, right, your 10-week challenge, I would advise you to put a priority on this dimension. If you get traction on this dimension, all the others will move much more effectively. If you ignore this and put focus on the other 3, you know, this is where people give up after a couple of weeks. In fact, when you look at New Year's resolutions, and I looked at the data on this, 70% of it is on the physical vitality area. People want to lose weight. They want to get healthier. You very, 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 very rarely do you see people putting a New Year resolution on growing themselves morally or spiritually. And that's why they flame out after 3 to 4 weeks, right? They don't have a compelling reason. That gives you the compelling reason to grow and develop. Does that make sense? Right? So I want, you know, as you're doing the 10-week challenge, prioritize the spiritual moral dimension. Grow in this area. This requires daily growth and development. And then I advised you, rather than going crazy, having like 10 different areas for each dimension, just pick one and get used to this. And then when this 10-week challenge is up, guess what? There's another one after that too, right? Okay? You keep going because we're meant to be growing and developing every day with responsibility, okay? So I'm going to dig in to this spiritual moral dimension because this is where the foundation of character lies, okay? Okay, so let's unpack it a little bit, okay? So we have, within this dimension, we have something called our conscience, right? We're the only species that has a conscience. And the conscience is kind of like, you know, a compass, right? The analogy is like it's a compass, and the compass always points north. So what's the conscience pointing to? What is the North Star of our conscience, right? It's not magnetic north like a physical compass. It is a spiritual moral North Star, right? Which is defined by universal principles and moral laws, right? And I'll go into this in a second, right? And then our character is simply the manifestation of what's happening in our conscience in the forms of habits, behaviors, and actions. So we're going to go a little bit deep into character today, right? And these are some of the kind of like attributes of this dimension. Personal growth. This should be happening every single day, right? If you're not growing, you're dying. It's as simple as this. This is the case in all 4 dimensions. If you're not growing in your physical vitality area, you're physically dying. Day by day, you don't realize it, but after a couple of years, after a decade or 2, it's going to hit you. The illness express will hit you, right? All these non-communicable diseases like heart attack, stroke, dementia, diabetes, right? You know, they're going to manage your life from there on in. We need to take responsibility and get in front of these things so that we are managing these dimensions. We are meant to manage these, right? It's the same story with the moral, spiritual area. If you're not developing this, you're dying in that area. And it has massive consequences for the rest of your life too, right? These dimensions require ownership and personal responsibility, right? Personal responsibility, only human beings have this. Dogs don't have personal responsibility. Have you ever seen a dog that takes personal responsibility? Well, how about maybe we're here in Kenya. Maybe the lions take a lot of personal responsibility. Have you ever seen a lion, like the Lion King, taking personal responsibility for the rest of the animals? He's supposed to be the king of the jungle, right? Does he take responsibility for all the other animals in Masai Mara? No, right? Only human beings have this, right? And we have, I'm going to go into it in a minute, right? We have freedom to exercise this or not, right? Purpose, service, contribution. You know, making a contribution emanates from this spiritual, moral dimension. This is one of the greatest things we can do in our life, right? Is make a contribution. In fact, you're being called upon today, we're all being called upon, including myself, right? To step up, to transform education in the global south, right? To make a contribution. You may feel, oh, I'm not qualified, I'm too old, I'm too young, I don't have the skills, I don't have the right education. These are called limiting beliefs. Have you heard about limiting beliefs? And this is a bad story we tell ourselves that limit us from doing what is really possible, okay? So we have to manage these limiting beliefs, in fact, and, you know, kind of step up, and we're being called, I feel we're being called upon, everyone in this room, to make this contribution, because we have the largest youth population on the globe here on the continent, here in Kenya. We're live on this. That's why we started yesterday, right? The challenge starts today, right? So making that contribution is an amazing thing that you can do. Okay, so let's start with the universal spiritual principles and moral laws. Let's start with that. What exactly are we talking about here, okay? So let's start with something we're a lot more familiar with, scientific laws, right? So this is a quote from our chairman, Dr. Hyunjin Preston Moon, at the 2021 Global Peace Convention plenary keynote address. It's just an obvious statement, but I thought it's well articulated, so I wrote it down here. He said, in recent centuries, we have learned a great deal about our universe, that it had a beginning, is highly ordered, and functions with mathematical precision. Like this morning, how many of you were up at 6 o'clock, like around 5:45? What did you hear? Did you hear something out through your window? What did you hear? I heard something out of my window, all the birds singing, right? It's like, you don't have that in where I live in Seattle. These are amazing sounds, right? Did you notice that the sun came up? Did it come up in where you live, or it just came up here where we are right now at Daystar? Did it show up at your home at around 5:45? That is mathematical precision. This is a scientific law, and then the sun goes down around 6 p.m., correct? And tomorrow the sun will actually come up at noon, is that right? No, it'll come up at 6 o'clock again, or 5:45. This is an orderly universe, right? These are scientific laws. Our universe runs on this stuff. Continuing, science itself begins with the assumption of natural laws and principles that are unchanging and absolute. So these scientific laws and natural laws are absolute, and this is where scientists and engineers they've discovered these laws in the 20th and 21st centuries. And that's why we have these new technologies like AI and so on. They're in alignment with these natural laws, right? So if you violate these laws, they have great consequence. So for example, I wouldn't recommend this, but if you stand up on, this is the 7th floor of this building, right? It's 7 stories high. There's probably access to the roof up there. So if you went up to the roof during the break this morning, and you went over to the edge of the building here, and you were looking at all the beautiful scenery out here, and you said, oh, I would love to jump over to some of these trees over there. So you step off the building, and you decide, oh no, I think I better step back. Do you think that's going to happen? What's going to happen if you step off? Yeah, Ketch said you died. Would you just die like right there on the spot? Like just the minute you step off as you're floating there in parallel with the top of the building, is that where you'll die? What's going to happen? You will drop. What forces are going to make you drop? The force of gravity, right? So you learned this in school, correct? That's why you're not going to try it, correct? This is a scientific law. You know if you violate it, it's over, right? It's the same story, guys, with the spiritual moral laws. We're not tuned into these enough yet, right? They also have positive consequences if we're in alignment with them, and they have negative consequences if we're out of alignment with them, right? Does that make sense? It's the opposite side of the same coin, actually, right? So moral laws, just as natural laws exist and govern the world of nature, so too do moral laws that govern the human spirit. Remember, we have a spiritual dimension, right? Just as we understand that living in harmony with the laws of nature is necessary for sustaining life on our planet, so too is aligning with the moral laws of the universe necessary for finding meaning and purpose in life that can be shared with all people. So basically what this is saying is that, you know, it is to our great benefit to live in alignment, right, with the moral laws of the universe, right? I wish the technology would be in alignment with my laptop here, and you know, the scientific laws are not cooperating here this morning. Maybe the content is so powerful, it's overriding the scientific laws, right? Maybe that's what's going on. Okay. All right, so I'll just keep going. So I'm just going to continue with the code. It's actually in your handouts, right? So we need clarity in the principles, values, and vision which could guide us through this impasse in human history. It's important that we understand which ideas will lead to a peaceful, harmonious future, and which will dissolve social bonds, leading to chaos and anarchy, right? I want to talk a little bit about vision, principles, and values, right? So vision is very, very important, right? I wanted to talk a little bit more about this yesterday, but like having a vision on what is it you really want, and why do you want it, and what is the essence of who we are as human beings. The more you can crystallize the vision within yourselves, the more likely you can actually fall into alignment with it, right? In fact, why don't we, while this stuff is being worked out here, why don't we do a vision exercise here right now, right? So you see this challenge we gave you yesterday, the 10-week challenge? If you can visualize how you will be 10 weeks from now, we're not asking you a year from now, 10 years from now, we're just getting started with this stuff. If you can visualize how much you can grow literally in the next 10 weeks if you actually apply yourself on a day-by-day basis. The more you can visualize this, make it into a movie in your mind, the more this will be a pull. This will pull you. This will wake you up in the morning and make you actually do it, okay? In fact, athletes, the world of sports, they understand this so very well, right? About visualization. Have you heard of Michael Phelps? Michael Phelps is like the #1 swimmer in the world. He's won the most Olympic medals of any human being ever in the history of the world, right? He won 8 gold medals in the Beijing Olympics alone, one individual, right? In just one Olympics. I think he won like 23 gold medals altogether. Nobody else has come close to him, right? And he had an amazing coach. And, you know, he's a swimmer, right? This is in the swimming area, category. And his coach got him to visualize the perfect swim. So every time before he ever went into the water, he visualized what a perfect swim would be. He also visualized what would happen if something went wrong. Always something goes wrong. And then he visualized the correction to that, right? The solution to it. And that's why he kept winning gold after gold after gold. Athletes do this too, basketball players, LeBron James, right? They visualize making those baskets, right? Did you see the World Cup last year between France and Argentina? It went into kickoffs, right? Did you guys see it? Who saw the final? Yeah, it was like amazing, right? This was like one of the best World Cups I've ever seen, right? But when it went to those penalty kicks, 5 aside, you could feel I mean, I was nervous, right? So you have the ball, you have a goalie, and you have 5 strikers coming up. Can you imagine the pressure on that striker coming up to the ball? I mean, the whole thing hangs on whether he scores or not. And the goalie is under pressure too to save it, right? But did you see these guys nervous, these strikers? Not at all. Why? Because in training, they visualized kicking that goal thousands and thousands of times, backed up with practice. That's why they were like cool, calm, and collective, right? So we're going to do a vision exercise right now. So why don't you all stand up? And you're going to have to separate out from your partners here for a little bit, right? You need to have like at least 3 or 4 feet space around you, so spread out a little bit into the middle of the floor. You can come up here too as well, right? And what I want you to do, I'm going to demonstrate it first, right? So you don't do anything, just watch me, okay? So I'm going to put out my finger like this. I'm going to point it right in front of me. And then my goal is to see how far I can extend my hand, my finger to the right, as much as I can, right? So here we go. And then when you do this, I'm going to mark where it lands. Okay, so I think I'm pointing to this lady here above Daystar University. That's pretty much about as far as I can go. And now I'm going to come back to the middle here again, right? So now I want you guys to do this. So put out your fingers like this. Don't move your feet. You stay standing forward. And then move your finger, your hand to the right. Follow your head around as far as you can. And then remember, when you've reached the extension, remember where it points to. It could be a person, it could be a window, it could be whatever. It could be the air conditioning unit. Have you made a mental picture of where your finger points? Okay. Remember that, right? Really remember that. Now come back to the front again, right? Now you don't have to point to me anymore. Okay. This time, I want you to don't do it yet. I want you to close your eyes. No, not yet. I want you to close your eyes, and I'm just giving you the instructions right now. And this time, without lifting your hand, right? You do it in your mind. You lift up your hand in your mind, and then you turn it around as far as you possibly can, and then you remember where it points to, right? And bring it back. You're just doing this in your mind, okay? You guys ready? Keep your eyes closed during this entire piece. Close your eyes. Don't lift your hand, just do it in your mind. In your mind now, lift up your hand, point it forward. Don't do it physically. Now turn it to the right. Keep going. Turn your head all in your mind, not physically, just in your mind. Don't turn your head physically, only in your mind. This is mental. Keep going. Stretch it a little bit more. One more stretch. Push it. One final push. Got it? Now bring it back in your mind slowly and down to your side. Now open your eyes. Now this time, we're going to do it physically. Put your hand out in front of you. Now turn your hand to the right with your head. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Push it, push it. You have more stretch here. Push it. Final push. Come on, one more. I think there's another 2 pushes left. One push, another push. Remember where it points to. Do you see it? Okay, come back to the front. Let me ask you a question. Did you reach the same spot or did you go beyond it? How many people went quite beyond it? It's amazing, right? Yeah. Like, did you just go slightly beyond it or way beyond it? Was that surprising to you? Yeah. So now, before we wrap this up, you're doing the 10-week challenge, right? So just you should do this exercise every day, I think, right? Pick one area. It could be the spiritual, moral area. You did this homework last night, right? Now, in your mind, close your eyes and visualize yourself achieving this by the end of 10 weeks. And how would you feel if you achieved it? What kind of an impact would others observe in you, right? You notice a change after 6 weeks, but most people will observe it after 10 weeks, okay? So how will you feel? How will others feel about you? Close your eyes and visualize that. You don't have to pick all 4 dimensions for this exercise. Just pick one of them. It could be the physical. You want to lose some weight. It could be the emotional area. You want to enhance a relationship in your family. Just pick one. Visualize it. Imagine you achieving it. You're working on it every single day for the next 10 weeks, and you're achieving it. You are not quitting, right? By the end of the 10 weeks, you have achieved your goal, or very close to it. And how would that make you feel? You should be closing your eyes here doing this, everyone. Okay? You should be visualizing this, okay? And then you can open your eyes, okay? What did you feel when you did that? Did you see yourself achieving it? Yeah. So this is a discipline. I work on this every single day, right? So if you work on this every day, visualizing you achieving growth in each one of these 4 dimensions, that will get you up in the morning and get you moving, right? And it is just doing this consistently on a day in, day out basis is what's going to make all the difference, okay? Okay, so sit down. And are we back again with what's happening with the slides, guys? Huh? Slides? Okay, awesome. So I want to just expand on the vision piece here slightly. Vision based on our shared heritage and common identity within our one human family is, I think, an amazing expression of a heightened sense of vision, right? That we do have this shared heritage, that we do have this dimension, that we're able to grow in these areas, right? And then the recognition of fundamental principles and universality, affirmed and expressed in the world's holistic cultural roots and faith and wisdom traditions, and a consensus on shared values is necessary for cohesive communities and societies, right? So the relationship between vision, principles, and values. So principles are deep fundamental truths, right? Whereas values are core beliefs we draw from principles on what we find important. So we're the ones, like values are more like human agency that are actually we're using our human agency to live in alignment to the universal principles or the fundamental truths, right? And values give our conscience a rule book of behavior to guide our actions. This is from Stephen Covey, Principle-Centered Leadership. You can read more about it in the handout. Want to now touch on something here called universally recognized principles and moral laws. we talked about the scientific laws a little earlier. We have recognized, we acknowledge many scientific laws and natural laws, right? But there is, I think there's a kind of a consensus in the world today, especially in the global south, that the following universal principles seem to be shared by a good segment of humanity. So first one is that all people have intrinsic value, dignity, and human rights as endowed by the Creator. Would you guys agree with that? That you have intrinsic value? You're not the same as animals, right? You have intrinsic value. We are unique. We're different from animals. The second one is that every person has as his or highest attribute a spiritual and moral essence. We've been talking a lot about this yesterday and again this morning. Again, unique to human beings, right? We do have this dimension. You can't see it, but we have it nevertheless. Number three, our human nature finds its fullest expression and meaning in relationship to others. We are fundamentally relational beings, right? In fact, the worst punishment that a prisoner can be given is solitary confinement, where he is cut off from the rest of the population for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks. He's just alone in his cell. And that prisoner would wish that a mouse would come into his cell, right? So that he could have a relation, he could have give and take. We're wired to be relational, right? And I think somebody was saying yesterday, right, that even in our families today, our young people are disengaged. They're so attached to their devices, right? They actually are suffering from different forms of depression, even in their own families, because the families are not relating with them. We're relating with the wrong stuff. We're relating with devices. It's totally fine to use these devices, right, to accelerate knowledge, solve problems, but not at the expense of familial relationships. That should always be primary, right? That is what is going to give us the greatest sense of fulfillment, happiness, purpose, meaning, and so on, right? It's just amazing, right? The profile of people today when they're walking around. This is what they look like. You don't see people talking with each other anymore. They're talking to their phones, to these things. You go into a restaurant with a group of people. I've had this experience many times. First thing that happens, all the smartphones come out, texting, and there's 4 people there. Nobody's talking to each other. They're all texting their friends. But hey, you got 4 people right here. Why don't you relate with them? I've seen it with families too. It's unbelievable, right? So this is a tool. It's not meant to dominate our life. Our relationships, our primary relationships, are way more important than that, right? And then the last one is that people develop their innate potential through their choices and actions. Freedom and responsibility are intrinsically linked. We've been talking about responsibility a lot. We'll talk about it more here today, right? So the universal principles and moral laws, that's what gives purpose, meaning, and relevance for each one of us as individuals, to our families, our society, our nation, and our world. And all we have to do in this dimension is alignment. Align our conscience with the universal spiritual principles and moral laws, and then align our minds to our conscience, right? This requires intentional effort. It's not automatic. This does not happen automatically. It requires effort. You should write this down. It requires effort, right? Daily effort. And in fact, you know, one of the things I want to ask you to do regarding your challenge, I left this I didn't mention this yesterday, but I'm mentioning it here today, right? So how many of you guys are on the express train? You've decided to be on the express train for your 10-week challenge? Raise your hands. Remember, there's 2 trains leaving the building today. The express train, those who want to really go for it and make as much progress in the shortest amount of time as possible. And then we also have the regular train, which is moving more at a regular pace. It's still going in the right direction, right? How many of you guys are on the express train? Okay, good, good, good. How many are on the regular train? Good, good, good. How many are on the other train going south, going deep into your old selves, into the conventional educational model? How many people are on that train? Oh, man, I'm so relieved. Because if one hand went up, this workshop is a complete failure. I'm leaving right now to the airport, going back to Seattle, right? Or we have to extend the workshop into Saturday and Sunday. But we don't need to do that. At least you got that one, right? Okay. All right. Are you guys ready for an additional challenge? A catch is, that's good. Nobody else, though. Mr. Jirogi is, right? Let me ask the question again. Are you guys ready for an additional challenge? Yes. That's more like it, right? Those of you who are on the express train, you guys are looking with total nervous anticipation right now, right? My God, what kind of a challenge is he going to give, right? It's not bad. Here it is, right? Those of you who are on the express train for the next 10 weeks, I want you guys to walk 1 hour a day. Ooh. What did he say I have to walk 1 hour a day? Yes, I did. I said, if you're on the express train, you have to walk 1 hour a day. How many of you guys walk 1 hour a day right now? Raise your hands. You do? 2 people. How about the rest of you? How many do you walk at all? Do you have people carry you into your home when you get home in your car? You don't walk at all? I mean, this is Kenya, right? You guys are runners. You should be, maybe you're running. Maybe you're running, right? How many of you are running every day? You know, this is actually one of the best things you can do for your health. It's the safest exercise you can do. It will do wonders for your red muscle mass, right? It'll get the blood flowing. You'll be younger 10 weeks from now, those of you who are on the express train. And then you might say, I have no time. I know what's coming through your heads right now. I have no time to do it. Do you know how busy I am? Correct? These kind of limiting, this is called a limiting belief. Make the time, okay? For example, I walk an hour every day, right? So yesterday, the only option I had to walk an hour, I had to wake up at 4 a.m. And I walked between 4 and 5 in the dark, right, from my hotel, because I'm committed to this. I'm on the 10-week challenge myself, right? I had to actually prioritize, and I'm way better for it. You know, that's why I can come in with energy to do this stuff, right? So you have to figure out, you're creative, you have to figure out to make the time to do this, right? Those of you who are on the regular train, I want you to walk 30 minutes a day. Maybe you can up it an hour every day. So now, how many of you are going to get off the express train who put your hands up 10 minutes ago, and now you're hopping onto the regular train? Did anyone change your mind? Stick with it, right? If you're on the express train, this is a challenge. Take it on, right? Take it on. If you have to hop onto the regular train, fine, okay? But that's why it's called a challenge, right? And here's the thing. On both trains, right, whatever train you're on, I want you to do the following in the first 15 minutes of your walk, okay? So this is going to do wonders for your physical vitality area. It is going to do wonders for your spiritual moral area. It'll give you mental clarity. It'll actually stimulate your emotions, your feelings. It has unbelievable benefits. Trust me, okay? Because I do it. I know it. I know what I'm talking about here. Okay, so for the first 5 minutes, of your walk, I want you to focus on everything that you're grateful for. You write this down, it's not in the handouts, okay? For the first 5 minutes, in your mind, you reflect on everything I'm grateful for. I'm grateful for my Creator. I'm grateful for my family. I'm grateful for my spouse. I'm grateful for my children, right? I'm grateful for that I have a great school principal. I have a great regional director, whatever it may be, right? I'm grateful I've got great teachers in my school. You get the idea, right? I'm grateful that I can walk. I can actually walk, right? Can you guys walk? Like, I don't think you can walk. Like, nobody's getting excited about walking, right? Maybe you should walk around the room for 5 minutes. I want to see if you can walk. I'm kind of nervous that you maybe cannot walk. Okay, guys, stand up and walk around the room. I want to see you guys walking. I want to see if you can do it. Like, walk all around the room for 5 minutes. Just keep walking. Don't stop. Keep walking and say hello to people on the way. Hi, how you doing? Yeah, keep going. Yeah, greet people as you're walking around. Hi. Hello. Hi. Yeah, keep walking, keep walking. Don't stop. Hi, hi, hi. Hello. Greet everybody along the way. You're meeting all the new people. Keep walking. Don't stop. Yeah, keep greeting people. And now tell the next person what you're grateful for. Keep walking. Don't get stuck. Keep walking. Keep walking. Tell the person what you're very confident that you guys can do this challenge. I could see you all walking, right? Yes, you guys are good walkers. How do you feel? Oh, the water's coming out. Oh my God, after 5 minutes. Oh no. You guys are famished. Okay. Express train guys, walk an hour a day. I didn't say 5 days a week, I said 7 days a week. There is no off Friday and Saturday. Starts today. It's not walking for 10 minutes and then the afternoon you walk another 20 minutes. It's continuous. It's 1 hour continuously, okay? Write that down. It is, don't go messing this up. Don't count your steps either, right? That is cheating. This is a dedicated walk. You're totally this is for your own good, okay? Like walking into your school from your house doesn't count. That does not count. Shopping, like my wife said, oh, I walked 10,000 steps in the grocery store. I said, that doesn't count, okay? That does not count. This is a dedicated walk where you're reflecting, you're thinking about things, you're trying to achieve your goals. This is what it takes. It requires that effort. It requires that kind of effort, okay? You can't do this mentally. You've got to do it. This is where the physical is powerfully impacting the spiritual and moral, the emotional, relational, the mental, cognitive. You'll have more mental clarity if you do this, guys. You're getting blood going into your brain cells, right? You're going to have better relationships with your family if you do this, because you're thinking about them. The second thing I want you to do in the second 5 minutes, you have to write this down because it's not written down anywhere. Second 5 minutes is I want you to visualize what you want and why you want it. Visualize in your mind And this requires effort. You're going to have to get used to this. You may not be successful at this in the beginning. You may be struggling with this. It took me quite a while to get this one figured out. But you've got to make the effort. So the second 5 minutes is you're visualizing what you want and why you want it. What do you want to achieve spiritually, morally? What do you want to achieve physically? Do you want to lose 20 pounds? What would that make you feel like when you've achieved it, right? Like that, okay? And the more you can make this a movie in your mind, the better, right? Because this will pull you every day. You will not quit after 3 weeks like everyone else in the world with New Year's resolutions, right? This is the difference that makes the difference, right? And then the final, there's another 5 minutes. The third 5 minutes is you're focusing on the how. How will you do this? Okay, I will walk, I'm committed to walking the hour or the 30 minutes. On the emotional area, I'm going to give appreciation to my spouse, which I haven't done in God knows how long, right? Do you understand? In the spiritual moral area, I'm going to reflect. I'm going to do, it has to be actionable, right? It requires, how will you do it, okay? And this how is all about habits, building new habits that will stack day by day by day. If you do this daily, you'll be surprised how much you will grow in the next 10 weeks. Have you heard the phrase that you can't teach an old dog new tricks? How many people heard that phrase? This is nothing about dogs. This is an analogy to human beings. You know this, right? What it implies is that you can't teach an older person new behaviors, right? Do you guys believe that? Akech is very clear. He said no, but the rest of you are doubtful, right? Do you believe that statement? No, I don't believe it. If we believe that statement, we might as well finish the workshop right now because we have literally no hope for humanity, right? This is where we are not dogs. Yes, it is very likely true for a dog, an old dog. You can't teach an old dog new trick. Does that apply to human beings, though? Someone who's middle-aged, can he learn something new? They can, right? If you make a decision. It's all about you exercising something called personal responsibility and making a decision. If you make a decision today that I'm going to change something, one small area in one of the dimensions, and you apply yourself on a daily basis, it doesn't matter what age you are. Okay? You could be 17, you could be 47, you could be 77. You can literally get on a whole new trajectory immediately. People do this all the time, okay? Do you believe that? You're doubtful, right? Because you don't have enough give and take with these ideas yet. That's why I wanted this to be a 3-day workshop, not a 2-day workshop, right? I need more time here to work with you. We are going to do phase 2 and phase 3. They will be 3-day workshops. Daniel, where are you? Can you come up here and tell us about this workshop you were in Rwanda and how many days it was and what you guys did?
Thank you. Thank you. So 2 weeks ago, I was in a workshop in Rwanda. It's called Hive Workshop. These were basically for young CEOs and professionals in Africa, and also startups, those who want to start their businesses. So, and it was a 4-day workshop.
4 days.
Yes.
4 days.
Yes,
This
yes.
is a 2-day workshop.
Yes, yes.
This was 4 days.
Yes.
This is corporate
Yeah.
CEOs.
Yes.
These are super busy people,
Yes,
right?
yes. And it was very massive. And, usually as CEOs, we are used to giving instructions, giving directions, telling your staff what to do. But in this particular workshop, we had to leave all that behind. We had to leave all that behind and be ready to learn. We were told that, if you I mean, if you feel you are learned, you know everything, you cannot learn new things. So we had to leave all that aside and be ready to learn. And all these exercises you're doing here, you were dancing, we were basically giving people high fives and all this. And some of the I remember when we started that, we had to pair up and get to know someone, and get to learn their language. We are from different African countries. I think my partner, she was a Yoruba, so I had to learn how they say hello in Yoruba and how to say grateful, how to say thank you, and basically welcome. And then you had to say, what are you grateful for? The same thing that he's telling you. What are you grateful for? So the theme of that workshop was grateful. Whether you are grateful for your family, you're grateful for even ability to walk. There are people now who cannot walk, right? They cannot walk. The things that you take for granted, there are people today, if you go to the hospital, they are looking for that. During COVID time, people are looking for oxygen. I remember one time my daughter was sick. We had to buy the oxygen tank, because they couldn't. So some of the things we are taking for granted, really, we take them for granted, but they're very, very crucial. So I think this is very great. And another thing that we were told, we were given workbooks, and I think next time we will arrange for that. So these workbooks whereby you have to visualize what do you want to be, where do you think you want to be in the next 10 years. In the next 3 years, you can work out from 10 years, work it down to maybe 5 years, 3 years, 1 year, even 90 days, And then we were also told to write a letter to your granddaughter, your 10-year-old granddaughter. You give her a name. I already gave my granddaughter a name. My kids are only 14 and 12. So I mean, you write a letter to her and tell her what you're grateful for, what you are proud of, what achievements have you been able to make in your village, what problems have you been able to solve in your area. So you're writing a letter to that daughter and explaining to her basically what you have done. So the whole thing is about designing your whole life. You're told that it is your responsibility to design your life. If you want to achieve something in 10 years, you have to design it. Design it, and then you work towards it. If you don't design it, it's like an artist. I want to draw a lion, I want to draw what? I have to design it in my mind, right? Picture it, and then start drawing it. It's like an architect. The buildings that you see here, before they are built, right? An architect has to design it, come up with everything, how many materials, which metals, blah, blah, and then it's done like that. Even the world today, and this is one of the things in the principles of creation. God, before he created the world, I'm sure he designed it in his mind, right? That I want to create a world that looks like this. There are going to be animals, there are going to be plants, there are going to be rivers, mountains, and then after that, on the seventh day, I will create human beings. And these human beings will be male and female. And then animals will also be male and female. Have you ever thought about it? God created everything, male and female, cats, dogs, everything. Why did he do that? For procreation. Because this is the only way that these things are going to do whatever. So I think, so everybody has a responsibility to design your life. Design your life. Design what you want to be. And if you design it, and you start working towards it, you can achieve it. Yesterday I was at State House in the morning. We have a visit with the First Lady. And then the President came in, he just walked in and he started talking. He was not expected that meeting. But then thinking about the President, this President, even the previous President, there was a time when they were running for elections, they were told that you cannot be President because you have some problems where? At the ICC, you remember that? And then they were saying now they will give it to Mudavadi, right? But then, what did they do? At some point, they just decided they will do it, right? They said demon, right? Demons was kind of in whatever. And the moment they decided that we will run for president, what happened? The whole country started following them. You know, the people, and then they rode the wave, and they are now president and the vice president. Even this president, he had, of course, the president did not support him, but he just decided, I will do it. So what we learned in Kigali is that the moment you decide you want to do something, you design it and you want to do it, and then you start working towards it, then the whole universe conspires with you to do it, to make sure that you are successful in it. And then in creation, this one I always tell them, even in my speech in Kigali, I said it. Why do you think you were born? Were you born because your mom and dad maybe were just having fun? You know, there are people who are born. Sometimes, you know, they're like the unwanted pregnancies, right? People are just having fun and they're born, right? Yeah, and then a child is. But then, why were you born? You have to figure out what is the purpose of why are you living here today? What problem are you solving? Everyone was born for a purpose, you know, and I think you have to figure it out, and we're told to figure that out. Why am I here? Why does this thing make you pissed off? Maybe you're in your area and maybe you see garbage and it makes you pissed off. It makes you angry. Maybe like in Mandela in South Africa, apartheid pissed off Nelson Mandela, right? And he decided to do something about it. Maybe in your school, you don't like the way maybe there's no grass. I mean, like Professor Iro in Daystar, you know, Daystar, when we visited there, it was always dry, right? So it pissed him off, right? And he decided to reclaim it. So if in life something pisses you off, it makes you angry, then God is telling you that it is you to solve it. It's the reason why you are doing it. You do not wait for some people. Of course, I'm Christian. I mean, I'm a Catholic, and so I mean, most of us are waiting for Jesus to come and solve things, right? But you are the one here today, right? Well, I mean, why can't you do it? Yeah. So these are the lessons that we learned. That we are living in this century today. It is our responsibility to solve these problems today. You get my point? It is not. There are people. You heard about the Shakahola story. People who are just going to Mombasa to die. To starve to death because they have given up in life. Are you the kind of person who has given up in life? Have you given up? It is the reason you are alive today is because there's something you are yet to achieve, and this is why Tony is here, working with you, trying to encourage you to discover that purpose. Why are you here? In your family, why are you born? Are you the one who is going to change that trajectory in your family? Maybe in your family, your lineage, there was always poverty. You know, people are always, are you the one who will change the trajectory or not? Does it make you happy in your family? And if it doesn't make you happy, then you do something about it. So, I mean, that was my experience in Rwanda. And after the 4 days, we were given the workbook that we were writing everything. We were thinking it's going to be marked by someone, but we were told, go with it. So I came with the workbook. I was thinking that I was going to hand it over to the facilitators. But at the end of the day, it is about me. It is about me, and at the end of it, I have also my goals that I wrote down that I want to achieve, the things that I want to achieve in 90 days, in 3 months, in 10 years. I have already visualized them, and I'm now working daily to be able to do that. So that was my experience in Rwanda. Thank you very much for listening.
Wait. How would you compare the depth of content that's in this workshop compared to the Hive workshop? The methodologies are quite similar.
Yes.
Comment on the depth of content.
So this content, this content is actually deeper than the content that I saw there. That was basically, we're professionals, CEOs, and many of you're talking about what do you want to achieve at your work, maybe, basically in your work and in your life. But this one is taking you back to yourself. You having a conversation with yourself. You get my point? Rarely do we're always busy doing things, right? Doing things, maybe you have things at home, maybe you're thinking about your office. But I remember that time you forget about all that to have a conversation with yourself. So this content is actually deep because you are learning about yourself, the purpose of why you were created, and why are you a teacher? Why were you why you're the one teaching those kids? Why am I trusting you with my kids? You know, my kids are in Lucania. Why am I trusting those teachers with my kids? I'm paying them a lot of money because I'm trusting them, you know, to bring my kids back home better than they came. But if I did not trust them, I would not take my kids to that school. So people are trusting you, parents are trusting you. Those parents have trusted you with their children. You know, what are you going to give those parents? So I'm thinking this is deeper because it's giving you that, you know, conversation with yourself. You're learning about yourself, your mind, your body, your spirit, and all that. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Daniel. The big singing was for 4 days. This was supposed to be 3 days, right? But it became 2 days because I heard there was some kind of exams going on, something like that, right? Hey, can we project the slides up again, guys? Oh, hey, Matteo. How are you? Yeah. Welcome, Matteo. Okay, good to see you. Yeah. Can we get the slides up? Oh, yeah, we are. Okay, good. We're going to Vince. Are you in the room? When is the tea break? 11:30, right? I think 11:30, right? Okay. So we'll just keep going here. This is just a summary here, right? That think of the conscience like a compass, right? Like the compass points to magnetic north, the conscience points to universal spiritual and moral laws, right? Our responsibility, through personal responsibility, is to align with our conscience, and the conscience represents the standards of truth, righteousness, goodness, and love. There is a standard to goodness, actually, right? There is a standard and order to love as well. It's not like willy-nilly, actually, right? These are very important qualities that are unique to human beings, in fact, right? And trusting our conscience, being in alignment with our conscience and trusting our conscience builds character, responsibility, and courage in developing self-mastery and realizing our full potential. These are 2 quotes here. Yeah, okay, 11. Okay. This is from Martin Luther King Jr. There comes a time when one must take a position that is neither safe, politic, nor popular, but he must take it because his conscience tells him that it is right. Let me ask you guys a question. Have you ever heard the voice? You know your conscience has a voice, right? It communicates with you. How many people have heard the voice of their conscience at least once? I'm very concerned here because only 8% of the audience here heard the voice of their conscience. How many people heard the voice of your conscience at least once that's telling you, don't do this, go this way, right? We all have, right? That means it's a real thing, right? So why don't we hear it all the time? Because we need to calibrate our relationship with our conscience. Our conscience, there might be a fog between our minds and our conscience, right? This is where, again, it requires personal responsibility to work on this. It requires intentional effort. We need to bring clarity. We need to be able to get the fog away so that we can actually communicate effectively with our conscience. Jean-Jacques Rousseau said, "Reason deceives us, conscience never deceives us." Our character. I want to talk about the relationship of our character in connection with our conscience. Our character is simply the manifestation, and that's a very specific word, the manifestation of our conscience in the form of habits, behaviors, and actions. In other words, a person of good character is a person who is aligned with the standard of goodness in their conscience. Somebody who is righteous, who's doing the right thing, who's not going to take bribes, who's not going to succumb to corruption, which is permeating the educational system, by the way, right? Don't you agree? There's corruption everywhere. There's all kinds of things going on. There's good things going on, there's bad things going on. This is where we need to be righteous, right? And also truth. We need to actually know the truth. We need to seek the truth and try to understand it and try to manifest that in our daily lives, right? It requires a lot of effort, okay? So the cultivation of our character is not automatic, okay? It's not automatic. It requires effort. It requires work. It requires intentional work. It requires something called personal responsibility. It requires action. And this is where we are very unique, because human beings have freedom. We were created with freedom, right? We can make a choice at any point. We can not make choices, or we can make choices. So we can make a decision, a choice. We have the freedom to do this. No one is making you do this, right? To work on your own growth and development in these 4 dimensions. It's a decision, a choice. You're free to do this. Nobody's going, I can't make you do the 10-week challenge. No matter how hard I try, I can't make anyone do it. All I can do is make myself do it, okay? I only have control over myself, so I'm doing the 10-week challenge with you, right? That's what I've got control over. I have the freedom to do this or not do it, right? And it requires responsibility. It requires doing it whether you like it or not, right? Because it's actually healthy and good for you, right? Okay, so I want to go to this image of character again. There's more content here that I wanted to get into. It would be more appropriate if we had a 3-day workshop. So when we do this in the new year, then phase 2 and phase 3, we're going to have more time to have give and take with this content. But I want to get to this image, this pyramid here again, right? The image of personal and educational transformation. Character, relationships, skills and physical vitality, and the application of knowledge. This is not nice to have. I've been doing this for a long time, for decades, right? I've been doing it since 2010 in Global Peace Foundation. And during most of that time, like people, when you mention character, right? I kind of noticed, yeah, this is fluffy stuff. That's not really, we don't really need that. We just need technology. We need digital technologies, right, or whatever it may be. That's more important. However, I think we've reached the point right now, at this point, in the last year or so, increasingly, more and more people are recognizing, we heard it from many of you yesterday, it's coming from you. You are recognizing that character is not nice to have. It is essential. You can write that down. It is essential. That's where the value creation is going to happen. It is not nice to have, it is essential, because that all the value creation that you're going to make will come from your character, right? And in fact, I want to prove it to you. Have you heard of Tesla, the electric car company run by Elon Musk? So Elon Musk, he interviewed the first 500 employees of Tesla personally, right? And this is last year, for example, in 2022, 3.6 million job applications came into Tesla, and they only hired 28,000 of them out of 3.6 million. It's harder to get employed at Tesla than it is to get into Harvard University. It is harder to get employed at Tesla than it is to get into Harvard University, right? He just takes the best of the best, okay? And Tesla hires on character. So what you see under here are direct quotation marks from an interview that Elon Musk did. It's actually on YouTube, right? The first thing he looks at with a new employee is this: are they going to be a good person? Is this a good person? This is a character issue. It is not, how did you perform in your exams? That's not even on the radar screen. Is this a good person or not? If it's not a good person, he's not hiring them, okay? Second, does this person have a positive attitude? Do they have a positive attitude? Is there someone that's always complaining, always like identifying problems? They're not a problem solver, right? They have a positive attitude. If they don't have a positive attitude, they're not going to be hired at Tesla, okay? And then, how are they as an individual? Are they integrated? Is it someone that's growing and developing every day? They're the kind of people that work at Tesla, right? That's the first category of character. It's completely in line with the pyramid that I showed you yesterday and this morning. The second area that he hires on is relationships. Here he's asking the question, or he's assessing, right, how they affect others around them. In other words, if I hire this person, what kind of effect do they have on others around them, on the team? Are they going to have a good effect or a bad effect? If they're going to have a mediocre or bad effect, they're not going to get hired, okay? They have to get along with people who are different. Secondly, it's a kind of a reversal of the first one. Are they easy to work with? Don't you want to work with people who are easy to work with, or do you want to work with people who are a pain in the butt? Okay, Jeannie here, tell me, you hire teachers, right? Do you hire on these qualities?
Absolutely. I think my two colleagues here on either side can say that. I don't necessarily believe that qualifications and papers are always that important, because that really just gives you a grounding. It's how you interact with other people, and if you have initiative, if you're able to take a project, take it through. And as I said yesterday, do you love children? Because if you don't love children, don't come and work at Crawford.
So, good principals, they hire on these qualities, actually, right? You can't work at Crawford if you don't have these qualities, correct, Jeannie? You can't. We will not get hired over there, correct? From based on what I'm hearing, how you run the school. Then, yeah, yes, we will interview you guys, okay? Then the next one, are people going to like working with them? We want to be able to go into work and be able to actually look forward to the people we're working with, right? We want to be able to we want to see if they like working with us or not, right? If someone doesn't like working with you, it's going to be a real burden to come into work every day, right? Oh my God, I have to face this person and that person and listen to them complain all day long, right? Have you experienced that in the workforce? Do you like that? No, okay? The next one is skills, right? Do they have the ability to solve tough problems? Putting it another way, is this a person who only identifies problems all day long? Oh, this problem, this is no good. They just come to you as a principal with lists of problems, right? That is not the attitude a person should have. You should come with solutions, right? You guys here, the educational leaders here of Nairobi region, do you go to the regional director with a whole list of problems and ask her to solve them for you, or do you go with solutions and ask her to verify if you're on the right track? What do you guys do? You go with proposals. You go with I know this because Margaret wouldn't hire you guys. I know her, right? You would not work in this Nairobi region if you were just a problem identifier and not a problem solver. I can see that in you. You are problem solvers, right? Yeah. I think it's the same at Daystar, right? Professor Leban will not hire people who are just problem identifiers. He wants people solving problems, right? It's the same at Crawford. And number 4, the application of knowledge. What is the direct responsibility that this person had in making significant accomplishments? Because the person who made significant accomplishments Elon Musk will find out in a microsecond by asking a few key questions. Where were the decision points that moved you in the right direction? If you were not responsible for the solution, you will not know how to answer that question, right? So this will be found out very, very quick. The reason I'm sharing this with you, this is a preview of the kind of graduates we need to be graduating. And this is a preview of who we need to become as transformed educators. We need to embody these qualities, right? Do you understand? And finally, evidence of exceptional ability. Elon Musk said it's not necessarily the case that they have a degree or a school credential. Let me read that again. It is not, this is a direct quote. To be hired at Tesla, it's not necessarily required that you have a formal degree or a credential, but that you do have exceptional intellectual capability. What does the educational sector put a premium on? Degrees, passing high school exams. The leaders in the workforce, this is what you put a premium on, right? This is how you gauge success. Nobody cares about that, guys. No, the real world doesn't care about this anymore, okay? You have the priorities backwards. They don't care about this anymore. We're hearing this all day long in the workshop. I'm giving you now from the corporate sector, right? The real cutting edge companies don't care about that. They know this can be faked, right? They know people can hire tutors and memorize a bunch of stuff and pass exams. It's all engineered, right? It's fake. It's not really, telling the kind of person you are that should be working at this company, or the kind of person that should run a country or an organization, right? We're talking about becoming authentic. Do you know what I mean? So the aspiration here is that every single person in this room aspires to have these qualities and then to model these for your students. Do you know what I mean? This requires a lot of effort. That's why we're doing the 10-week challenge. This is a special intervention, this workshop, this series of workshops, to shift us in a growth mentality. Do you know what I mean? We're meant to grow. The Creator created us to grow. If you're not growing, you're dying, right? It's as simple as that, okay? And then the last piece, right? To summarize it. So at Tesla hires on this pyramid over here. Would you agree with that based on the quotes that you just heard? He does not hire on this model, okay? He hires on this model. The same with Google, the same with anyone who's on a progressive path. Hires on character, relationships, skills, and physical vitality, and the application of knowledge to solve problems. In fact, Elon Musk said in this interview, right, and this is a direct quote, the biggest past mistakes, hiring mistakes he made, was looking too much at intellectual capability alone. The biggest hiring mistake he made was looking too much at intellectual capability alone. In other words, he started hiring on this model, right? And it was a complete failure. And he learned from experience, and he shifted gears, right? I don't think he knows this pyramid. If I show it to him, he would say, yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing, right? Okay? I'm super confident about that. This is in your handout. I'm not going to go over it, but Google hires along the same lines, right? So educational institutions, right? Yesterday I gave the example, right, of Tech Milenio University. This is their homepage. This is this Mexican university that repurposed itself in 2012 after 10 years, and its enrollment has gone through the roof. This is their homepage. It says, your purpose, right? And they focus on character. So this is a photo of the principal, the president of the university, and he said, when I visit each of our 31 campuses in Mexico, And students, he said, my students at the campuses, they introduced themselves to me in this way. My name is John. My character strengths are generosity. And my purpose in life is to live for the greater good. So these are the 3 prompts. My name is, my character strengths are, and my purpose in life is. You should circle that on the handout. Because, you know, this is something that all of you can actually aspire to, right? My name is, my character strengths are, and my purpose in life is, right? Like that. And what I would love to do, right, 10 weeks from now is go to your schools, and I'd like to meet your students. And I want to see how many of your students will greet themselves to me like this. My name is Martin, my character strengths are, and my purpose of life is. Wouldn't that be amazing? Do you think that's possible? Yes. Well, there is one university that did it. It's not a Siri, right? There's real universities, real educational institutions doing this someplace on the planet. I want to see in Nairobi County, every single school, every single university going in this way, like quick, not be on the express train, right? Get these schools on the express train. It will all depend on you, how fast you want to move, right? So character is more essential than talent. It is more essential than talent. Would you agree with that? Right, so I'm going to give you an example of this. Perhaps one of the most famous names in soccer is Diego Maradona from Argentina. Have you heard that name? Right. This guy has unbelievable talent, right, as a soccer star. He was the captain of the Argentinian team, but he's always going to be remembered as a cheat. And what happened was that in the 1986 World Cup between Argentina and England, Maradona scored 2 goals that became famous in history. The first goal was in the second half when the teams came back. They were 0-0, right? And he punched the ball with his left hand, right? It was right next to his head, but he punched it with his left hand into the goal, and the referee missed it. But the whole audience, the spectators, right, they saw it. And later, he actually admitted that he actually scored it with his hand. Then he riled up his team immediately, within a second, and, you know, started cheering and, hey, we scored a goal, we scored a goal. This was in the quarterfinals of the 1986 World Cup, and distracted the referee from what was going on. So he intentionally did this. What was really remarkable was that 5 minutes later, he scored what was called the goal of the century. This was authentic. He went from the other half of the field in an incredible run through the defense of England and scored a remarkable goal. It was called the goal of the century. He will never be remembered for that goal. He will be remembered, he's always remembered as the hand of God goal. And he did an interview later and he admitted that he cheated. What happened was that England could have won that game, right? Argentina went on to win the World Cup based on cheating, okay? So this caused, this is an example where talent, a person with incredible talent but not having character, is remembered as a cheat. Likewise, have you heard of Lance Armstrong? Do you know who that is? Yeah, the cyclist, yes. So Lance Armstrong will always be remembered as a fraud, okay? What was remarkable about Lance Armstrong was that he successfully overcame cancer. He got cancer and he overcame it. It was a remarkable story, actually. And he actually raised $500 million for the cause of cancer. These were good things, right? However, he had a motto, win at all costs, right? So this is where values, character play premium in our lives. Win at all costs means I can cheat, I can do anything it takes to win. I can violate my character, my values, and that's what he did. He won 7 Tour de France's, right? This is the biggest game in cycling, the top race in the world, the Tour de France. Very challenging race over mountains and so on, right? Between 1999 and 2005. But he was stripped of all these 7 titles. He cycled for the US Postal Service, that was his sponsor, because he used performance-enhancing drugs. And in 2012, the United States Anti-Doping Agency named him the ringleader in the most sophisticated, professionalized, and successful doping program that sport, in any category of sport, had ever seen. The guy was a fraud. In fact, he had to change the name of his foundation. It was called the Lance Armstrong Foundation. He had to change it to the Livestrong Foundation because his name and his reputation was ruined because of a character deficit. A character deficit. So I'm giving you examples here, right, of how character is actually not nice to have. It is essential, right? Here's another sports star, right? His name is John Wooden. He was an American basketball player and head coach at the University of California. I love this quote. He said, "Be more concerned with your character than your reputation, because your character is what you are, while your reputation is merely what others think you are." Okay? Now, there are standards of character, right? So there's a scale here. Some people, you know, we talked about Diego Maradona, Lance Armstrong. How would you rate their character on this scale? Do you think it was great? Do you think it was good? Do you think it was fair? Do you think it was poor? Do you think it was bad? Yeah, it was bad, right? Okay. How about John Wooden? He's another sports star. Do you think his character was, how would you rate him? Probably good or great, right? What about these extreme characters from the 20th century? Are you familiar with Hitler? Mao Zedong? Joseph Stalin? They're the greatest killers in history. They killed, between the 3 of them, this trinity killed more people than any other 3 people in living history. How would you rate their character? I would say there's probably a level below bad called super bad, right? They're probably super bad. What about the 3 people on the right? Do you know who they are? Mahatma Gandhi, Nelson Mandela, and Martin Luther King Jr. They actually used, all 3 of them did not use violence like the other 3 guys, right? They didn't kill anyone. They saved people through nonviolence at great personal suffering and determination. How would you rate their character? Great. There's probably a higher level called super great. I never heard of that category, but probably they're up there somewhere like that, right? So these are like well-known personalities, and that's something, you know, this scale is something that we can use for ourselves. We can, I think a lot of people are like moving between poor, fair, and good, but we want to get to great, right? Once you get to great, it's permanent. Great is a permanent state. It's not easy to get there, but that's the aspiration. Also, character is more foundational than skills. So I noticed that around 2000, right, between 2000 and 2015, in the education sector, this was a welcome change. More and more people were talking about skills, right? And they often called it 21st century skills. It's a misnomer, actually, right? Because these skills like creativity, being innovative, they're not unique to the 21st century. They were valid thousands of years ago, in fact, right? The people who built the pyramid had these skills, in fact, right? They were creative, they took initiative. However, character guides skills. Skills are value neutral. Do you think Hitler was creative? Do you think he was innovative? Do you think he took initiative? Do you think he solved problems? For a bad purpose, right? So this is an example where skills are value neutral. Creativity can be used for a good or a bad purpose. It depends on the people behind it, right? So character guides skills, okay? And I just listed this bunch of them here. So skills are value neutral. They can be used for a good or a bad purpose depending on the person, if the person is a good or a bad person, right? Also, character and values guides the application of knowledge, right? So I won't go into this one big time here, but maybe in the next workshop here. But I do want to actually talk about this one for a second, technology, digital skills and AI. Technology, digital skills and AI, every education conference in the world this year has this as the title. Okay, it's amazing. It's the new shiny star on the block, right? Except this workshop, however, right? So a lot of the education sector are putting a premium that AI, digital technologies are going to solve all our problems. Based on what you heard in this workshop, do you agree with that or not? People create AI, right? It's a tool. That's all it is, right? And people, character, and values have to guide this, okay? So I'm going to read this, right? Technology is value neutral. It can scale a good or a bad idea. So there's an agency called the there's a theory, right, called the value neutrality thesis, that technology is morally neither good nor bad. Only its uses have moral or other value versus technology itself. If the creation of a new technology like a smartphone, ChatGPT, social media, artificial intelligence, robots, has good or bad effects, it is due to its utilization by good or bad people. In other words, a good person will use these technologies for the greater benefit of humanity, whereas a bad person will utilize these for destructive purposes, right? And we see online today all kinds of criminal gangs stealing your ID and all this kind of stuff. That's why internet security is like probably at the tip of the technology sector right now, right? Not to steal your identity and all this. So with the exponential growth of technology, it is now more important than ever to ensure people maintain alignment between vision, principles, and values. And, you know, in today's world, right, I'm just going to we're almost done here with the session. In today's world, less orientation comes to you from the outside and more needs to come from yourself. So, you know, this is what we want to be doing in our schools and our educational institutions, is stimulating internal orientation, that people are taking personal responsibility from themselves, starting with us, the educators, but ultimately going to our students, right? So before, we used to tell people what to do. Now we have to stimulate this kind of alignment to our conscience and these kind of things, right? And this is Andreas Scheichler, who I know. He spoke at our events many times. He's the director of the Directorate of Education and Skills with the Organization of Cooperation, the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development based in Paris. He said, learning is no longer about teaching something, but helping you build a reliable moral compass to help you find your way through this complex, volatile, and ambiguous world. Have you guys heard of Pixar, the digital animation company? They made these great they changed the world of animation from traditional animation to digital animation. They made these movies like Cars, Toy Story, You've seen some of these movies probably, right? They're amazing, aren't they? Yeah. So Ed Catmull and Steve Jobs from Apple were the co-founders of Pixar, right? And Ed Catmull wrote a book called Creativity, Inc. This team were unbelievably creative, right? And I read the book, and I was like amazed at the creativity of this team. I mean, he talked about it over and over and over again, and it's something we advocate for in our work. We have something called the Character and Creativity Initiative, CCI, that runs in schools here in Kenya, actually, right? So I wanted to know how this team works. But what was really remarkable, I think it was like 3 pages from the end of the book, Ed Catmull said he was in a meeting one time, and somebody asked him a question, right? He said, what is the difference that made the difference at Pixar? So when I read that in the book, it was the third to last page, I was certain the answer was going to be the creativity of the founding members. He didn't say that. Do you know what he said? The difference that made the difference at Pixar was the character of the founding members. The character of the founding members, right? And with their character in place, they could unlock, that guided their creativity to do amazing things. So the case we're making here this morning is character is not nice to have. It is essential. It is the true value add, okay? Yeah, so I'm going to wrap it up here, and then I'll open it up to a few questions from you. Just to summarize, the centrality of character is the root of moral and innovative leadership. It guides ethical decision-making, it guides order in relationships, and it guides the application and skills and knowledge for the greater benefit of humanity, okay? I'll open it up to a few questions. I'm going to ask Ketch to come up. We'll do the breathing exercise, and then we'll have a tea break. Oh, I think are we due for the tea break now, Vince? Daniel, do you know? Is it now? $11:30. Okay, all right, cool. Any quick questions from anyone? Yes, over here. I need microphones going around. Here we go.
Good morning, everyone. My question goes to the managers in the house, like Kotsia and so forth. They hire for character, because that is the bottom line. Is it something you grapple with to shortlist people based on character? And how do you solve the problem of getting the right people in terms of character? Because I'm thinking, what do you use to measure character so that you shortlist people for further interview and so forth? Or is it something that you need a solution for? That is my question.
Yeah. I know, like in our organization, in Global Peace Foundation, we definitely hire on character and the relationships. We hire on this pyramid, actually, right? But what about some of you here who do hiring? Maybe would you like to take a stab at answering that question?
So first of all, we will look at a CV, and just the CV very often you can pick up very quickly whether the person has done the CV or got somebody else to do the CV. All right, so in the letter that is written, usually the introduction letter, when you are getting somebody else to do that for you, it just doesn't tie up with what's on your CV, right? The language doesn't tie up. The words that are used, for example. If there's also a huge focus on certain aspects, so say there's a huge focus on qualifications and achievements, but not necessarily on children, then that would tell me a lot about you. Just in your letter, the introduction letter. In the actual interview, you need to make a connection. So there has to be a connection. If you can't connect with me or with the interviewee, that's a problem. Because how are you going to connect with the child? Very often that is done online. It's not necessarily an in-person interview, because online it's a whole lot more difficult to actually cheat in your interview. Some people are brilliant in their interviews. You can train to be interviewed, all right? You know that. You can come in there. And the person that you are in the interview chair, you need to be authentic when you come into the school. So that is really important. But you can ask a question, a simple question like, what would you like to be known as if you had to be eulogized? At your funeral, what would you like people to say about you? Are they going to say you had the most fantastic qualifications? What are they going to say? Because that's going to bring out a lot of what is important in you about your character. So we ask certain questions like that we will pick up very quickly. Very often people also will take CVs, bits and pieces from advertisements, and put it into their CV to say, oh, this is what I can do. And then it comes, and you can just see the disconnect in the language. Now, if you're cheating on your CV, it says a lot about your character. So those are small things that we would pick up. Joyce is one of our interview specialists. Joyce, do you want to chat a little bit about that?
Okay, good morning, everyone. We also, when you're interviewing people, depending on the level, there are certain questions they will answer, like the little ones. If you're asking them, okay, so how do you take children through in reading, you will tell just from the way they're explaining whether they really know how to teach. That is on talking about the skill. And then when it comes to the character, as Miss Jenny said, there are certain questions you can just ask. So what would you do in such and such a situation? Because as we are learning, it's not just about the academics. There's also the mentoring part of the children. There's the love. And then when people come in, of course, they are on probation. During that time, you will also see a lot. Somebody can say, yeah, I can teach A-levels. Chemistry. Then when they come in and they're given an A-level class, after 2 weeks they go and they're like, let me teach the lower classes. Then you remind them, but you said you can teach A-level. What happened? So as we are learning about character, people promise something they cannot do. You'd rather say, I teach lower classes, but I would love to be mentored to grow. And then also we also ask them, where do you see yourself as you come in? Just from what they tell you, you can tell this person has a growth mindset. They want to grow, and they're not just there for the money. Yes, the money is good, it's important, but there's something more, and that's what we are learning in this workshop, that there's more to life than just the money. Thank you.
Okay, and thank you very much. Over here. Stand up.
Good morning, everyone. Yeah, I just want to add into that from my experience. When we are doing, like, giving out the interview form, or maybe when they are filling it, there is that important part that we normally tell people to fill, but we tend to ignore it at the same time. Like, we ask them to give us, like, referees. Many a times these people know how to come to the interview room and, express themselves so well until we forget that part. But what I've come to learn is that if you can just go an extra mile and pick your phone and call someone who has been written there as a referee, they will honestly tell you the character of this person. Just the same way we put CCTV and we tell you that this building we have CCTV, it's important to tell this person that the referee that you are giving us here we will end up calling them. So most of them will tell you, don't call them because I'll be fired. Think twice.
Okay, there's one more over here. Yeah, thank you for these good insights. This is super helpful. So,
thank you very much. My name is Okot Cecilia, the HR manager, Nairobi World of Schools. I think for Nairobi World of, it's a process. Apart from the first interview where we find out about how you are going to handle these particular children, we also test on the soft skills. We test on the practicality of how you're going to handle that particular class. So our shortlisting, we have to be also very honest in this conversation, that we cannot bring everybody who has character in Kenya. So we look at the basic, and that is where now the degree comes in. We look at your CV. We are aware that people write CVs in this country these days. We are even aware that people coach candidates for the interviews. So we look at your CV. Most people actually have attributes in all of them. Then that is where now there is a cutoff point. Are we looking for a diploma, a degree, a master's? Maybe it's in administration. So from there, we invite the few candidates. In our interview questions, it is not all about knowledge. For instance, I want to cite a very good question we asked teachers. What is your golden rule in teaching? We are not expecting you to tell us that I had 100 A's in my subject. No, at that particular point, you're expecting, have you been a role model? Are there people that have gone through you actually and you've transformed their lives? So already you can see that you are picking on the soft skills and the character and the relationship this person has. Now from there, we go into our induction process. Now you have a chance to meet all the other people in different departments and learn about our organizational culture, values, vision, mission of this particular organization. And then we take you through a very extensive 6-month probation process. Now that is where the catch is. You said you can teach high school, but now we're giving you high schoolers you can't manage. So the rule of the land also allows us to terminate your contract based on that, or even extend it. So I believe through this 6 months interaction, we'll be able to pick, is this person even aligned with our mission? Is this person having the character we are looking for? Is this person building relationship with the children and the fellow staff? So that is from Nairobi World of. Thank you.
yes, thank you very much. We'll have one more, and then we'll take the tea break.
For me, I would like to look at this Tesla hiring, the way they hired from the character, relationship, skills, and knowledge. So I was looking at this young man from just, I don't know, it's last month. He was called Brian Mwenda. He was a lawyer. He was a fake lawyer. This guy, he had the character. He knew how to build the skills, but he won 26 cases. So I was wondering, I was just asking myself a question. This guy, he didn't have the knowledge. He didn't have the LSK. He didn't learn about to become a lawyer. But he won 26 cases. He even knew how to build relationship with the judges, because I saw one of the days he used to go to offices to welcome new judges to the court. So I'm like, is this character of Brian Mwenda a good character or a bad character? So at least, yeah, that was my question.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
All right, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, that particular case, if you get the detail, it's shocking. That young man is an impersonator, and family falls under the category of poor, of terrible. Never won a case. Lied to desperate people that he can represent them. Lied that he had abilities he did not have. Yeah? So we've made a joke out of it, saying that we can even turn him into a lawyer through RPL. You do not turn a liar and an impersonator into a person who is supposed to sort people's lives out. And let's not forget, our lawyers are the noisiest, but underneath it all, they solve family problems, they solve children's problems. We cannot let that kind of person in front to solve our lives' problems. He sorts out elderly ladies, elderly women who have no grasp of English and the court processes. Then he comes and impersonates a person and makes a lot of money. That is the only thing he did. He falls under terrible character. And we as educators cannot even afford to be in the same basket to laugh and trivialize that kind of thing. We cannot. Otherwise, we are also damning ourselves as people who tolerate impersonators. So let us look for the detail in things, and let us not just take things superficially. That young man was an impersonator, bad character. Not the kind that anybody wants to be associated with. Thank you. On character and hiring, I am a teacher, I am a manager. I have found that the children themselves are the best judge of character. In that period of 6 months, get feedback from the learners. Get them to solve, get the students to challenge new teachers to solving a myriad of problems. They will tell you, this one, short-tempered. This one does not even answer. This one, 4 weeks into the job, cannot tell the names of the students, does not care about them. So let us not be afraid as educators to throw new people into the deep end of the people they have to deal with, the learners. Thank you.
I'll be very brief. My name is Simon. My character is I'm a peace-loving, and my purpose is to create smile in life of people. I have a question. In the breath of our moderator, he was very rich in the Bible quotation. I just remember this a young man, or rather this person that we love most, is called Paul. Paul is a transformed soul. So to most of our HR guys here, and people like Cecilia will help me too, I'll indulge you further. During your recruitment, if you realize that you are recruiting Paul, do you at times get tempted to refer to Saul? And if that is the case, we are talking about learning to unlearn. And we believe that people can grow. So where do we draw the line? Because some of these characters, we can be able to catch, we can be able to learn, and unlearn whatever we had, and then become better people. So where do we draw the line? So that during the recruitment or during any other opportunity, based on the character, Paul is more pronounced than the Saul.
Thank you. Okay, guys, thanks for all that really good input, real-world input here from everyone. I concur with everything that you said. Now, your limbic brain is operating, the food drive is kicking in, and we're going to take care of that because we got tea prepared, coffee. So let's take 20 minutes, and let's reconvene again at approximately 11:50 a.m., not p.m., a.m., okay? All right, guys, 20 minutes, tea break, talk to somebody new. We'll see you soon.
Yeah, so thank you very much, Tony, Daniel, and Mudeu Kasonga, especially our invited guests on this other side. There's a boardroom the other side. You'll be able to have your tea just at the boardroom where we had it yesterday. For the rest of the team members, there's a list going round. So please write your name in block letters, as in capital letters, for the certificates, so that when they are printed, we get your name right. So thank you very much. I know the others who have already written, you can just go for the tea. Let's pray for tea. Father God, thank you for this breakfast that you've given us. We thank you, and we pray that the way you've been kind to us, you also be kind to those who do not have. I pray this, trusting and believing in the mighty name of Jesus. Amen. So if you have already written your name, you can just go for tea. So for those guys who have not written, they Said it's my time, man. It's my time. So we want to bring Dr. Akech back. Daktari, we are sorry. We are sorry. Tusamehe, sio ubaguzi. Ni pressure fulani ilitoka area fulani ikabidi nimetii. Sasa. So we want to bring in Dr. Akech. He's going to take us through the breathing process, and then thereafter we'll have a presentation from Annette from Ubongo International. You can engage with Annette. You see these Bongo kids on TV, the cartoons, they are here. So if you want to invite a Bongo to your school, Annette is there. Ensure you get her contact. I already told them for my son, since my son is a fan, I need giveaways for Bongo kids so that I can take to Liam that imetoka kwa Bongo kids and they are here. Sasa, so daktari, it is your time. Situmkaribishe kwa makofi. Learning has taken place. You see, nobody is clapping now. Thank you.
So I will not go through a lot of, practical details, but I'll just read for you for the sake of information that we had mentioned about that the heart pumps blood 2 gallons of blood every minute, 100 gallons every hour. Do you know that? And we lose 10 million cells every second. And we create 10 million cells every second. So every cell goes through 100 million chemical reactions every second. So we have 50 trillion cells in our body. So the digestive tract renews itself every 3 days. And then it's a complex, it's a very good big complex, but yet it works without your knowledge, which we call the subconscious mind. So then the next point is, so you have about, anyway, so this is a bit complicated, but you have about 100 billion neurons, what we call neural connections. Your mind is wired. I'll leave that for another time. So the objective of this session is basically to take you through breathing, and then how do you balance this with what I've just said. So we mentioned earlier that when you are stressed, then there's no flow of oxygen into your brain, and also no flow of oxygen to your lower abdomen. So your internal organs, your digestive system, we said it renews itself every 3 days. And then we say your body renews everything else every 6 months. Your liver, at about 6 months, is new. In 2 years, everything in your body is renewed, including your bones. So you're never the same person. Does that make any sense? So therefore, the objective of this session is to help you to become present through breathing. Okay? In simple terms, but we go deeper. I'm an expert in breathing, because I've practiced martial arts for some time. So breathing is critical. It's a healer. It's one of the top healing mechanisms, more than medicine, that if the pharmaceutical industries understand, then I will go out of business, or they will go out of business most of the time. So we say that we are stressed. So stress leads to anxiety. Anxiety leads to you suppress it, suppression, then you get depressed, and then it degenerates around your lower organs or abdomen. And then when it degenerates, what happens is that now it becomes poisonous. So new cells, like we said, are not being reproduced. So it is poisonous around here. Therefore, if it stays for long, then the sicknesses we have, what we call lifestyle sicknesses, come about, okay? So we have hypertension, like high blood pressure, diabetes, kidney issues, lung issues, intestinal issues, colon cancers. All those factors is as a result of stress, the bigger percentage. But your mind has power to control what happens around you, because this is the chemist. The human body is made in such a way that it attracts from the universe and then connects in equal proportion, in equal balance, which we don't have control over. The body is made up of all the components that we find on the earth. Dr. Tony Designer was saying, if you jump, without knowing, you will come down, right? So that's the law of gravity. So we are connected to the earth magnetically, but connected to the universe electronically or electrically. So we are electromagnetic beings. We are electromagnetic beings. So I asked you, where is your mind? Some of us, I think there was so I'm going to use this chair. I don't know if I'm blocking. It's okay? So your mind actually is above your brain. We were talking about neurons, neural connections. You know, we have neurons. You know, so we say that just in quick preview, you don't need to memorize any of this, but you know, you have 100 billion neurons in your brain, and one neuron is about 10,000 to 40,000 connections. Okay, so if you take 100 billion stacks of paper, you pile it. It's about 10,000 kilometers. It will be maybe from London to Los Angeles. So if you take a scoop of gray matter, you know, some of you do biology students, lectures, or of grain, it has about 100,000 neurons with over 10 billion connections, which means these connections come together to make a network of gangs or gang of neurons. So if the brain is processing about 400 billion bits of information every second, but we're only conscious about 200 billion, you know, or less than that. But that is for you to be aware of so much that is happening that we are not aware of. As you sit here, there's a lot of networks. That's why for us who grew up earlier, we used to have KBC, so Yom Viringo. So that's what we call neural connections. So the brain is made in such a way that, especially for us who do martial arts, there's right and left. So when you block here, you block here, it's good for the neuroplasticity, for the brain to be good. So it helps in people to become very good mathematicians, musics. Even piano is good because you do use of both hands. So with the martial arts, we use every part of the body. So if you're used to brushing your teeth with your right hand, next morning, do it with the left. Try, so that you start doing what's not predictable. So therefore, there's something, today we talked about, Tony mentioned about what? Gratitude. So they say gratitude is the ultimate state of receivership. So when you're looking at ourselves, since we have frequency, we are vibrational beings, we connect with each other, not intellectually the way we teach in school, but vibrationally. That's why we have these phones, you know. It's a vibrational beings. It works on frequencies. So gratitude has a high frequency. And then beyond that is love. Love has highest frequency. So when you sit and you memorize, you visualize, then you start being grateful, okay? Be grateful for the things you like. So the more you're grateful, you can actually say, I want to be grateful for, now we're talking about the 10 weeks. Visualize what you want and try to see it emotionally as if it's been achieved. Connect to the emotion of the future. So we say, normally we are used to what we call a predictable future based on a familiar past. We are basically our past memories most of the time. So what we're doing now in transforming education is basically to rewire ourselves, to regenerate, because maybe sometimes we have degenerated, and then when the degeneration happens, the cells are not generating anymore. It becomes, you become unease or dis-ease, and that's what you call disease, right? That makes sense. Yeah, so it degenerates around here. So, but you can control by sending oxygen. So that's what we're going to do in simple terms, in practical. So this is what we call, in the corporate world, I'm calling it the corporate breathing. So the method I'm using is called the 4-7-8 principle. It's a very simple method. So I want you to stand fast up, everybody. So relax, I want you to relax your shoulders. Just be free. Loosen up, do this. Don't worry about who's watching you, just loosen up. Okay? Loosen up. So, okay, tense your shoulder a little bit this way. So as you're tensing, I want you to bring your hands, squeeze it so hard. So bring in, tighten your hands so tight, and then release. Again. So then the next thing you're doing, when you breathe in, tense, hold. Tight hands, and see if everything is tight, and then release. So then, when now you're doing the tense, breathe in through your nose, so tense, and then you hold, and then out through your mouth. Do you feel anything? Okay? So one more time, tense, breathe in, tighten your shoulders, jikaze kabisa, and then you'll release it through your mouth. So again, we're going to be practicing, and then after that, we go into another mode. Okay, so before that, can I use mine as the mic? You can hear me for the moment. Okay, so you loosen up. So we're going to be doing, I want you to tap your head. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The other hand, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Tap your back here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The other side, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Tap here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Tap under, 1, 2, 3, 4, 7. Upper arm, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Upper, lower, 1, 2, 3, 4, 7. The other hand, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Up, under, 1, 2, 3, 4, 7. Upper, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 7. And then here, this 1, 2, 3, 7. And then here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Then I want you to do this way. Bring your hands into the hip. So squeeze it. Right, left, squeeze it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Then the other side, change. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so then go to your eyes, press it. You can either do this way or press inside. Press inside with your eye, the ball of your eyes. And then as you press, you breathe in. Breathe in, breathe out. Then the next thing, hold your nostrils this way. So these hands are this way. So one is this way, breathe in through your nose. And then with the other hand, breathe out through the other nostril. In through your nose, both nostrils. So in, hold. The other nostril with the other part closed. If anything comes out, it's okay. In. And then to the other finger again. So they say one part of the nostril connects to the sun, the other part connects to the moon. Okay, so there's somehow it connects to the universe. Okay, so now, then hold it here. So from up, you squeeze it, just if you bring it down. This one. And you're pressing it and then end up here. 1. Up. In. In. Okay. Then the next. Here, breathe in. Breathe out. Through your nose, in. Breathe out. So here, breathe in. Breathe out. Breathe in. Breathe out. Touch your toes. As you go down, you breathe in. Right? As you can reach, it's fine. If you can't, but the issue is breathe in. Breathe out. Again. So as you're going down, breathe in through your nose. And then as you're coming out, breathe out through your mouth. In. Out. One more time. Breathe in. Stay there. Hold. Breathe out. So here, hold your hands up. Put your fingers this way. Then and this way. So breathe in to bring back into your nose. You might feel dizzy, so if you feel dizzy, go back to nose. Breathe in, hold, breathe out. One more time, breathe in through your nose. Breathe out. To your right, breathe in. Breathe out. To your left, breathe in. Breathe out. To the front, sideways, breathe in. Push. Remember when I told you, try to imagine yourself all the way as much as you can. Breathe out. Other side, breathe in. Breathe out. Bring your hands down, breathe in. Then go to your right, this way. Then go down. Go to your left. Okay? So the objective of when you bend this way, because you've been sitting for long, they say a lot of tension are normally around your the back or your pelvic area. All the traumas, you have traumas, they all gather around your pelvic area. So mastering exercise in the back is good. And now on your toes here. 1, 2, 3. Then on your toes, okay, you can say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then here on your toes, 1, 2. This connects to your brain, migraine to the things. And then your calves is your second lung. No, the Kakamega forest of Kenya, or the Ubongo forest of Africa, or the Amazon of the world. The second lung is, so always try to exercise on your toes, okay? That helps you allocate your calves. As much as the more tension you feel on it, the better. Okay, when you're breathing for long, just stay this way, try to touch your toes, then turn again, try to touch your toes. Okay? So that helps release the tension. So a lot of trauma, even for past, they collect around you. So the final stage is on, sit down. So sit at the edge of the chair. Your feet should be flat on the ground. Okay? So and then relax your shoulders. Okay? The key point is that your spine is straight. Okay? So you can do this while sitting. When you wake up in the morning, you can also do it while you're lying in the bed, just right after you wake up. When your subconscious mind is still very sleepy, the best time. And also before you go to bed, just before you sleep. And if you have time, during the day. Or when you're walking the 10-week thing, also you can do the same. You know, this is basically helps you with what we call visualization. But for now, we're working on this method. We call it the 4-7-8 principle, or 4-8-7-4-7-8 principle. You breathe in at the count of 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean 1, 2, 3, 4. Then hold. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Then release. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. So first thing is you can put your palm on the hand, and then your hand on the palm on your lap, or you can also put it facing out. Facing out means also you're connecting, you're drawing energy from the universe. So you're bringing the universe into you. And then also you're releasing to the universe. The universe conspires, isn't it? You mentioned that about conspires to help you. It's here to help you. All things are made for my good. So here, relax. Feet flat on the ground. Connect to the earth magnetically. Then bring the weather to the mountain with your heart. Breathe in through your nose. Relax first. Relax your shoulder. And try to listen to your heartbeat. For now, work on the breathing first. Then second, you work on listening to yourself. Okay, so relax. So I'll do the control, and then after that you do on your own. You count in your mind. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, let's go in. Breathe in through your nose. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold. 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Breathe out. In your mouth. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. So the objective of this, when you're breathing in, I want you to push air into yourself, lower abdomen. If possible, ultimately you're supposed to push air up to your toes. And then the next advanced stage is to push air into your brain. Okay? So that's the goal. So you can practice this at your own time. When you come to the office in the morning, before you do anything else, relax, do the same. During lunchtime, if you're feeling like you're starting to do your anxious, this reduces high blood pressure, but also low blood pressure, even diabetes. This method is one of the ways of reducing that. Okay? So relax. Calm down. I want you to talk about be calm. I'll take you through the calm. Just calm down. Breathe naturally. Listen to your heartbeat. And be aware of yourself. Be aware of where you are. I want you to take a deep breath in through your nose. In. Hold. mouth. Slowly. Breathe in. Breathe out slowly. So I want to hear the out breath. We call it the ocean breathing, the way the ocean does. When you're hearing in the Mombasa, you can hear the ocean. You do that. As you breathe out, at the same time, slowly. Okay, breathe in. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold. In. Hold. So with your eyes closed, listen to yourself. Try to visualize what you want, and then just breathe in slowly. Calm. Be aware of first yourself, your heartbeat, and then try to be aware of what's happening around you. But breathe slowly with your own count, and out also with your own count, by your count. With your eyes closed, final exercise, breathe in, deep breath in. Out. So visualize gratitude. Just say thank you, thank you, thank you. Relax. Breathe in through your nose, out through your mouth. Open your eyes. So when you're calm, you can make more sober, rational decisions. So this training basically helps your conscious and the subconscious mind. So you make more rational decisions. You can do it in the morning, in the afternoon, and in the evening. So we call it the 3-point breathing. So the objective of this is that we have what we call 7 energy centers, okay, or hormonal centers. So there's the sexual gland, the digestive gland, the heart or the thymus gland, and then the heart, we call it, this is adrenal, the thymus, the thyroid, the pineal gland, and the pituitary gland. All these are very important. And then from these 7 centers, we have 12 channels that the blood circulates, energy channels. Then from there, it circulates twice, which makes 24 hours. Then if you calculate properly, the whole system takes 1 year to renew itself, 360 days. That's how we connected to the universe. So when you breathe, you're bringing the universe, and breathe out also, you're connecting to the universe. So we are connected spiritually, magnetically on the earth. So this is the objective. So it helps you to connect to yourself, to be more, actually this helps you to feel, to find yourself, to believe in yourself, visualize on what we're doing now. So I want to take this moment to thank you. So we can always do this over a period of time. Let's see. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Tony. Daktari. I don't know if he told you that he's also a martial arts expert. Did you tell them about that? If you hear about Togel Mondo, don't joke with me because I've been trained. I have black belt. So if you want your school to be trained on the same, I think you can be able to get in touch with Daktari. So in the next phase, now we want to invite Dr. Tony, who is going to take us through a small exercise. And this exercise is basically the launch of this particular training on transforming education in the global south, right? Thank you. Karibu.
Okay, thanks, Vince. Okay, so I've been sharing about this for the last day and a half, right? That this initiative is all about transforming education in the global south towards 2050, right? It's a campaign that's going to run in the global south, particularly here in Kenya, East Africa, and on the continent of Africa, right? So as I was sharing yesterday, this is your time. This is the time of Kenya. This is the time of Africa. This is your time to showcase what a transformed education system can actually look like. We need models on this, right? So the content of this campaign is the content you've been listening to in this workshop so far, right? We are actually mapping out a concept paper that will be more or less what you've been hearing about already. This will be ready in about a week or so. But at this point, I'm going to give everyone here in this workshop first mover advantage to be the first launch partners of this global initiative in the entire global south. I've been in the Philippines for the past year multiple times. We've gone through two three-day workshops with the top superintendents and supervisors, with the Department of Education. We weren't ready to have launch partners by the time we finished the last workshop, which was a few weeks ago, right? But we worked very hard to get ready to do this in this workshop here. So I'm giving you guys here in Kenya, in this workshop, first mover advantage to be the first launch partners in the entire world on this campaign. We're going to have thousands of partners, but I'm going to give you the opportunity. You're invited if you world, but we picked Kenya, right? Nairobi. So we want you guys there to actually showcase and tell us, right? Tell the Africa Union the early evidence of this model of transforming education, which is essentially focusing on the transformation of people and the new pyramid, right? The character, relationships, skills, physical vitality, and not the acquisition of knowledge, but the application of knowledge, right? And the holistic development. You know what it means now, right? Spiritual, moral, physical, vitality, emotional, relational, and mental cognitive, right? These are the big takeaways. So where's the QR code gone to? Okay. the most important thing disappears, right? Okay, guys, QR code, please. It's coming. Oh, it disappeared. Okay. Anyone have any questions about that real quick? Anyone? You're going to be learning a lot more about it, right? Yes, go ahead.
Explain the three categories that you've...
Yeah.
Can you just explain the three categories that we are signing up for?
Yes. So that, you know, we haven't fully mapped it out yet, but just to get the ball rolling, we gave three categories. To be a launch partner. A launch partner means that's a more serious commitment, that you're ready to take more ownership, you're willing to work with this, to expand it, to make models, to bring more people in your network. You all have amazing networks here in Kenya, maybe in the region as well. You're invited to be an owner. That's what a partner means, right? A working partner. A supporter means, I'm not ready to partner yet, but I really support it. I'm going to be a great supporter. I'm going to be an advocate. I'm going to talk to my network about it, kind of like the next level down. And then a delegate means, well, I'm just getting started. I want to learn more about it, but I feel I know enough to at least be a delegate, right? So there's kind of three levels of engagement, you could say, right? So that's basically what it means. So a partner means, you know, a more higher level of ownership. A supporter means, you know, the next level. Delegate means the next level. And of course, you can move up in these later too, right? So I kind of feel that everyone who is participating in this workshop, you're ready, at least for one of these three, right? And then we are mapping this out more thoroughly. Very soon, I'll share the concept paper with you. Probably be about 15 pages or so. It's going to be very well written. We'll go through another step at that point. And, you know, we're going to be building up to the formal launch, which is not that far away, right, in early December, okay? Where's the QR code, guys?
Yeah, we use your computer because it's compatible with this, so you can put your password.
What?
You can put your password in this one. The cable is not compatible.
Yeah, now what?
What's your WhatsApp?
Okay, what's that? Okay. Oh boy, technology. Where is it? Yeah, I'm going to do it. Is it working? Okay, here we go. Point your cameras to the QR code, and I'm going to give you like about 5 or 6 minutes to fill out the form, and then you guys will be the founding members. You'll go down in history. You're the founding members of this campaign.
So if you're following,
Looks like you're not that excited about it. You're going to be the founding members of this campaign. You're invited to be the founding members, okay? All right.
Tony, for those whose phone cannot scan, their neighbors will fill, and then you can share your phone with your neighbor to fill.
Okay.
Because I know there are phones that cannot scan.
All right. You have all their emails, right? Can you send a WhatsApp to all of them?
Yes.
Then do that now.
Yeah. So there are those who already sent me their WhatsApp. If you did not send me a message on WhatsApp, I'll give you my number. Text me, I send you the QR code.
Then do that now.
My number is 0723. My number is
You can
07.
get the microphone.
Are they able to hear me? My number is 0723. I want to send you also the code on WhatsApp. 0723 769 430.
You need to say that slowly.
You know, Tony is a teacher. Once a teacher, always a teacher. 0723.
That's too fast. Slow down.
0, 7, 2, 3. Now I want to dictate like my biology teacher. 0, 7, 2, 3, 7, 6, 9, 4, 3, 0. And the 45 minutes is gone. We have only written one page. Thank you, guys.
Can we project it up again, guys? What's going on?
Yes, please.
Hey, keep it up. Are you guys getting it on your phones? Yeah. Yes? No? Yes. A question? Okay. Yes, question.
I'm asking, what if I don't have a smartphone? What will I do?
Okay, if you don't have a smartphone, email. You got email? Okay. I connect with Vincent and we'll get you going, okay? All right.
So you can text me on WhatsApp, I send you. Okay, I can see some of you are.
Those of you who don't have smartphones, we'll give you a paper form, okay? We'll give you a paper form that you can fill out on paper, all right? So we'll get the information anyway, okay? While you're filling it out, if it'd be good, this is a good time as you're filling it out, if anyone has other kind of questions about it. Okay, Mr. Jarogi, can you come up here and tell everyone what this is all about from your perspective as a governor? And oh, I want to make an announcement too, right? Okay, wait, just hold on. Let's give you 5 or 6 or 7 minutes to fill this out, okay? Just take your time.
So in the county and sub-county, of course, we are in Nairobi County, then you can put your sub-counties, the former district, in Tunaita constituency.
Also put Kenya, put the country as well.
Yes.
Because we're going to have many countries, right? We want to know which country you're in. Can we project the QR code again?
Your screen is going off.
Oh.
So the timing for your screen, yes.
There we go.
can raise up your hand so that I can look at the quorum and see if I need to add more minutes. So we'll do. Those who are finished, please raise up your hand so that I can see. I'll give you 2 more minutes. So if you want to scan, I can also capture and scan my time. Utilize this. If you have a scanner, you want to scan from my phone, I am at your disposal. So for those who still have challenges in accessing the SQR code, I'm coming to assist you. So when you'll see me, after I invite the next speaker, you can just raise your hand. I'll be able to come and assist you, okay? Now we'd like to invite now Annette from Ubongo International. And Annette, we are very grateful because she's come all the way from, let me just use this a bit, this. Annette has come all the way from Tanzania for this particular event, and it's not the first time she's supporting us. So Annette and Ubongo has been very, very supportive indeed, and we are not taking it for granted. So we'll be able to give you, Tony, how many minutes? 10. So we'll give you 10 minutes so that you can be able to share with the audience what you do. I believe also there'll be room for you also to engage with her and see how can you be able to be a partner of Ubongo International. Situkaribishe Annette, with our normal way. So thank you very much, Annette. Did I tell you my sister is also called Annette, the only sister we have in a team of 5 boys?
Very charming. I see how you're able to, you know, all the resources that you are. Okay, thank you very much. My name is Annette Ngongi, and I'll see what I can do in 10 minutes. I believe I will have enough time. Yeah, as we sort the technological part of this, I would just like to start this out by, you know, telling a story about how Ubongo came to be. So I'm born and raised in Tanzania, Dar es Salaam. I did my primary education in Kenya, Machakos district. So I feel like sometimes I'm half Kenyan, half Tanzania. I've been told a lot like I act more Kenyan than I do Tanzanian, so there is that. But Ubongo started around 2013, and it was actually an idea that a teacher thought of. It was during a time whereby Tanzania was going through this crisis. I mean, we still are going through an educational crisis, but at that particular time, the children scored like a really, really low score in mathematics. And this particular teacher said, like, why don't we just come up with an idea of, and actually, one thing that I have observed just going back is that for us in Tanzania, and I think I would say more than Kenya because I've experienced both sides, mathematics is seen as, I don't know, it's like this devil, like it's either you're good at it or you're extremely bad at it, and if you're extremely bad at it, you just give up hope, you know. I've had so many people say, you know what, I will get maybe division 2, but then it will probably become 3 because I'll get a D in mathematics. So just like children give up hope in mathematics very early on, and it's very normal there. So when that happened, that teacher was like, why don't we create something that would help make fun, you know, learning fun for children? Because as it was at that time, it was almost as if learning was very, very, very serious business, and it was not fun or playful at all. And for us at Ubongo, we believe that actually children learn most when they're playing. Children learn most when they're having fun. So this teacher came up with the idea that, you know, we should teach mathematics through cartoons. Our very first cartoon was Ubongo Kids, which aims to nurture STEM, so science, technology, engineering, and mathematics within children aged 7 to 14. And we got like a huge success with that one. And then we started Akili and Me because the parents kept telling us that, you know, most of the children, like the children who are actually at home are the younger children. Like, why don't you think of a program for them to, you know, support school readiness, numeracy, and literacy skills? And that is how Ubongo came to be. It's 2023. We actually launched a 3rd cartoon this year, Nuzo and Namia, and that one, it's mostly, it's like a bridge between Akili and Me and Ubongo Kids, because we are targeting 6 to 9 with that, and it's about like nurturing comprehension strategies, because we do know like a child can know their, you know, letters, but then like the comprehension strategies and the comprehension skills, that one is still needed. So Nuzo and Namia also have autistic characters, like a character who's neurodivergent. So Namia, who is autistic, is going through different parts of Africa, learning about our diverse cultures and coming back home, you know, and experiencing these things with their parents. So we launched that in 2023.
Sorry guys, the MacBook is set in a way that you have to command it. Tony, yours is a MacBook, eh?
Okay,
So there is a way
why don't you just keep sharing? We can't wait for this. So just keep sharing.
Yeah, it's okay. I can share with yeah, I think this will be sufficient. I can just share the presentation if anyone wants. So we have 440 million kids in Africa, and we do know that most of them experience very low cognitive, social-emotional skills, and basically that is what Ubongo, that is a problem that Ubongo is trying to solve. We use the power of entertainment, informed by localized education research, delivered through the reach of mass media, and currently we reach 32 million families around the world weekly, and that almost totals to 60 million children that tune in weekly to watch our shows. And how do we reach children? We use free-to-air TV. We are in about 30 countries in Africa, and others global, because we also have, apart from free-to-air TV, we have radio content, we use IVR, we use YouTube, we have apps, literally we're just everywhere. I think in Kenya we have our content shown in Akili Kids, which is not, by the way, our brand. That is a broadcaster that broadcasts some of our shows. But I think also, we also show in, is it KTN? Is it KTN? Yeah. Okay, I'll go straight to the research process, Ubongo's process. So Ubongo uses a human-centered research. Basically, what we try and do when we're creating our content, we start from the very first stage of, the curriculum. So we do map our content across different curriculums in Africa. I think, I know for a fact that Kenya is one of the curriculums that we've mapped our content into. And then also we partner up with stakeholders like yourself to figure out, okay, for example, what do children need to be learning right now? What does the curriculum say they should be learning? But then depending on like the global happenings, what should they also be learning? So like, for example, the COVID times. So there was a lot of, emotional mayhem in the families. Like there was a lot of mental, episodes happening, and we did a lot of content around, hand washing, but then also just like emotional support in the home, because a lot of parents were displaced from their work. So there was a huge need for, just extra support, and the children were at home. So again, it was an opportunity. Because they were not in school, what were they doing at home? They could be learning through the different content. But then also after now we've mapped out what we want to nurture, we have like this extensive human-centered research design whereby we take the children to the schools. And this is something that, to be honest, within the 2 days I've been here, I've really wanted to find out. So I'm just going to use this opportunity, because I don't think I'll get it again, to ask, are there any teachers from like government schools? In Tanzania we call them government schools. Here, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nice, Anna. We have possible partnerships, so please make sure you've noted the hands. Okay, so the thing is, for us, we believe that the children that we are targeting are last mile children. So children who don't have access to, this expensive innovations, or like, school fees to private schools. So that is why whenever we are going to research, we normally try and go and research in, public schools, whereby, because we cannot like use the level that, I'm sorry, my dear, I really loved your intervention. I love your school, but then I'm just going to use it as an example, like what I've found when I'm going to research into different schools. Like the private schools children really have different level, like they're on different levels compared to the public school children. So unfortunately we see that, the public school children are the ones that we have to target to, because then they're going to use our content as supplementary material to like the education that they're using in schools. And apart from that, we also try to distribute to millions of children who are last mile. So in Tanzania, we don't have a lot of TVs in like the, very remote areas. So we are distributing by flash drives. You're going to find partners who maybe have different gadgets in schools that they can use our content. And then after that, we also do a lot of impact evaluation to really answer the questions of, can children really learn using cartoons? Because a lot of times when we approach sponsors, when we approach partners, they're like, cartoon. And even myself growing up, like I would never say Tom and Jerry really helped me learn anything, but more research is coming out to show that actually children can learn through cartoons, children can learn through media, and I think what technology is telling us, it's like whether we like it or not, our children are going to be, looking at the screens. So I think it's up to us to really determine what are they looking, what are they watching when they are watching the screens. And as much as I know, like a lot of, medias try and say, there's so much educational content for kids, but to be honest, that's not true. We really need more partners who are also funding this element of, good media for children, so that yes, they might be watching, cartoons, they might be watching screens, but they are watching something that is substantial or is adding to whatever it is that they are learning in schools. I think that's mostly it. We do have a lot of research. I can share the research that we have done. We have like 8 different kinds of research trying to ascertain, and overall our content improves learning outcomes by 13% in different areas, so counting number, shape, fine motor skills, English, social-emotional learning, and the like. And with Ubongo Kids, it's even higher, so it's like 25%. What else have I not said? We also have, caregivers, because personally, I am a big advocate for like the society just taking the step forward and also like taking the education into our own hands, because yes, we do know that we take our children to school to learn, but the honest situations in most of these schools, you have like a teacher in front of the likes of like 100 students, like 30 students or even more, and it's very hard for them to also be impacting, the things that they need to be learning from the curriculum, but then also like this character strength and the social-emotional aspect of it. So we also have caregiver content, just, explaining to parents, nurturing to parents the importance of, playing, the importance of talking to their children, the importance of, creating time and just like being engaged in their children's social well-being. So we call that Akili Family, and we normally use those kind of, products to, nurture these different skills, because we can say that, children need characters, children need social skills, but then for me, to be honest, as a mother of a 2-year-old, like I can see it very, very clear that if I don't have the characters, there is no way in hell or earth I can ever impact any characters to my children. So we can sit here and complain that, children nowadays are mannerless, but it's because we are mannerless. So if we are mannerless, how are we ever going to bring up like a generation of children that have manners? Where are they getting those manners from? Because I feel like from the moment that the children are born, they're just, very, very anxious to learn, and they're going to learn anyways. Whether it's bad, whether it's good, they're going to learn. Like you cannot take the learning aspect from the children. They are constantly learning. But the question is like, what are they learning? So yeah, I would really like to end it there. I think my 10 minutes must be up. I can share this presentation with anyone that wants to, but then we really, really hope as Ubongo that we can have more partnerships in Nairobi. And yeah, basically, why it was so interesting for me to come, it was like, okay, this meeting, I'm really gonna meet the people who are actually going to, bring the learning up by 2050. So we would really like to be part of that process. So yeah, thank you guys very, very much.
So thank you. I have to admit that Annette, all the way coming from Tanzania, we appreciate, and it's also good to mention that the chief sponsors of this particular event. So we really thank them, because were it not for them, it could have been challenging. Let's appreciate them. Yeah, actually they are the main sponsors for this event. So Annette, on behalf of Kaitan, the Global Peace Foundation Kenya, we say thank you very much. And it's not the first time. They've supported us several times. So thank you, Annette, and I'm looking forward for you engaging with other schools and seeing how they can be able to benefit from the Ubongo International. So thank you very much. So Tony, you are next. So you can continue. We are going to have our lunch at 1:30. So let's sit and wait. So the lunch is almost ready. So we are going to have it at 1:30.
Okay, guys. Welcome back. Yes.
I'm sending a WhatsApp link. We have one WhatsApp group so that I don't communicate with individual participants. So if you give me consent to create the WhatsApp group, is it okay? Yes. So I'll be sharing everything that needs to be shared with that platform. Thank you. So I'm sending a link. Just accept to join the group.
Okay, so this will be the last presentation, so I'm just going to get it started before lunch in the next 15 minutes or so, just to get the ball rolling. And then I'll wrap it up after lunch, and then we'll continue on with the latter part of our program for the rest of the day, okay? So this is a very important presentation also. Actually, they're all important. Really want to thank you for your presentation on Ubongo Kids. That was beautiful. And it's very impressive with the reach you have, right? Millions of students. That is very, very wonderful. Thank you. Holistic development of educators and students. Again, we're defining holistic development as spiritual, moral, emotional, relational, physical vitality, and mentally, cognitively area, okay? So I want to make a few key points about all of these 4 dimensions. First and foremost, let's recognize that we have unlimited potential, right? Everyone acknowledges that, correct? How many people here have like flatlined on your potential? There's no more to unlock. You've unlocked everything in your life so far, and you're done. How many people feel you've got a lot more potential left to unlock? Yes, and that's why we're doing the 10-week challenge. That is to actually trigger. This is a very important challenge if you take it on, and it's daily. There's no days off, right? To get you kick-started on this. And the more you transform yourself, the more your schools, the more Nairobi County can transform, the more we can transform Kenya and so on. It has incredible collateral positive effects. So each one of these dimensions require continuous growth and development. I'm going to say that again. Each one of these dimensions require continuous growth and development. All of them, all 4 of them. You cannot ignore any of them. And continuous means every single day. You're working on one aspect of it every single day. So when you do your walk in the second 5 minutes, right, you're imagining, you're visualizing how you want to grow in the next 10 weeks in one area in all four dimensions, right? You're going to face challenges. You're going to face challenges. You're already facing a challenge. How are you going to do your walk today, right? You're probably going to have to do it in the dark. You're going to have to get a flash lamp or something like this. You probably have to walk around your house. I don't know. You have to figure it out, okay? I have to figure this stuff out when I'm traveling. So when we actually overcome challenges, that's how we grow and develop. So welcome challenges. Do not be afraid of challenges. You should write this down. You're not going to grow unless there's challenges, right? Welcome them. They're necessary. If you don't have challenges, create challenges. That's why I'm giving you the 10-week challenge. It's called the 10-week challenge. We're putting a challenge in front of you so that you can stimulate growth and development. Without that, you're flatlining, you're not growing, okay? Developing a positive attitude about all of this. Overcoming limiting beliefs, okay? Oh, I can't do it. I haven't walked for many years. These are all limiting beliefs. Oh, I'm not educated enough. I don't have the qualifications. I'm too young. I'm too old. I don't know anybody. These are called limiting beliefs. This is a bad story that we tell ourselves that make us not do things, okay? So we have to overcome limiting beliefs. These are killers. They kill our growth and development. So be cognizant of them, be aware of them, and work on expunging these limiting beliefs. They block you from unlocking your full potential in each one of these four dimensions, okay? Also, you have to manage fear. You know, oftentimes it's fear of loss. You kind of might fear, oh, I'm going to lose something, when actually it's just, Ketch talked about this earlier, right? So in the immediate sense, you might actually lose an hour that you could be doing something else. But in the grand scheme of things, over the next 10 weeks, over the next couple of years, what you gain is incredible. So be careful, watch, and we have to manage our fears. Fear should be your counselor, not your prisoner, okay? So don't let fear be your prisoner. It should be your counselor. There is, on the opposite side of fear is opportunity. And then creating a positive growth mindset, okay? I want to talk about primary drives that impact our character. I talked about impulses yesterday, particularly impulses regarding pain and pleasure. We need to be pursuing in these impulses. What you really need to be pursuing is the long-term pleasure, not the immediate pleasure, right? But I want to talk about another area, a set of forces that are tremendously powerful, and we all have them. They're called primary drives. The three primary drives are food, the drive for food. That drive is kicking in right now in all of you because it's 1:15. Your stomach is speaking to you right now, what time is lunch? And you're actually peeking over if the lunch is appearing or not, right? You're taking a quick peek over, and take a look. It's not there. It's not there yet, right? And you're getting very worried, right? Oh my God, they said it would be at 1:30. God, what will happen if it's at 2:30? I will never survive. I'm going to die here in the room. We're going to have funerals here this weekend. You know, you've got to manage this drive, guys, right? I believe the team, it'll be there at 1:30 in 15 minutes, but we have to manage these drives, right? Even if you miss lunch, nobody's going to die. You can live for 7 days without, weeks maybe without food, not without water. The procreation drive, this is a powerful drive. It's a survival drive. It's all about the survival of the species, right? We all have that. And then there is something else called the danger drive. This is also a very, very powerful drive, right? It warns us when there's danger, and it guides us to navigate around the danger so that we can pursue amazing opportunities. This is another drive we have to manage, and this is the one that is least apt for the modern world, the danger drive, right? Because there's not a lot of danger out there these days. We were originally hunter-gatherers, so you actually had to hunt for your food, and most hunts ended in failure, right? And there's still people hunt for their food in some parts of the world, right? But this is what our ancestors did, and that's, you know, in terms of speaking of the walking, we were hunter-gatherers. We used to hunt herds, and the herd, you know how many miles? The average herd walks 4 miles an hour. So the hunters also walked 4 miles an hour. We did this naturally. The Creator created us like this. That's why we got legs, right? We walked every day. So this challenge I'm giving you to do the walk, we used to do this. We're designed to walk. We're supposed to walk. You're supposed to get the blood flowing. You're going to look more beautiful in 10 weeks because all the blood is going to go to your face. I'm telling you, take your photograph today.
everyone should take a photograph today before you leave individually or with your partner. Take a photograph again in 5 weeks and in 10 weeks. You're all going to look more beautiful, the ladies, and the men are going to look more handsome, right? If you do the challenge, right? Do you guys believe that? Wow, that's actually encouraging, right? So when these drives are very challenging to resist once they kick in, okay? You cannot think there, you cannot rationalize, that's another part of our mind, and they actually need to be managed, right? So I want to focus in on the danger drive, and these are survival responses. You guys know about this already. The common ones are fight, flight, or freeze, right? But when you're out there in the wild, you're not, if you're going to confront a lion, are you going to fight him? I mean, you can try, but the outcome is not going to be really good, right? How about if you face a tiger and you try to run away? Do you think you can outrun a tiger? Like I was hiking in the Cascade Mountains in the state of Washington near Seattle, right? And there was all these warning signs. The place is full of bears, black bears. And there were all these warning signs, right? The warning signs all said the same thing. If you see a bear, it says, don't run. Because you're not going to outrun the bear, okay? And they said, don't provoke the bear either. Don't fight the bear. If you can, if you like, but you're going to lose. You're going to be lunch, okay? So in the natural world, this fight or flight, you're not going to win. The animals will win, okay? The one that actually works the best is freeze, right? Because, hunters know this very well, right? That, hunters, the thing they focus on all the time is to be downwind from the animal and not move. Animals notice movement, but if you're standing still, a tiger can be like 20 feet away and he won't even know you're there, right? I wouldn't suggest you test this out, by the way, right? But hypothetically speaking, right? They won't even notice you're there. Oh my goodness. Oh, I have some bad news for you right now. And it's related to the food drive. Oh, do you want the news? There will be lunch. That's the good news. The bad news is, I'm going to read this statement. Lunch is at 2 p.m. Whoa. Can I survive? Can you guys survive? It's like another 40 minutes. Oh, my God. We're going to get really bad reviews in this workshop. They promised lunch at 1:30 and it was at 2 o'clock. This workshop is a disaster, right? Okay, so I don't know why it's at 2 o'clock. Maybe it's going to be the best lunch of the whole workshop. Maybe it's worth waiting for. I don't know. So the freeze response, right, is the least apt for the modern world of all of these three. And particularly, fear is one of the main qualities of this freeze response. It's really being afraid of what's in front of us. Fear is a really big thing, and particularly it's fear of pain, not particularly the pain itself. It's fear of pain, right? And also it could be a fear of loss. So for example, with this 10-week challenge, right? We suggested you do the walk, right, every day, the 1-hour walk or the 30-minute walk. And as you're trying to figure out, this challenge starts today. That means you're going to have to walk this evening sometime. And this fear of loss is already kicking in for many of you, because maybe you had a plan to go out for dinner tonight, but this challenge is more important. So now you're thinking, oh, I'm going to miss some nice dinner. I'm going to have to prioritize this, right? I might have to walk. I have to find a good place that's lit, right?
I was going to relax. Now I'm not going to relax and chill because it's Friday evening. Nobody walks on Friday evening, but you guys are going to have to walk because you're taking on the challenge, right? So this fear of loss, which is just in the immediate term, is kicking in, and you've got to manage it, right? It's just an example, all right? So we should not let fear be our jailer, but our counselor. The opposite side of fear is opportunity. Fear and opportunity are opposite sides of the right coin. Again, going back to the walk, right? So there is an opportunity here. This will get you growing on day one. That is today. We're not starting this challenge tomorrow. We are doing it today. I announced it yesterday. It starts today, right? I put an extra piece in this morning about the walk. That was unexpected. So you might say, oh, you should have told us about the walk yesterday. I could have walked this morning. No, you wouldn't. You would not have done it. I had to use all day today to, build the confidence that you can do this, okay? All right. So I'm going to give you an example. This comes from a friend of mine that I met in Dublin. I only met him once, but I've been on his courses many times. Jared Moran, he created an amazing program, health program called Body Slims. It's out of Dublin, Ireland. And he's very famous for this story. So I'm borrowing his story here because it's very applicable to what we're talking about. And this is the story of some farmyard animals to illustrate what we're talking about here. Pardon? What? What? Body Slims. Yes. So we'll start off with this first, the farmer, right? So Farmer Brown, he has this nice farm, and then one day he brings his cow, prized cow, her name is Daisy, into a field, and surrounding the field is an electric fence, okay? I grew up on a farm in Ireland. I know all about electric fences. If you touch an electric fence, okay, with the tips of your finger, did you ever do that? Anyone? Yeah. Who did that? Okay, you grew up on a farm, right? There you go. I mean, you will not touch it again. I mean, there'll be an electric shock that goes through your body. But we human beings have something called rubber shoes and boots, especially farmers do, so it's not that bad. But a cow has no shoes, right? If a cow touches this with they usually touch it with the tip of their nose where it's actually moist, and they have 4 legs, and that shock it gets grounded right away. If they get that shock, they will never go near that fence again, right? So then one day, Daisy is in the field. She never experienced the electric fence before. It's just a single wire that goes around the field. She's looking out beyond the electric fence, and she sees all the other animals running wild and free. And Daisy is thinking, oh my God, I'm in here alone. I don't know why Farmer Brown put me in this field alone, but I want to be out there with all the other animals running wild and free. So she makes up her mind one day, I'm going to go out there and engage with them. So she walks up, she barely sees this wire, right? And she goes up and she touches the wire, bang, electric shock, grounded through all her 4 feet. I mean, she really felt it. And she goes, whoa, okay? I guess I'm not getting out of this field. Daisy goes back into the middle of the field and then stays put. And stays put there day in, day out for weeks, right? And she wants to be out there running wild and free, but now she feels that I'm stuck here for the rest of my life, a prisoner in this field. After a few weeks, Farmer Brown in the field next door brings another animal. This time it's a bull. And there's a difference between Daisy and Brian. Brian and Daisy have different mindsets.
Daisy has a limited mindset. That's why when she touched the fence once, she got the shock, she experienced the pain, and now she is anticipating the fear of pain again. That's why she's not going near the fence. However, Brian the bull has a growth mindset, right? He does not have a limited, he has an unlimited mindset. So Brian is in the middle of the field, and he's there for a day or two, and Brian is looking out to the rest of the farm, all the rolling hills, all the animals running wild and free, particularly lots of cows out there, right? He wants to be with those cows. You know why, right? It's called the procreation drive. So then Brian decides, I'm leaving my field, my paddock. I'm going to go out there. Goes up to the fence, touches it with his nose, bang, electric shock, right? Never experienced it before. Brian then returns to the middle of the field and then plops himself down. And then Daisy, Daisy and Brian are able to actually communicate. Do you ever see a movie called Babe, where the sheep are able to talk, right? Well, these two animals are able to talk, animal talk, right? So Daisy says, Brian, I could have told you that, right? I could have told you, I knew this would happen. So here we are here for the rest of our lives in our little fields here. But Brian has a different mindset. So the next day, Brian is thinking, I'm going to give this another go here. I'm not going to stay here for the rest of my life. I want to be out there with the rest of the farm animals. So he stands up the next day, kind of puts down his nose, he puts his right foot forward, he moves it back a couple of times, and he goes into a pounce position, and then he makes this almighty dash to the wire fence, to the electric fence, and he's moving with incredible momentum. He makes contact with the wire fence, it snaps in two, and he's out there now running wild and free with the rest of the animals. Did Brian experience a little shock when he went through the fence? Probably. Did it last a long time? Probably lasted about a second, right? And now he's no longer a prisoner. He is free with all the other animals. So then Daisy noticed this, right? Daisy noticed this. Oh my goodness, here I am alone for the rest of my life. But Brian, the bull, he did something very different. And she remembered what he did. So now Daisy has some confidence. You know what? I'm just going to model what Brian did. I'm going to see if this works. So she picks up the courage, the confidence, and then she bends down, gets into a pounce position. She remembered Brian moved his leg back a couple of times, his front right leg, and then he made an almighty dash for the fence. So did Daisy. Now she's even moving faster. I'm going to move faster than Brian. Bang, like Bolt the dog, moving at 100 miles an hour. Makes contact with the electric fence, snaps in two, and there she is out there, finally, no longer a prisoner of her own limiting beliefs, running wild and free with the rest of the animals, okay? So let's just unpack all of this a little bit. So what is the farm? What are all the other animals? That's the opportunity. This is our opportunity as educators here, right, to make Nairobi County a demonstration of what, that's your farm. That's your farm, this county, right? Or whatever piece of Kenya you're in right now, Tanzania over here, right? So this is your farm, okay? This is where you need to be running wild and free. This is where you're liberating your educators, your students, and so on. This is the opportunity that you are actually zeroing in on in this workshop, okay? And this, so Daisy, most of you came into this workshop as Daisy the cow, right? With limiting beliefs, not a lot of confidence,
However, in the course of these 2 days, this intervention, this workshop is a strategic intervention in your lives right now. And it represents Brian the Bull, okay? It represents Brian the Bull. And we're giving you the ideas, the input that you need to break through your limiting beliefs, to get out there once and for all and transform this morass of a conventional education system and make it something truly amazing, right? The pyramid the right way up, okay? So, and then there's other people here in the room, your colleagues, who are also breaking through in their own way. We've heard testimonials of this for the last day and a half. They may be modeling some aspect of what's possible. They're also a reflection on Brian. They're the models, the exemplars, right? Who have been doing this for a long time. Mr. Jirogi is like a Brian the Bull, for example, right? Mateo over there is, well, you know, she's a woman, but in this example, she's Brian the Bull as well, right? Okay, but she's a woman. She's more like Daisy, but she's not Daisy the cow. She's Brian the Bull in this one. Do you get the idea, guys? Through this example. And then the electric fence, right? What does that mean? That the electric fence represents your limiting beliefs, right? It represents your current mental blueprint, the thing that you're not going to go beyond. Like this 10-week challenge, it's called a challenge. It's not easy. It is simple, but not easy to do, right? So this is challenging your current mental blueprint, and what you're being called upon to do is break through that mental blueprint so that you can be liberated once and for all and start growing and developing. Without this challenge, you're not going to grow, right? I'm telling you. So I'm really hoping you take it on, okay? Okay, so I want you to pair up for 3 minutes, okay? Pair up with someone you haven't paired up with before. That means you're going to have to stand up and walk to somebody and pair up. You can stand, you don't have to sit even. In fact, why don't you just stand? And then brainstorm a list of limiting ideas and beliefs that you have experienced that are blocking you from growing and developing, from achieving your goals and your dreams. Okay, very quickly pair up with somebody, and then each of you share a list of limiting beliefs that you've had in the past, that you might have currently, that are blocking you. That's a wall from you to achieving your full potential. Okay. we're going to reconvene here. Time. Oh. Hey team, can we project the slides? Can we get the slides up? Thank you. Okay, guys, thank you. Let's reconvene real quick. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay. Hey, guys, take a sneak peek over there. Look. What do you see over there? Hope. I told you the food would come by 2 o'clock, right? Okay. Okay, so we won't share. This was a really spirited little discussion, you guys. This, I think, was the most spirited group work we've had in the whole workshop. It looks like you guys got a ton of limiting beliefs that you've got to work through. This challenge that I gave you yesterday will help you to break through these limiting beliefs, especially if you do the walk today, right? If you do that, you're going to be like Brian the Bull. Who wants to be like Brian the Bull? Who wants to stay as Daisy the Cow? Stay in your limiting beliefs, stay in your comfort zone for the rest of your life, never grow again. Who wants to be like that? Who wants to be like Brian the Bull? There we go, yes. So some of these limiting beliefs that are really very common is procrastination. Do you guys suffer from procrastination syndrome? Yeah, like for example, I'll start the walk tomorrow. Saturday is a great day, I'm off, but doing it on a Friday evening, you're going to get challenged with procrastination the minute you leave this workshop, right? Don't succumb to it, okay? I can't make you do it. I cannot make you do anything. I know what I'm able to do, right? I only can manage myself. I can't even make my wife do stuff, right? She's an individual, unique human being. I only have control over myself, right? I can't even make my kids do stuff. I can influence them, and they're unique people with freedom and responsibility as well, right? You can't make anyone do anything. You only got direct control over yourself. Quitting is another one. Quitting is, don't quit on this challenge, guys, right? Say it out loud. I'm not quitting on this challenge. I'm not quitting. I'm not quitting. Quitting is a disease of the soul. Once you quit, it changes your life forever. Do not quit. Don't be like the 80% of people who quit after 3 weeks. You've got an accountability partner, right? Did you also have the second one, a friend or a family member? Did you make contact with them already? Who made the contact? You've got 2 people. Wait a minute. Wait a minute, only 3 people were roasted. You should have 2 accountability partners. One from this workshop, we did this yesterday. Did you make the accountability partner among your family or a close friend? Yes. You did? If you didn't, do it before you leave this workshop. Get on the WhatsApp machine and make it happen, okay? All right, these are dangerous behavioral patterns. We've got to stop them. You will not grow and develop with procrastination or quitting, okay? Not following through is another one. This is a 10-week challenge. Okay, I'm doing great for 2 weeks, now I'm not going to follow through because it's coming up to Christmas, and you know, nobody does walking on Christmas Day, right, or New Year's Day. I mean, these are all crazy limiting beliefs that are killing us, limiting us from what we're doing. So follow through. Putting others on pedestals. Oh, she can do it, but not poor me. Oh, he can do it, but not poor me. This is your time to be put on a pedestal, that I'm doing this no matter what. And it's not just a 10-week challenge. That's just the start of it. This is just a Kickstarter, right? It's all the things that we are trying to, you're launch partners for this Global South initiative. This has a lot of responsibility to it. It's not, you're not there to benefit from it. You're there to actually create value for the rest of Kenya. We're trying to create a national model here, right? So this requires a lot of responsibility. Don't quit on this one, right? Another one is I'm too old, I'm too young, I don't have enough time. How many people make that a limiting? I don't have enough time. That is a crazy, stupid limiting belief. I don't have enough time, right? I mean, what are you doing with your time? I mean, organize your time more effectively, right? So you can use it more productively. Cut out all the stuff that's not making you grow and develop, and replace it with stuff that's going to make you grow and develop, right? Use your time. Of course, I do understand you've got to chill sometimes, right? But not chilling all the time, okay? That's out of balance. I'm not good enough. I've never been successful. Oh, you know, Tony is asking me to be a mover and shaker in this Global South initiative, but I was never successful doing anything in my life before. That's a limiting belief. Who says you can't be successful? You're here, right? The fact that you're here is an indicator that you can actually be successful. Don't let this limiting belief stop you in this, right? And then another one is, I'm not talented enough. Let me tell you, based on what I've seen in the room here today, you're plenty talented. More talented than I've seen in most workshops like this. Guys, you're talented, right? So go for it, okay? Yes. Amen. Another one is, I'm inferior. This is like a killer too, and it's called the imposter syndrome. I'm not good enough. You are good enough. Stand up and say, I'm good enough, I can do this. I'm plenty good enough to get started. I'm not quitting, I'm not procrastinating, none of this stuff, right? Okay. Hey, I'm speaking about myself too. I cannot let procrastination, quitting, affect what I'm going to do. I only can manage myself, right? Do you know what I mean? But I want you to also do better than me and do better than everybody else, right? So have a breakthrough. Remember we said you can't fight bears and tigers? However, this is the time for you to stand up and fight right now. Why not just stand up? I mean, that means you have to stand up, right? Now, this is your time to fight, right? Not freeze, fight. This means I'm going to get the courage to break through once and for all. You know, courage means that you're facing your fears. There is no courage unless you face your fears, right? So you're going to face all your fears here. This is where you have to find the courage to break through. Tell yourself, you're not speaking to me. I'm going to find the courage to break through once and for all, to break through my limiting beliefs, to break through my fears, which are not really real anyway, and I will break through. I'm going to fight, right? Not killing anyone, right? This is fighting through your limiting beliefs. Go ahead and say it to you're speaking to yourself out loud. You're going to fight. You're going to break through. Now, this time do it with both hands up in the air and jumping up and down, okay? Jumping up and down. Jump up 1 foot in the air. Up and down. I'm going to break through. I'm going to fight. I'm going to break through. I'm not letting these limiting beliefs stop me anymore. I'm breaking through. I'm Brian the Bull. I am Brian the Bull. I'm Brian the Bull. Yes, I'm going to do it. Okay, awesome. Now, guys, do you know who sit down. Do you know who this is? This is your fellow countrymate, right? Eliud Kipchoge, right? So Eliud, he is world famous. He is the first human being on the planet Earth who ran a marathon in under 2 hours. No human being has ever done it. There was a great documentary that came out called Kipchoge, The Last Milestone. Have you watched this? How many people watched this documentary? A few people over there. Here's my, you haven't watched it? You have. Have you shown it to your school?
I've spoken about it in the assembly.
Okay, so here's my big recommendation. I showed this documentary in the Philippines in our first 3-day workshop. On the first day, the responses that came back, this was the highlight. They were so inspired by this. I'm going to give you a super big recommendation right now. Get this documentary. It's on all of the streaming services. It's $14. Show it to your entire school, okay? Show it to your faculty. Convene your school heads. It's 90 minutes. And then have a discussion about it, okay? This will help you to break through, will help your teams to break through. Write that down. I'm telling you what to do here right now, right? Get this documentary and make this part of the follow-up, right? And Elliot, in 2017, he tried to break this barrier. He has already broken all his own limits, right? He won Olympic medals after Olympic medals, and then he tried this in 2017 to break the 2-hour barrier. The time he made was 2 hours and 25 seconds. He was just 25 seconds away, and you know what he said? He said, he didn't say, I'm quitting. Did he say, I'm quitting? Did he say, okay, I'm done, I'll try this again? All the scientists were saying that next time when a human being could do this is 70 years from now. 70 years from now, right? Did he say that? Did he let that actually dominate his thinking and what his potential is and his possibility? Absolutely not. He said, I'm not waiting for 70 years. I'm going to train like crazy. I'm going to give this another go in 2019. And guess what? He did. This time it was in Vienna, and it was a breakthrough. He broke through. He was like Brian the Bull on steroids, right? He did it in 1 hour, 59 minutes, and 19 seconds. The first human ever to run a marathon, which is 26.2 miles, in under 2 hours. And then what he's really famous for, his big statement, is that no human is limited. Everyone stand up and shout that out, but this is your fellow Kenyan here. No human is limited. No human is limited. No human is limited. Sit down. Does he let limiting beliefs stop him? Absolutely not. That's why you've got to study this documentary. All of you should watch this weekend. Watch this by Sunday night, right? Whatever kind of stuff you were going to do, probably you're going to go to the mall or something. I don't know what you were going to do. I know you visit your families, but try to watch this by this weekend, okay? You will be so fired up, okay? And then he is giving, he's actually speaking to teachers. He said, the teacher is not limited. The teacher, the educator, can produce great results in schools. The teachers only put limits on themselves. We're the ones who put limits on ourselves, right? So I know what you're thinking. Hey, you're asking us to make this new model of transformative education, but hey, Tony, do you realize the current system is so stifling? It's suffocating. There's no way we can do this. Do you believe that? One person half said they don't believe it, right? Do you believe, are you going to let the current system, the current conventional system with all its rules and regulations and obsession with downloading as much information as possible, you're going to let that limit you to make this new model of character, relationships, skills, physical vitality, and the application of knowledge? Do you think you can work within the system and create an emerging new model? What do you guys think? Now we've got 3 people. We're making progress here. We're like Jenny, we're improving. We went from a half a person to 3 people. Are you going to let the conventional system that's currently suffocating you limit you? We just said no human is limited. Are you going to be limited and let this stop you? And you're going to quit before we start to actually create this new model of transforming education in the Global South, starting here in Nairobi? No. Now we've got 9 people, right? Stand up. Are you going to, do you believe you're limited? No. Are you going to let the current conventional system that is currently suffocating you and in your mind limiting you, it's only in your mind it's limiting you. Are you going to let that limit you when you just said no human is limited? No. The human is unlimited, not the stupid system. Don't let this stupid system limit you. You're unlimited. You're in charge. You're the human beings. You create the systems. We just created a bad system. That's all. Now you're going to create a new system because you're unlimited. You're going to break through, right? Yes. 4 people said yes. Are you going to break through or not? Yes. You know, it's not for me, it's for you guys, right? We're trying to make it real for you, right, before you leave this workshop. You've got to be in state. I want you to be in state, pumped up, and not go back to business as usual, okay? Not go to the next workshop and try to get in. We're not here to inspire you. We're not here to motivate you. We're here to make you owners, right? To be part of the leaders that you so happen to be here to create this new model, okay, that will benefit all of the amazing young people. Don't you think your young people here in Kenya? I met your young people. They are simply amazing. I think there's no young, in terms of young people I've seen all over the world, I'm most impressed with the Kenyan young people. They are so inspiring to me. I've seen them in our LEAP hubs. I've seen them in our Character and Creativity Initiative. These guys are like, they're like Brian the Bulls. I wish I had your students here. I would get them, they would be leading you probably. Matteo is correct, right? Listen to your students. They probably are more, they'll probably be more fun. They're ready for you. If you come in limited on Monday morning, you are doing a disservice to those students. Those students want to move. They want to move, right, Mr. Chirogi? You've been with students, right, in My Forces Academy. Aren't the students ready to roll? They are. I know they are. I've seen your students. What do you think? Do you think your students are ready to move? Yes. They are. Who's not ready to move? It's us, right? We're the ones that are blocking it. So don't let you block those students, okay? So we want you to be the new leaders here, transformative leaders, transforming yourself. And remember, no human, don't let the system is limited, but not you, right? Yes. Do not let this system limit you because you're unlimited. How can a limited system block a person who claims to be unlimited? Does that make any sense? Yes. Right. Okay, guys. Right on. Okay, so it's 2:03. I think you're so inspired that the food drive has completely gone, right? Okay, but no, I will honor the food drive, right? We've got to have some lunch, and we'll reconvene at 2:30, a very quick lunch, and then I'll finish this presentation between 2:30 and 3:15, and then we'll go into the entire closing segment. Okay, guys? So why don't you pair up with some new people and share about some of the things you're learning. This is your last chance. This will be your last opportunity, right? Pair up, don't go back to your comfort zone. Be Brian the Bull, invite some new person to partner with over lunch, and then share what are some of your big takeaways from the workshop. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's appreciate Tony. So remember, as you go for lunch, the lunch is already served. So I'll request Daniel and our VIP guest. There is the boardroom the other side. We'll be able to have our lunch the other side. So you can just serve, and then you go. we're talking about Unified Alphabet Schools Association. Is also here. You'll be able to have opportunity to share. Let's appreciate him. We also have Madam Modeu Kasanga. Tumpigie makofi. We have, unajua serikali iko hapa. The government is here, my friend. When you talk about the presidential task force on, on what? Education reforms. She sits, hey, those are rhyming words, don't worry. It's where I come from. So she, hey, yeah, please forgive me. She sits at that particular task force with Professor who? Munuve. He's a very good friend of Munavu from Kangundo, those sides. So we had him with the Machakos County Development Forum, where we put leaders on hold by doing people-driven manifesto. So in Machakos, you don't come with your manifesto. The people develop their manifesto, they vet you with their manifesto. So let's appreciate them. And also we have Madam Martha Odundo. Martha ako hapa. Martha amekuwa, hey Martha, hebu simama kidogo. Martha anatembeanga na sisi, so Martha we appreciate. The director at the Ministry of Education and ANET. So thank you very much. So Daniel, with the team, you'll have your lunch at the boardroom as you engage. And then for the rest of the other guys,
So if you have a needy student or a needy young boy or girl, kindly refer them to us. I'm going to share my number with all of you so that, because I'm sure everywhere we must find such people who are needy. And our target group is young men between, young people between 15 to 25. Sawa sawa. Thank you. My number is 0721 405 298. In Nairobi, we are in Dagoretti Corner, Wanye Road. In Kitui, we are somewhere called Kangweni. And in Moranga, we are in Kareti. So the courses that we have in Nairobi are fashion design and motor vehicle mechanics, entrepreneurship and computer. So entrepreneurship and computer is a 7 weeks course. Fashion design is a 6 months course, and motor vehicle mechanics is a 1 year course. So we even provide them with the learning materials. So mtoto ni kujileta tu. And in Moranga, we have electrical wiring and installation, which is 1 year. We have hair and beauty, and we have catering and hospitality. So catering and hospitality are 6 months courses. So entrepreneurship and computer runs through all the training centers. In Kitui, we have carpentry and joinery, fashion design, and hair and beauty. So I hope you've gotten my number. My email address is florence@raisingfutureskenya.org.uk. florence@raisingfutureskenya.org.uk. My phone number again is 0721 405 298. Yes, yes. It's okay, we have programs for Class 8 dropout. Sawa sawa, thank you.
Thank you very much, Florence. So if you have any young person who will like to benefit from that program, Akina Florence are here. You can always engage.
In fact, forgotten, whatever is being sold there, those bags are some of our products, the IGA program of our organization. So you can buy to support us.
Okay. Thank you very much, Florence. And I want to give you 2 minutes. The 1 million teachers. Please come and share what you do for 2 minutes. Because they invited us to another forum where they empower the teachers. And I think if I give you 2 minutes to share that, there are a number of teachers who can also benefit from that. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Again, I'm here. Yesterday, I talked briefly about 1 million teachers. Again, I'm here to talk about it. For those who would like to join it, it is only your name, your full name and email address, then your WhatsApp number. It is free. It is an online course. It is to empower teachers, not only teachers, anyone can do it because it is for careers development. But teachers are benefiting more than any other person. So feel free to contact me. I'll share the Girl Rising link on the WhatsApp group so that anyone who wants to join will just log in and fill the details, and you'll be free to do the courses. Or any other thing that we offer, after you've done the courses, we do mentorship. We give free mentorship courses online. It is purely online and purely free of charge. We have, the courses are in form of belts, though there is one specific course that is called Girl Rising, that is talking about gender. The courses are, as I've said, they are in form of belts. Every belt has its course, the modules and everything. Yes, my number is 0724 889 631. And the course has no pressure. You do it at your own pace. Yes. 0724 889 631. Though graduations are physical, so far we've done 2 graduations. Last year we did graduation in December with 1 million teachers. Yeah, last year's graduation, which was the first graduation, it had 30 teachers. And this year's graduation that took place at Brayside International School, we had 143 teachers. And so far, we are looking for more. The numbers will double. For those head teachers who are here, you can see me so that we can talk more about it, because we recognize schools. We make the schools to be an anchor school for 1 million teachers, and you benefit more when opportunities arises. We give opportunities to those who've done all the courses. Opportunities are so amazing. Yeah. Harriet Sajero, 1 million teachers.
Just write 1 million teachers.
Yes, 1 million teachers is okay. And certificates are hard copy. Thank you.
Thank you, Harriet. Tupigie Harriet makofi. Yes, so 1 million teachers initiative, we're also part of that as Global Peace Foundation Kenya. I would like to invite Crawford. You talk about what you do. So thank you, Harriet. I believe in the next phase, we'll be able to have, I also know we have quality assurance. So it's also good they get in touch with you and they also benefit from the training. So for Global Peace Foundation, I want to also give you an initiative we do. We do the LEAP Hubs, Leadership and Acceleration Hubs. So this one we do 3 days business development bootcamp and a 1-month business mentorship and coaching. So according to the Kenya Business Guide, you find that of the new startups, 54% of the startups, those guys who start businesses, 54% of them collapse in their first year. That means they don't live to see their first birthday or up to 1 year. And only 46% of those startups succeed. So the reason why those startups collapse are 4 reasons. Whether you go to heaven, you come back, there are 4 reasons why businesses do not succeed. And we don't need to reinvent the wheel. Just go to the Kenya Business Guide. You also go to the research done by World Bank. People have invested resources, but the only challenge you normally have is taking time to scrutinize this research and extracting something to add value to what the research has already identified. So as Global Peace, we run that. And we take you through 3 days business development bootcamp and a 1-month business mentorship and coaching. We just did one with Daystar University where we had almost close to 150 students enrolled. So we've already taken them through the 1-week acceleration, and then now we are going to do 1-month business mentorship and coaching, courtesy of a fund we received, or the Daystar received from the Kenya Innovation Agency. So in your schools, high schools, we can also be able to do this. So if you have students who need to be accelerated on business incubation and acceleration through the LEAP Hubs, you can be able to get in touch. We have topics we train them. When you're training business is like writing a composition, the Freytag model, the theme excavation, the rising motion, the climax, and the resolution. In business is the same. So we train them on a number of topics on business ideation. How do you come up with a business idea? When you have the business idea, because businesses are divided into 3 phases. It's either it's an ideation stage, it's either at a prototype stage, or it's at growth stage, right? So where do you fall in the 3? So we start with the business ideation. How do they come up with that business idea? For those who do not have a business ready. And then the next topic is you transform the idea to a product. How do you develop a product? Helping them coming up with product clarity. What do you do? Me on the side, I sell chicks, not ladies, but chicken. 1 month old chicks at 250 shillings. 1 month old at 250 shillings. So how do I describe my product? I sell 1 month old fully improved kienyeji chick that is fully vaccinated of the right body size, given proper foundational feeds, and we also provide free extension of services. Product clarity. You can have many things, but what is this one thing that makes your business unique? So we train them on ideation. From ideation, we do product development. From the product development, we do the business model canvas, the 9 building blocks of the business model canvas. And then the next phase, we talk about compliance. How do you register your business? After compliance, we talk about sales, marketing, and branding, isn't it? From the sales, marketing, and branding, we go to financials and bookkeeping. From financials and bookkeeping, we go to customer relations, and then we train them on capital raising and pitching, coming up with a pitch deck. So once we train them for the 3 days, and then now we take the 1 month where we help them now to develop those particular tools. So that's a Leap Hub program that we're doing at the Global Peace Foundation Kenya. So if you're interested and you already have my number, we can be able to engage. Sasa. So I can see our guests have already come. But before we start, I'll ask Teacher Jane. Teacher Jane, kindly stand. Normally when you have a teacher who teaches your son, you need to celebrate them. Let's celebrate her. So we invited her. So Tony, when you hear Liam when we are on Zoom, the guy who makes noise behind, that is the teacher. So I had to send an invitation to her. So thank you very much, Teacher Jane. I was very pleased to talk in your graduation in the school. So we are going to go to the next phase. So Tony, you are supposed to come next. Is that okay? So thank you very much. So Tony has said we are going to do the next steps, but I believe all of us have done the 10 weeks plan, right? Personal development plan. How many of you have filled it? Inua mkono juu. Just raise up your hand. Me, I had to do mine in the morning in the traffic, and I did it very well. So if you've done it, raise up your hand. You know, now we have the WhatsApp group. All of you will have to share it there. And you remember you have accountability partner. My accountability partner is Margaret Lesuda, and she's coming. Yeah, we'll have an engagement today after 4:30. So I would like to invite my CEO and also my mentor, Mr. Daniel Juma, to take us through this particular next step. Karibu, Daniel. Tumpigie makofi.
Thank you. Okay, good afternoon once more. I hope you guys had a good lunch. I think we are nearing, I don't know to call it the end, or the beginning of, I think we're nearing the beginning of this journey of transforming education in the Global South towards 2050. And I really want to take this opportunity to basically announce the next steps. As we are talking now, I think Vincent has already created a WhatsApp group. This WhatsApp group will be used to disseminate information that will be useful, you know, for us to be able to continue learning about what it is that we want to do. And I think that is like the most immediate next steps. And Tony has already told you about the challenge. I'm sure all of you are looking towards the challenge. I'm already really worried about walking for 1 hour this evening. Yeah, so I'm sure these challenges, and no one is going to, you know, this is about yourself. Nobody is going to inspect whether you are walking, you know, it is just about, you do it. It's something that you decide to do by yourself. And I'm looking forward to doing that challenge, Tony, from today. I'm going to have a walk in the evening. with my son is home for half term, so I'm going to walk around with him around the estate, for 1 hour. Yeah. So that is the most immediate next step. And other than that, I just want to mention to you that Global Peace Foundation, we have been in this journey, for a long time. We started the journey of transforming education by a program we call Character and Creativity Initiative, and you heard about the best practices in schools. So basically, we have been working in this country to transform education, to change the school culture. We wanted, and all of us would like, a culture, a school environment where I am comfortable as a parent to be able to take my child in that school. So is it a school, when you take your child to this school, is it a school where you're comfortable as a parent, that your son or daughter, will become better in that school or not? So we really worked with these teachers, and Mr. Njoroge is one of the teachers that we worked with in Moi Forces Academy. But we wanted to make it about the school. The school should have had ownership, to take ownership of this process. But unfortunately, when we did this, some schools thought this is a Global Peace Foundation thing. So some teachers would wait for us. We go to the school, then they wait for us to come back again. And so we realized that most of them were not taking ownership. Some of them, were not taking ownership. So, and that's what informed us coming up with the Great Places to School. So we said that you guys take ownership, improve the quality of learning in your schools. Let us know. Kind of make it some kind of an SOS. Tell the world that our school is good. We are good in character, or we are good in sports, or we are good in values. We are good in talent development, and we give you a platform where you can come and say confidently that my school is great because this is what we are doing. Other than learning, this is what we are doing. I was in Alliance High School, I think 2 weeks ago, was it, when we were planting schools on the International Day of Peace. And the principal of Alliance, I don't know why he didn't come, but he promised to be here today. And there's something about Alliance. I don't know if you've heard. Usually even the graduates of Alliance, whether they're lawyers, most of the government officials today, they always caucus as Alliance alumni. So when you go for a job and you find the interviewer, maybe it's from Alliance, you'll always click. And they always have they ask you, what is your number? Because there's always a unique number by everyone. So this principal said something that, what is important in a school? There's something that they do, that Alliance is more effective, more known for what they do outside the classroom. So the classroom is just one thing. But outside the classroom, the students of Alliance actually get involved in service. When they go for holidays, they are, either volunteering at the local chief's place, they're volunteering to teach in a local school, and all that. So there's something about that I found very, 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 very interesting. So we created the Great Places to School, to provide and recognize the schools that are making a difference, the schools that are pushing themselves. You do not need GPF to come and push you to be a great school. We wanted you to take ownership, make that school great, and we give you that, and that's why we partnered with the Standard Group. Then let the country know that if I want my child to be good, maybe my child wants to be a singer, then I need to take her to this school. If my child is a gifted child, for example, I take her to Waldorf School. Where are Waldorf people, where are you? Yes, so Waldorf is one of those schools. If you have a gifted child, then Waldorf are really very good. They're good at handling that. I personally have one of my kids is a slow learner, has mild dyslexia, So where he was schooling, I think the school they didn't know how to handle that child. He's very bright, but he writes slowly, and he needs more time even to accomplish his tasks. But so if you take that child to a school that doesn't understand how to work with that kind of a child, then there's a big problem, right? So, and that's why we need to find out who are schools like Waldorf who can work with gifted children, who can work with children, who have they have better abilities. Maybe they're good in science or maths, and they're not good in maybe they're good not in Swahili or something like that. So schools must be able. We must find out different variables, and that's why Great Place to School has 11 variables where you can be able to look and compare and also improve on the areas where you think you're not going well. So we look forward. I think the Great Place to School, the date is going to be, have you decided the date?
It's in February.
In February we're going to have it. So my team will communicate to you, and please, share the word with others so that we can have more people coming on board. In last year, and most of you were there, the Cabinet Secretary for Education, Ezekiel Machogu, came and spent how many hours? Who were there? 5 hours. This is a minister who is very busy, but he came and spent 5 hours with us, at the Great Places to School. Until today, he still remembers. When I talked to him, he really, so he said he's looking forward to having.
Next week, the meeting with him.
Yeah.
He was supposed to be here, but because of the vetting.
Yes.
Yeah,
so most likely next week, I'm going to lead some of the representatives of this group to have a meeting with the minister. So that's going to be in February. Then we also have the Transforming Education Summit.
Which will come after the Great Place.
Yeah, that's going to be, we'll announce to you that one. This is a forum whereby you come and we basically have this kind of discussion, where we share, the ideas, best practices. And that is where I got to learn about Waldorf and some of the great schools here and some of the things that they're doing. Yeah, but now the most important one is that next year, if you look behind the program that you have, can you look at the program? On the back. So on the back of it, Kenya will be hosting. Kenya has been selected to host the Global Peace Leadership Conference. So this conference is a biannual conference. In 2018, we had a similar conference in Kampala, hosted by President Museveni. And it has happened several other places. In 2010, Kenya hosted Global Peace Convention, where also we have education, transforming education as one of the tracks. So within this conference, we're going to have transforming education as one of the tracks. And what we are launching today, this education in the global south, whatever you guys will be doing, will be featured in that conference. For example, I will want to hear what you have done in your school. Since this workshop, I know all of you are fired up. You can't wait to go and start implementing some of those things you've heard from Tony. Yes or no? Yeah. So this conference will be an opportunity to be able to share, the journey that you have walked from today towards that time. So I look forward to seeing all of you. We'll be sharing information with you regarding that so that we can be able to get more people coming. We will have more than 2,000 participants, from all over Africa coming to Kenya, to listen to what we have to offer. And Kenya, we are very lucky because Kenya is one of the schools, one of the countries, that are highly rated in terms of education. Actually, and I'm not bragging, most countries in the region, they're hiring Kenyan people. Why? Because most of us, most of the Kenyan people, even I think in Tanzania, I had one of my colleagues in Tanzania, he shared with me a CV and said, we want to hire someone from Kenya, get us someone from Kenya. So Kenya has great places to school. Kenya has, we have some of the best educated workforce, and we need to be proud. We need to clap for ourselves. Yes, yes. So in June next year, we will be having an opportunity to showcase why Kenya is great, why Kenya has some of the best educated people. So I look forward to you guys, sharing, the word, and also we'll be calling upon you to just to see. You can volunteer, and I'm sure there's a form that Tony already shared. I think Tony will share with you, where I think already spoke about it, how you can be a launch partner when this program is being launched, so that you can work with us. We don't want to be the ones driving this. Tony cannot do this all the time. He's in Seattle. So once he leaves, I want to see this team taking ownership. I am not an educator. I'm not a teacher. So it is you guys who will take ownership to drive this thing. And I can tell you for free, and Martha Odundo is there from the Ministry of Education. The minister is very, very interested. Once you start it as a movement, this is what will influence education in Kenya, as we move towards 2015, and government will follow. So we are setting the trend for government. And government will be able to take what we have started and be able to run with it. Yeah, so that is my next step remark. So the next part of this session, I want to introduce. Yes, I want to invite Tony Devine to come and then take us through the next session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Daniel. Okay, just a few more next steps here, kind of more immediate things. You might want to write some of this stuff down. Okay, this will be the last stuff you have to write down. Okay, so first of all, I want over these next 10 weeks, I'm requesting that you master this content. So we gave you the handouts, the PowerPoints, right? The handouts there, you have them there. And you spend some time every week, right? And to master this content. The more you master this content, and the more you can actually, deliver it, right, to your teams, to your school heads, if you're a manager here in Nairobi County, if you're a university president, like Mateo, to the faculty, like Jenny, she's a school principal, to her teachers, that kind of thing, right? So first and foremost, master the content. We spend years developing this content, and we're still developing it, actually, right? It's still in development. This is the best version of it as of today, but there'll be better versions of it coming down the road, and we've got more content in development as well. So that's number one. This is the key in the door. This is what's going to change everything, right? Nobody else has this. Number two, right? Number two, based on you mastering the content, the next step is to cascade this down to the next level. So if you're an educational manager, you oversee teacher service commission responsibilities, if you overseeing assessment, whatever your role is, the next step is to make a plan, right, as soon as possible, to convene the people underneath you and then debrief them on this workshop, right, with as much detail as you possibly can manage. So it's very critically important that this cascades down. And then the people that you're cascading it down to, they have a level below them, right? So if you're convening school heads and principals in Nairobi County, then they also have teachers, right, to cascade it down. Number three, leverage your network here. This is a new network. Vince has you all on a WhatsApp group right now. So help each other out. You all have amazing strengths, different strengths, so help each other out. We're making a network here. This is teamwork, right? You can help each other out. Everyone here is willing to help everyone out. Isn't that correct? Right? I mean, everyone was offering like this. Hey, call me, help. I'm willing to help you. So I've heard this for the last 2 days, right? Okay, so cascading it down and make a plan for this. The next one is, this is phase one, or series one, of a series of 3 workshops. We're going to have series 2 and 3 in the new year. Probably, we'll probably do series 2 close to the Great Places to School program, right, and the summit. So we'll, just to save time, simply for efficiencies, we'll plan it out, and this time it'll be 3 days, okay? 2 days is too short. We only got through half the content. I knew this would happen, right? There's a lot more content. We need to take our time with it, and we will have more time. Next time is 3 days, and the third one is 3 days. That can be probably in April, right? May at the latest, like that, okay? So these are the immediate things coming up. And then also, regarding this campaign that we've launched here today, your launch partners, we are asking you to help us to drive this. We want even more people, tell more people about it, spread the good news, right? Here in the Global South, here in your network. We want to have as many launch partners, our supporting partners, our delegates, as we do the initial launch in December, but we're going to do multiple more subsequent launches in the new year, going all the way up to the Global Peace Leadership Conference. So there'll be multiple phases of this, right? We want to get as many stakeholders involved as possible. This is going to be a powerhouse that's going to transform education here in Kenya, in East Africa, in the Africa Union, and in the entire Global South, okay? And then you have my email. It's on the the slides. You can reach out to me anytime for any input, any questions you have. That goes for our entire team here. Daniel, Vince, Maureen, all of us out there. And I also want to formally announce something here now today, make it official. I want to invite up my good friend, Mr. Jorogi, up here to the front to make an announcement. So I've known Mr. Jorogi since 2010. We're really, really good friends and fellow travelers on transforming education. He is a transformative person and leader. I recognized it in the first minute I met him, right? And we asked him during this yesterday, I asked him yesterday if he would be willing to step up once more, right, in service, to be the chairperson of Transforming Education for Global Peace Foundation Kenya. And I think he spent about a half a second to respond with a yes. I don't think it went beyond half a second, right? So I want to thank you, Mr. Jorogi, once more for stepping up. You are a servant of transforming education. You're a governor of this effort. You've been at it a long time, and you're a young man. So you've got many more decades left to drive this forward. So why don't you give a few comments here?
Thank you very much. I want to say yes. That yes, I was informed by Tony yesterday that whether I'll be able to take up that position. I was telling him, no, you know, now I'm at home, privately doing my own things. But today we are reminded that no human is limited. So I think we can be able to do even more than what we have done in the past. I've joined Tony in GPF functions in many countries, including Mongolia. The first time for me to go to Mongolia. I also joined him to go to Paraguay in Latin America. And I think I did not know that I thought after retire, I'm now going home. I think this is my second coming back to service. So I thank you. When we were sharing what we want to do, I was telling Mrs. Kimanga that one of my limitations is that I realized that when I went home as the Minister for Finance, I started putting a big house. I thought I would be a minister for life, so that I would be having delegates coming to see me. I did not know, kumbe, we were not going to stay. So I was telling her, I want to convert that one to a hotel. So one of the limitations I have is that will people come to that hotel? Am I putting some facilities for workshops and people not come. So that was some of my limitation that I was sharing with her today. I want to thank you, Tony, for coming to our country. I want to thank you for so much things you have done. You have been telling us your home is in the global north, and therefore it is our business to run the show. I would wish that you join Daniel and the team. We campaign and we become launch partners that will be able to go far. If we are able to transform education and we start with ourselves, so that when other people come, they'll be coming to join us. They'll be coming to support us. The ministry will be there to support us. One time I told people, if we don't transform education, we are going to make criminals and thugs, and they will start with us. They will start with you. So you might work very hard looking for money, and you realize that one time you might not enjoy that money. You will not enjoy that money because you will be surrounded by thatched houses. You will be surrounded by people who cannot eat, and they will not allow you to eat in a stone house. So the best thing for all of us to do is to ensure we move together. It's not true. We move with those young people. We move with those young people with a lot of energy. And how are we going to do that? By campaigning to ensure we transform ourselves, we transform our leaders, we transform our principals, our teachers, so that we can be able to make good runners, good students, good schools. At the end of the day, it becomes a reciprocating process that we have put so much in our children, and therefore even in our old age, we'll be able to benefit and be able to have peace in whatever we'll be doing. So we pray, God, that we'll be able to succeed making one family under God. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Jarabi. Thank you. Vince? Vince? Okay. Back to you.
Okay, thank you very much. Tuwapigie makofi. I am still waiting for the success stories. I've not seen. I've only seen for one gentleman and a lady. Where is the gentleman who was sent? He was seated. Him. Yeah, tumpigie makofi. He's written some serious success stories. So who else has sent? So if you have sent, please raise up your hand. It was her and the lady. She excused herself. She was going for the graduation. So we want to go to the next step. So in this particular next step, we want to recognize a few of our partners who have been very instrumental in making this a success. And Tony, maybe just to a challenge on your presentation. So who would like to host phase 2? A volunteer. Phase 2 of Transforming Education Summit in Kenya. How many would like to host it? Waldorf, another one. Where is Angie? Angie, you can note that. This is now ownership. Which school? State House Girls. Wow. So right, State House Girls, what is your name? Richard who? Omwanga. Omwange. Richard Omwange. So you can go and take his details, contact number. The other school, Waldorf, your name? Doreen Kalami. Kadambi, sorry. So you can also go there and take her contact. Who is the other person who wants to host it? Shadrach Himalel. That school is best in East and Central Africa in lawn tennis. They won #1 in the Great Places to School. Mwalimu, please just stand. We celebrate you. The famous Shadrach Himalel Secondary School. So when I was working for the MP of Kibra as his PA for those 9 years, we built a school there. And when we share the opportunity of the Great Places, they participate. And your number? In talent development, they were #1. Why? Because they were the best not only here in Nairobi, not only in Kenya, but in East and Central Africa. So we could only know that when we create the Great Places to School, and I'm happy, as my CEO mentioned, the CS attended. And he was very impressed, and he said, Mr. Daniel, I would like to meet with the education stakeholders that planned this. And that meeting might happen next week. He was supposed to be here, but because of the exam, you saw the grilling going on in Parliament. The PA told me, my friend, it's very tough, but next week we are going to meet with you. So, in the world. Hey, Tony, this is worth sharing. The great places, these are the successes.
We have 2 girls currently who are in US. They have been given scholarships. They were chosen because they were winning.
Which area?
Still lawn tennis.
Lawn tennis. So you're not only best in East and Central Africa.
And we have several of them who have been taken to be coaches for various other areas.
Wow.
So they're already working.
What is your name?
My name is Mrs. Jane Kubai. I'm the deputy. My principal is Madam Shirau.
Yes. Thank you very much. And we've also done the leap up training in their school, not only to the teachers, but also to the students. That's why I shared with you the leap up, so you can borrow on their steps. So Shadrach Kimalel Secondary School, they would like to host the next phase. Who else want to host the next phase? Which school? Eh? Regis School Runda, you cannot. Okay. Hosting means you take ownership. That's what Maureen has told me. People are asking. Like here, we engage Professor Laba Nairo, and we even have an MOU. So where is his office? He's just there. And where is this auditorium? Next to the VC's office. Is that not true ownership? Eh? So that's why we always say for change to happen, it starts at the top. So if there is goodwill at the top, you don't expect down here anything to happen. That's why we are invited the education manager, the quality assurance, the sub-county director, so that what we are talking about transforming education, we own it. And as Daniel has said, Tony is going to Uganda on Sunday, right? It is us now to make it happen. So when you come, we tell you, Tony, Shadrach Kimalel is doing the next phase. And that is what we call sustainability in community development. Community-driven approach to initiative. So, excuse me, madam, your name is? Regis School Runda. And your name is? Eh? The vice principal, Regis School, Beatrice Oyo. And then I saw another hand here, Jenny. Jenny, your school is Crawford International. So here we have a lot of partners who wants to host the next. Because this is phase 1 of 3, right? So since we've done this in the university, what makes, we can do it in Shadrach Kimalel, and we bring all these partners there. And from Shadrach Kimalel, we go to another international school. From there, we go to another county. From there, we go to another, and that is what we call ownership. So that's Jenny. The other name is Kotsia. Yes. Okay. Jenny Kotsia, that is the Crawford International School. I've seen a lot of advertisement on Citizen, right? They're huge. You need to look at their page. During news time, primetime news, Crawford International School. Let's clap for them. That's good branding. That's good branding. Yeah, so that is that. Angie, I believe you've taken their contacts. Where is Angie? So I'd like to invite Angie to invite the other speakers. So we'll be able to give you like 3 minutes to make remarks, and then we'll be able to call it a day. So Angie, simunipigie makofi.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. So I'm going to introduce the next guest speakers, and it's just 3 minutes kind of speech. So our first speaker is an educator at heart. She enjoys working in schools and education institutions. she enjoys working with children and the youth. So ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together to help me welcome Deputy Vice Chancellor at Lukanya University, Miss Mutheu Kasanga. Karibu. Let's appreciate her while she walks on stage, kindly.
Good afternoon. It is a real honor to be here again. I have walked the journey with the Great Places to School, right from inception to where it is today. One of my schools, not all, you'd think that being a founder, we would make sure that our schools are winners, but it's competition. So you get ranked against the rest. When we started, we had how many schools? Less than 100. And it has grown by leaps and bounds. And the intention is to change Kenyans' minds. We look at schools for what a school can do for a child, not just the academic outcomes. So for instance, right now, Kenyans don't know what a good CBC school is. They're still looking at old KCP marks. And today, we start the journey of the last KCP ever. 38 years of Kenya primary certificate of education. So then how do you know what a good school is? Great Places to School. So wherever you are, if you are a parent, tell your school they must participate. Sorry, I'm going to evangelize about this because I was very passionate about it. Because we need to figure out what it is we want to do for the next generation and how to get there. Surely it cannot just be this school produces 400s. It cannot be. We've had 38 years of knowing that it is not. Yeah? We have now generations who are, the workplace is saying there's something missing. There's something missing. We have all these disengaged parents in our education system who really don't care about what is going on with their children in school. They just want to farm off children to school because the system before them did that. So this is a time for change. And I'm really honored once more to be part of this. Thank you very much. Asante.
Let's appreciate her one more time. Our next speaker, she's a formidable woman who is very passionate about education and believes that access to quality education is a right for every child. And also, she was awarded the Order of the Grand Warrior of Kenya in June 2022. So, ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome on stage Head of Secretariat, Kenya Association of International School, Miss Jane Mwangi.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. I was actually present when you ate lunch, so I know you can do better. Good afternoon. Wonderful. My name is Jane Mwangi. I'm the head of secretariat at the Kenya Association of International Schools. Thank you very much for having me here again. It is my second time to be here at the Global Peace Foundation. Since I came last time, I've done more research, and I'm glad to say that I think perhaps we will be signing that MOU finally, because what you espouse, where you want to go, and where the association wants to go are the same place. So we might as well travel together. It is great. We want to get involved in your Great Places to School initiative. If we can agree on, if we can find out the matrix and so on and so forth, we'd like to have more schools from the association participate. We'd also like to participate with the ministry and yourselves in, shall we say, ensuring the success of CBC. As international schools, we've existed in this country for over 100 years. So what you're trying to do as CBC schools, we've done for that amount of time. More than anybody, we know the pitfalls. We've walked the journey. We are the best benchmarking tool there is. We are the best pilot there is. So we've decided to open our doors. Our partnership is actually with Regis. So it's nice to see Madame over there. We'll be having our first event in February. It'll be free. It'll be our teachers in international schools in servicing CBC teachers and just sharing our experiences. So when the call comes out, we will include the Transforming Education group. And then finally, I want to just congratulate yourselves as educators. We as Kenyans do this thing where we don't take a moment to appreciate where we have come from. Today was rehearsals for KCP, right? It is the last lot, 38 years in the making. We have rubbished. I think we started well, we mutilated it, and now we're doing away with it to start afresh. But we've not taken the time to appreciate the people who have midwifed that process, held together a country through a curriculum that was never written down, but managed to deliver education, deliver a workforce that is not only efficient here in Kenya, but in the world, and keep the lights on, so to speak. And that is you educators in this room. And I don't think anybody ever gives you the flowers you deserve. Everything in the news, including today, the headline was about increased, what was it? Was it increased fees for day secondary school? We never take the time to appreciate educators. But I, who is not an educator, would like to take the opportunity to thank you for your service, to tell you to continue because we see it and we appreciate it, and to urge you, I will evangelize like Mutheu, to urge you to join this movement. We have a values crisis in this country. We don't have any other crisis. What we have is a values crisis. It is why no money we ever raise will ever be enough to cover anything. If we can address our value system so that the shilling goes to do what the shilling is supposed to do, so that we have more, so that our teachers can be paid more and they want to come and our children want to come and teach, then we will have addressed what is truly wrong with us. So join the movement. The Kenya Association of International Schools will join the movement, and we hope that we will enjoy this journey together, and someday, 20 years from now, we will have transformed education, not just in Kenya, but in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jane Mwangi. Then next on stage is the chairman of Unified UpBet Schools Association. And UpBet is Alternative Providers of Basic Education and Training. And he is also the director of the Excellence Schools. So ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together, or is it your thumbs, or is it your fingers? And welcome Mr. Moses Wokono.
Thank you. Mr. Tony, the CEO of Global Peace Foundation, the chairman, Kenya Private Schools Association, and all the distinguished guests, my colleagues, good afternoon. I'm very humbled today to be here. I represent the very low fee private schools in the informal settlements of this country. And I am really humbled that we have to support our sisters and brothers in the low cost schools to uplift themselves, to give them guidance, not to demonize them, not to say they are not worthy, not to tell them that you are spoiling the children of this country, but we say, you have done what you have done. Now, what can we do that you may do it better? I cannot say much because my senior is here. Engineer Ochome is my friend. I've been participating in the Great Places to School now for a long time. I think I've won 5 awards as my school. I run the Excellent Schools. I have 3 schools in Dagoretti, and I have 1 school in Trans Nzoia. And I found myself in the space of the informal schools simply because that child who is down there in a school in Korokocho, a school in Kibra, is what we need. I grew up in a very, very tricky location of this country, Mount Elgon, yeah? Who knows Mount Elgon? Mount Elgon is a very tricky area, and I come from a family of 14, and being the last born, you know, it is very, very tricky. When I ask some of you to travel with me to Mount Elgon, you reach the lowlands and you say, I can't move anymore. But here we are, that actually we may be able to take that, nurture that talent, yeah, in the children in the informal settlement. I began my school with 25 learners when I was working in the UN Habitat, and then I was passing around the slums of Congo. The children were coming to me saying they want bread, yeah? I didn't have a vehicle. I was using the UN vehicle then. Then I was staying in Kawangware. Then I said, I had a passion in education. What can I do? And that is what provoked me to entering into the education space. But it was also in my calling. From 25 students, young boys and girls, and the school is now having a total population across of 3,750. Thank you so much, and we shall work together to make sure that we support the children of this country. But I have to leave this space on a sad note because I'm saddened that 844 is exiting the space. Whereas we are not well guided on how our children in the next generation will look like. Universities, Madam Deu Kasanga, you are my friend, expects the first kingpins in the university as the pioneer CPC students, and I see how possible you realign everything for their betterment. May God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moses Wakono. Let's appreciate him once more. We're talking about the future of education, and with transformation, of course, we will need leadership. So our next guest speaker, his name is Dr. Justice Juma. He's the party leader for Justice and Freedom Party. So let's appreciate Dr. Justice Juma while he comes on stage.
Thank you so much that I represent the leadership. And good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Tony. Wonderful session. And did you know that spiritually the name Kenya is a Hebrew word? And in Hebrew, Ken means, it can be translated as yes or established. Then Yah, those who know poetry, is a poetic abbreviation of the name Yahweh in Hebrew. So when you say Ken Yah, a Hebrew person in the language will understand you that you are saying established of Yahweh. So spiritually, we are in a country whose name has spiritual serious meaning. And did you know that the Constitution that we're ruling ourselves with is, let me be brief by referring to what I jotted down. Did you know that a constitution is a social contract of common law procedure? And a common law is a natural law which is scripture applied. And every human being has been endowed by their Creator with inalienable rights, which cannot be violated by man or animal. And they are the right to life, right to freedom, and right to pursue life's purpose. Another one, did you know that those rights and privileges, which you are both born with, they cannot be taken away by any guise whatsoever, even through the government. Those rights are yours. And in Kenyan Constitution, the Constitution declares that all Kenyan citizens are sovereign and can exercise that sovereignty either directly or indirectly. In that, when the direct one is not exercised well, you have a right to take it back, recall, and use it the way you. So I think the ministry should know that. And that's why I also work with homeschoolers who must not necessarily study under the ministry, but they can also exercise that directly, right? And still learn, even at home. But that's a story for another day. Now, why am I sharing this? It's because this is informing certain values and principles that us, as Justice and Freedom Party, abide by. To a point that when I'm looking for aspirants, we have elected aspirants in our party who succeeded in the last election. And our approach to getting aspirants has been unique. We have four unique characters of the persons we would desire to give a ticket as an aspirant in our party. And listen to this. That person need to qualify or comply with 4 qualities. 1, be able men. Kasanga told me that I should say women as well. But when I say a man, I mean both female and male. So there's no any prejudice. Who are able men who uses the resources with a little, whether little or much, to enable others. Like now, you have knowledge, like Tom is already using the resources he has to enable us, isn't it? And should be men that fear our Creator. And there should be men of truth from, I know when I talk about truth and honesty, those are very difficult things to marry with our political nature, and more so when I'm wearing the political crown. Because you know when we're given a microphone, and I'm so sure when you say a party leader, everybody start wondering, what is he going to say next, isn't it? And finally, there should be men who hate covetousness, men who hate greed or taking advantage or bribes. And I must tell you, it's a bit difficult to find those type of leaders in this country today. So do you know what we've done? We began to do? We are on the venture, we have created a venture of trying to equip and enable these men. Because in the traditional political circle, they are difficult to find. And though sometimes you may not hear us so much, because we are in the ground mashinani. I've just arrived from Western this morning, and I had to honor your invite and thank you. So as a Justice and Freedom Party, when you talk about value systems and character formation, it reverberates right at the core of our visions. And we cannot attain this because train the child in the way they should go when they're young, and when they grow old, they will not depart from those ways. And that's why even when you said about we should be, you warned us against the liberalists, who may also expose our children to all those liberalism. But I told them again that we should not be worried if our children are founded on those value systems when they're young. Even if you throw them out there, they will survive and shine their light. So how we raise them, how we teach them matters a lot. And that is why I always call myself an education enthusiast, because I know for us to go to the next goal, that is 2050, we must begin with education. Without education, we cannot make it, isn't it? So thank you so much. I know we'll be sharing much. We'll be together in this. And as a political party leader, I will be working with you in education, not just as a politician. But I know how to talk to speak to them. Should you send me, I will be able to speak your language in a language that they hear and will be able to implement. Thank you so much.
All right, let's appreciate Dr. Justice once more. And of course, just to pick from what he said, I'll just add when he's talked about to go to the next level, that is 2050, Transforming Education Initiative 2050. Yes, you need great leadership. These are the vision bearers. But of course, you will need as well collaborators. So this has not just been a one-man show. It has been a collaborative effort. And the next guest speaker is going to present one of the partners for this great initiative. He's the chairman of the Kenya Private Schools Association, and he is also the founder of Golden Elite School. So ladies and gentlemen, put your thumbs together and let's appreciate Engineer Charles Ochome.
I think you know my former bosses here, and I feel threatened. I don't know whether I will perform. So you can pray for me if you are a Christian. Thank you, Tony, President for Global Peace Education, and CEO, together with all of us this afternoon. This evening. Good evening. 3 minutes is not a long time to talk, so I have to comply with the 3 minutes so that I don't bore you. But in my heart, and as the chairman of the Kenya Private Schools Association, I've seen a lot. Having worked with Mutheu Kasanga as secretary of the association for 4 or 5 years, I think, because COVID gave us 1 more year in office. And when she left, I took over as chairperson. I want to say we are in transforming education in Kenya for the 7th year running. I want to leave the 5 to Mutheu Kasanga because he was at the top, so I can talk about the 2 years that I was at the forefront, where I had to meet all the bullets that were coming from that office. He keeps on laughing whenever we meet. Thank you for being there for me, Mutheu. I want to say 3 things that came across, particularly in the private education, because Martha and Etal will be talking about government things here. So I want to talk particularly what I saw in the private sector. And Tony, you are right when you are talking about fears. These directors you see with those huge investments, they also have fears. And that came vividly 2 years ago when we were getting to what we now call the junior school. Then it was called the junior secondary school. I want to say a few things. Transforming learning environment in our schools was a big problem. And you are Kenyans, and it was a big problem because in the private sector, particularly the Kenya private schools, they are very much ahead. Because we have traveled across the globe, going out to look and to observe and to benchmark with best practices in education. So whatever we are doing in our schools, I think I've seen them when I'm in the US, when I'm in the UK, whether I'm in Dubai, whether we go to the East, Israel, Egypt, name it, some of our schools matches those facilities. Even when I was in Brazil, South America the other year, I was just smiling because we are on track, and I think the private sector is doing very well. Of course, I don't know how the government is doing. Martha will be able to tell us about that. But when it comes now to changing, you see, transforming from the system to the CBC. Somebody called it, I think, Jane, that something we do not understand, but we were able to perform. We had an education system in this country, 844. What was it? It was a system. So which system was it? But Kenyans kept on arguing about staying there. Up to the time this new government came in, we were not sure whether we were going back or moving on with the competency-based curriculum. So transforming the learning environment was not a walk in the park. And I mean, we were to restructure our classrooms. We were to create an environment that would be looked as CBC compliant, making water sports, making good parks, making good pathways, changing the way classrooms are arranged, bringing new furniture to be able to comply. And you see, you can talk of transforming, but you don't transform. You still do the old part and thinking you are doing the new things. But I want to tell you, that was a very, very difficult time in my life to convince fellow directors, we call them owners of private schools across the country, Moses is here, and others that I've seen here, convincing them that now as we get to the CBC and we are getting to grade 7, we need labs. You are talking about STEM, and those are government things, and these people must look for finance, which was also very, very, very expensive then. But we were able to overcome, Tony. So when you talk of fears, I understand. And what did I do to succeed? I took the bullet first. I went and did it first. So when the CS came to see our schools, it was wow. So everybody started streaming to come and benchmark with us. They didn't know that we had to travel outside the country to learn a few things, go to other schools, the international schools, some of them are here, to be able to learn and be at par with them. And I think that is the way to go. So there are no easy things in this thing of transforming education. The other transformation was on teaching and learning. Transforming teaching in learning. You see, the teachers were used to teaching as the custodians of knowledge. So they would go to class, whether they have crammed those things, whether they know them off head. I did engineering, so if I start drawing things, I don't need a book. If I start drawing houses, I don't need a book, because they are in me. So the teachers were used to is to go to class and teach. This transformation now requires that there must be participation from the children. The children must be working with the teachers, so they were facilitators. Changing that mindset required retooling the teachers. And you remember the chaos that we had in this country to train the teachers. Were we ready for it? But I want to say that up to now, we are safe from the PP1 to grade 7, but we are not out of the woods yet. So this is still a process that is going on, changing the mindset of teachers. They are educated, they are very good, they are bright people, but the way they were teaching had to change. And this is still a problem in some schools that my good friend is here possibly tell us how they are doing it. I believe the government in their schools, and I know we don't look down upon them, but there is real work to be done in this country. And I think I don't want to say more. I had a lot. I want just to, this was a 3 minutes. It's like I know I have done 3 minutes. I'm always very cautious. I was taught to follow the rules because we are taught to work from the knowns to the unknown. So what I know was that I was given 3 minutes and it is over. So I want to stop there and wish next time, when we get time, we can continue. God bless you. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you so much, Engineer Ochome, for keeping time. Indeed, it was 3 minutes. Yes, so still on talking about collaborative efforts, we have other partners on board as well. And in fact, these ones are quite special for this particular workshop because they were the chief sponsors for this workshop. So they had to ensure that we are comfortable, we are not hungry all the way, we are able to concentrate, we can take our cup of water. So quite special, and we appreciate them. So our next guest speaker, he's the country director, Ubongo International, and he is Mr. Kaitan Mbuya. Please come on stage, Mr. Kaitan Mbuya. Let's appreciate him.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. I think we should all be happy, right? It's been a very eye-opening, yeah? Are we all ready to transform ourselves, first of all, right? We're starting by ourselves, right? When did we say we were starting? I thought it was yesterday. Wasn't it yesterday when we were starting to transform ourselves? Then after transforming ourselves, what's next? Sorry? From others. So from, if it's school heads, it's directors, to the school heads, narrowing down up to our children, right? Thank you very much. I would just like to appreciate the opportunity that Ubongo had to be part of this very, very good workshop. We are happy to be in partnership with the Global Peace Foundation. How many now understand Ubongo well after the presentation in the morning? Awesome. And how many are ready to partner with Ubongo? Good. Thank you. I'm happy to see all this, and we're happy to do that. We'll share our contacts with you, and we're ready to help our children as we transform our education, we transform ourselves, and we transform the whole country and the community at large. So thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you very much, Tony, for taking your time to come over, and for the team, and for allowing Ubongo to be part of this. All that, I wish you all well, and have a happy weekend, not holidays, weekend. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kaito Mbuya. Indeed, we appreciate you being part of this great initiative. So right here, we're in Daystar University, all right? So of course, they are our great hosts. They are part of the partners. The reason why we've been given this amazing workshop that is AC enabled. I don't think there's anybody who's I'm a swear TV, you in dirty places. No, this was an amazing forum and platform that we've been in. We've been very comfortable. We're able to concentrate, and that is courtesy of Daystar University. So right on stage, I want to welcome Director Online Learning and Patron Daystar Innovation Hub. Her name is Dr. Caroline Ayuya. So let's put our thumbs together and let's appreciate her.
Thank you so much. Greetings, everyone. How are you? I hope you've been able to enjoy in our environment here at Daystar University, and we are happy and more than happy to keep working together with all of you, and of course, currently with the Global Peace Foundation, who have been great partners in many ways, in many things, making our environment green at Daystar Earth River, our main campus. If you go to Daystar Earth River campus, you're going to see it's very green, courtesy of Global Peace Foundation here in Kenya. And of course, the Global Peace Foundation globally has also been very supportive. We're just saying that our Vice Chancellor will be traveling to Philippines, courtesy of them, so that they can be able to continue with these collaborations. So on behalf of the Daystar community, the Daystar Vice Chancellor, Professor Leba Nairo, the Deputy Vice Chancellors, Professor Faith Nguru, Dr. Amata Evans, who was here yesterday to open up the remarks from Daystar. We really want to appreciate the Global Peace Foundation for this initiative to make transformative changes into our education system. We're still grappling, as someone said, with CBC implementation, whereby the many things, the most difficult thing that we did not do very well as a country is we did not prepare the teachers appropriately. And we are hoping that this is going to be, going to give you something different towards the CBC curriculum. For us here, what we've done, in addition to what Dr. Tony Divine, Mr. Daniel Juma, and others speakers who said here in the transformative education, is we've introduced a program we are calling a Master of Education in Leadership and Policy Studies. It just began a month ago. We are determined to have the program exactly 18 months. 18 months includes studying, it includes coursework, it includes thesis. So we are hoping our first cohort will graduate in 2025 early. So they just have 1 year. By next year, August, they will be done with their coursework and probably the thesis. They've been following this online, and probably they were the largest group of students because most of them are from the education sector. But interesting, they're coming from different countries. We have Pakistan, Kuwait, and etc. All of them doing that Masters of Leadership. So we hope you'll join us in 2024 August. We're not admitting until 2024. And so far we have about 62 students taking that program online, and our own Professor Leba Nairo is part of the facilitators. Like today, he'll be teaching research methods online. So we are hoping that you join and be part of it. They have a scholarship on that, and that it will be part of also the program that will help transform leadership and policy around education. More important is that always welcome at Daystar. We do have so much in store. We will always share with you. Dr. Tony Divine, when you go back, let the President know that we are really appreciative for their efforts and collaborative efforts, and you coming all the way from Washington just to be here for our country and our countries that are here. Daniel, you've been amazing in many ways, supporting us, young people, our students, and mentoring them to become what they have become. Some of them have become great, and some of them are part of your staffing. So we are really very excited. The the team that has been really working behind this, Vincent, Japheth, Aline, Maureen, and everybody else, you're an amazing team of young people. You really do great. And we hope that God will continue using you to be able to deliver as much as they can transform this country. Just to put people here, have them here, sit here, do this the whole week, it's not easy. And for us, we can only say the only thing that makes difference, the only thing that makes us different from any other university in this country is the Christ in us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Yuya. And also just to say, a student at Daystar University, so when you see me, that this is the kind of fruits that you seek to get. All right, not blowing my own horn anyway. Yeah, so last but not least, I want to welcome on stage the Regional Director of Education, that is from the Ministry of Education. Please help me welcome on stage Miss Martha Auma Odundo. Oh, she wasn't expecting. Oh, Director of Education, okay. All right, let me take that again. Let me take that again. So she is the Regional Director of Education, Ministry. Okay, National. Vincent, this is really misleading me. You see how I'm looking bad right here. All right, so national, okay, okay. Director of Education. Yes, somebody wrote for me regional, so Director of Education. All right. Again, let me take it again. We live in a world of chances, yeah? Yeah, so let me take it again. So she is the Director of Education, Ministry of Education. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Miss Martha Auma Odundo.
Thank you, Angie. You know, you are the namesake of my daughter. She was here yesterday, yeah. Okay. Just to put it into perspective, I'm Martha Odundo, Director at the Ministry of Education. But at one time, you are not wrong. There's a time I was also a regional director in a very short time. I know this is also a small world. You never know. I may go back there. You never know what may happen. Yeah, so she's not very far from the truth, but for now I'm not. Madam Lesuda was here yesterday, and she's the regional director in Nairobi region. So starting with the leadership of Daystar University, Global Peace Foundation, Dr. Tony Devine, the Vice President at the Global Peace, and also the in charge of education globally, the CEO of the Global Peace Foundation in Kenya, the entire staff, the heads of associations, that is private schools in Kenya, Engineer Uchome, and also the international schools. My friend over there, I've forgotten the name, sorry. Yeah, but I can't forget her because we interacted even before. Yeah, the Ubongo, all the other partners, Madam from Crawford, the director, all the directors represented here, my colleagues, my colleagues from the Ministry of Education based at the region, they are my colleagues because some of them we work together at the same level. Good afternoon. Yeah, first of all, I want to thank God. I'm thanking God, not for any other reason, but for allowing us to be alive. The reason why these days I remember to thank God is because of a very tragic incident that happened to me and to our family in June of this year. And that is when I knew that everything happens because of God, even when we are alive, not because of what we have or because the doctors are very good. On a certain date, on 24th of June this year, everything was just fine. We were all going about our businesses, and it was on a Saturday. And me, I'd picked my last born from school. She's now a candidate. And we were just going about our businesses. I even passed through friends' places, had fun, and we were on the way home. Then I received a phone call that the worker at home is saying that my mother has not opened the door since morning, and that was in the afternoon. And what started as a joke ended up that my mother had died in the night. And she had planned that day for workers, other casual laborers to come to her farm and do harvesting on the very day. So this is somebody who was well. She had gone up country just 2 days before, doing her businesses and doing everything. So that thing has left us with a scar. And what I've come to believe is that even just to wake up, we take it that you can wake up, breathe, do everything normally. Because you slept when you are well, you'll automatically wake up. And so it is because of God. So let us thank God every time you wake up. Every time you are able to do something, thank God. So I thank God that we were even able to attend this meeting and attend it successfully. Next, I want to thank the Global Peace Foundation leadership globally for allowing Dr. Tony to come here and mount this workshop. If it was not for their love for the country and for us as global citizens, then they would have not done that. The resources that they are using, they would have done for something else, but they have chosen Kenya. And so we don't take it for granted. I also want to thank the Global Peace Foundation family in Kenya, led by Mr. Daniel Juma, the staffs for working around the clock to ensure a very successful workshop today. Yeah, the entire of this week. They have been working and they have made everything a success. I don't want to take it for granted. It takes a lot of work behind the scenes for them to do such a successful thing. The heads of associations, thank you very much for mobilizing your teams and even availing participants, even sparing time. Engineer Ochome has come all the way from Kisumu. It is far. That takes resources. Yeah? But he has chosen to be here and not in something else. Yeah? Even our dear friend from the international schools, she has also left a lot of things that they are busy with. They are here. So I want to thank them and say that thank you very much and don't tire. Let us always come together for a good cause of building our nation. I don't want to forget, even before I go very, very far, about our regional director of education of Nairobi, Margaret Lesuda. She was here with us. And the same day yesterday, she also had a presidential function. If it's not for the dedication, then she would have not even come here. But she was able to do both. Besides that, she has availed officers. Dr. Tony, these officers from the region you are seeing here, they are very high-level officers. They are people who we were the same level with. So they are very, very, and for them to come and sit here for 2 days, it's not because they have lacked anything to do. You are told there's examination, and they have sat here for 2 days. And they are still preparing for monitoring next week. So it means they are not going to rest. Yeah? But it's because of their dedication and love for education that they are sitting here. So we thank you very much for coming. And we look forward to having you more and more. As you are told, you are the pioneers in this. There's a new model being that is beginning that will be chaired by Mr. Njoroge. And so you will be in the forefront of that. So you are like the first plants that will cascade this. Okay, okay. Some people are, we are being requested that you stand, the officers from the region. Please stand. It's through request. Please stand. You see, and there are so many today. Even yesterday, the ones who are not here, it's because of the presidential function. Some of them were there. And they have left their work. And next week, there's monitoring. And they are here. You can imagine the commitment and dedication. And they are not low level. These are very high-ranking officers, as you see them here. And they have sat very, very humbly. Thank you for the humility. You may sit down now. Yes? I don't want to ignore the other participants. Private schools, we know how you sign contracts. Yeah? For you to earn that money, to get that money, you must earn it, isn't it? You must earn it. And for you people to sit here for 2 days, even director from Crawford, for 2 days she's been here, and other directors and other teachers, I know that it has costed you in terms of time. So thank you very much. Can we clap for you also, and also clap for yourself? All the participants, you have done really good. You have made us proud. We have not seen the numbers diminishing. You know, some workshops, they always start with the hall full, and by the time the closing ceremony reaches, you are either 5 or 10 of you. Yeah? You do the closing ceremony with the seats. But this one is one of its kind, where the workshop is ending even bigger than the way it started. Thank you very much. We don't take you for granted. Ubongo, the Ubongo family. You are really Ubongo. Ubongo means brains. Yeah? So they are really brains, yeah? Thank you very much for funding this workshop. If it was not for you, you know, we would now be talking to empty chairs because people would be hungry, thirsty. Somebody would just be coming and doing a corner and going away. Thank you for your kindness. We don't take it for granted. We don't just take it for granted at all, at all. Now, having mentioned all those, and if I've not mentioned you, please just forgive me. It will be because of oversight. But I also want to recognize the staffs of Global Peace Foundation, Kenya, in a special way for working tirelessly. I know I already mentioned, but I also just want to pick it out in a very unique way that they have worked very, very hard. And working with you in the background, I know that it takes you a lot of time and effort. Thank you very much. The staffs, are they here? Daniel would want you to be recognized. Maureen, Esther, I know the staffs. You know, somebody can mistake me to be a CEO, and I'm not taking your job, Daniel. I've interacted with your staffs to the extent that, yeah, so that is the staff. You see, the way they have that few, and they do work. Every week, you don't be, there are online platforms like LinkedIn, Facebook, and all that. Every week, they are always posting workshops. They are always posting activities. These people, they work. So keep it up. Keep it up, and may God give you the strength. Let's clap for them. Let's clap for them, including Vincent here is also their staff. Don't mistake that maybe he was a hired moderator. You know, he's very active. Somebody can think that he is an outsider. Okay. Now, just to give a few remarks, I want to say that the workshop was very, very interactive. Or are those my words? Did you feel the same? Yeah, very interactive. If you see a workshop where you cannot finish even half of the content, know that it's interactive. A workshop where you clean everything, that one, it means that people are not interacting, isn't it? Yeah, the workshop was very interactive. And from the bottom of my heart, Tony, you are well prepared. And this is one of its kind. And we welcome you more and more. But I want to mention one or two things. The workshop aims at transforming us, especially the education leaders, because all of us, the way we are in this room, we are leaders. Whether you are a classroom teacher or whichever, all of us here in the education sector, if you see any technical person, and a very competent one like me, am I? I don't know. If you see any person, that person was a classroom teacher. So once you are a classroom teacher, you are an education leader. So the workshop aims to transform us. But I want to comment this. You know, our education system, and that is my takeaway, one of the major takeaways. What Tony presented here yesterday is that we are still very conventional. We are in the, is it 18th century? Or, yeah, 18th century, the conventional education. Yeah, that thing really touched me. That we are still fixed with the exams. The way our officials asked Tony that, why are you doing this now? You know, we are in the exam period, and that is where we are fixed. Right now, we are, even me, my own child now is a candidate. I'm in that mood, like I'm doing exam. So we are still very conventional in our minds with the calendar, school calendars, you know, yeah? So we are supposed to be transformed. We are supposed to be transformed. And let us start that transformation, yeah? And in that transformation, in Kenya, at least we have tried. We have started, yeah? Tony, we are not that much behind, even though our mindset is still there, but we are trying to come out because the curriculum-based, competency-based curriculum, we are trying now to change all that so that learning is a continuous process, yeah? And so my recommendation would be that since we are also in the era of transformation and reforms in Kenya, maybe next time when you are mounting a workshop, like the way we are going to have a series of workshops next year, God willing, then we can include some of the key important reforms, yeah, for people, for the participants also to be made aware. Like, for example, we've had the task force, like the member is here, Madam Mutheu is very busy now, speaking other things because now she knows everything that she did in the task force. But you know, most of us will not know, isn't it? Most of us will not know. And so as education leaders, we are supposed to be ahead. And so my recommendation would be that some sessions we can be merged in. Yeah, we can be merged in from education, from the Ministry of Education, maybe just to make some inputs on some of the policy reforms, the curriculum reforms, the current trends, you know, the changes that are taking place so that when these leaders go back to their schools, they also carry something home that the government is also doing. Yes? Like right now we are in the process, the recommendations that Mudeu and her team made, now we are in the process of making another sessional paper. And I know very soon this sessional paper will be out and will be ratified by the government. So once it is ratified, then the leaders are supposed to know about what the government expects in terms of policy. I know that also is going to lead into lawmaking and maybe another education act. It may not be a basic education act. It may be just an education act that encompasses the whole. I don't know what will happen. I'm just preempting because, you know, at times people may be misquoted, yeah? So I'm not saying that that is what will happen, but it may be another education act or a basic education act. Again, leaders are supposed to know about this. So in these workshops, I think we will be working together with the Global Peace Foundation, if they agree, so that maybe we also bring facilitation. If the days are expanded, then also some of the facilitators come just to inform about the changes that are going on within the Ministry of Education. From that clap, I know that it is accepted and it will be actualized. Thank you very much. So those were some of the things that I wanted to bring into your knowledge. Otherwise, I don't have so much to say. I'm only looking forward And I urge the participants who are here, because I'm only emphasizing what Dr. Tony said, that there's a transforming education initiative that is being started. And let me just, you know me, I have a big mouth, so I'll just say it. He told us in that room, but me, I'm going to say it here, that now, he told us that Kenya, Uganda, I don't know, Philippines, we are going to be like the pace setters of this, isn't it? So because we are going to be the pace setters, and you are the first people to be trained, do you want to miss the next training? You see, that is a secret hidden somewhere there. So some days later on, maybe when workshops will be big and conferences big, then now you've run away. Then you hear that maybe as now we are just flying to the Philippines, we are going where? Then you'll start saying, do you know I was the pioneer? And you are the one who ran away. Yeah? So I'm only telling you this so that you don't run away. We want to see you in the next workshops. Yeah? And then from there we move forward. We want to see you and bring another person again, so that next time Ubongo will not fire for us this small hall, but maybe we'll have twice or thrice of the size of this hall, isn't it? Yeah, so that is what I want to say, that I look forward to seeing all of you and many others in the coming workshops, coming summits. You have been told the calendars. And me, I know the calendars because I'm another shadow CEO of the GPF Kenya. We will have great places to school in February, isn't it? And around that time, again, we'll be having workshops being led by Tony Divine. Yes? And in June, we are going to have a conference, one of its kind, where we are going to, and again with my big mouth, I'm trying to tell you now, I am going to make sure that so many countries come to Kenya, God willing. Yes? Yes. So many countries will come to Kenya. And you know, because we will have worked with you for more than half an year, you will be the rapporteurs in that conference. We are taking your records. You will be the rapporteurs. You will be the ones moving those agendas. You will be the ones chairing some of the sessions in education. Yes? Yes. So we are building already a personnel bank. Yeah, so thank you very much. I know that it was not 3 minutes, and you can't give me 3 minutes. Yeah? Thank you very much. May the good Lord bless you and give us life so that we can continue seeing his goodness in the land of the living. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Martha, for your wise words and encouragement. And indeed, there's a lot that we need to do so that we can transform education looking towards 2050. And no further ado, thank you so much also for listening to me. Thank you so much. I mean, speaking to teachers, educators, and they listen to you, it's such an honor. So thank you very much. So the next session, it's an awarding session, and I want to call my co-MC, Mr. Vincent. Thank you very much.
Haya, tujipigie makofi. Makofi tena. Tena na tena. Thank you very much. So this particular initiative could not be this successful were it not for the contribution of all of us. And more so, there is one up there, God, isn't it? He's the one who made it possible that he had purposed today that Dr. Tony will come all the way from Seattle to deliver this. So it is not by our own design, but it is through the design of the Almighty Maker. So let's also appreciate our Maker up there. So Jesus, wherever you are, we say thank you. Sasa. He's everywhere. I don't know, he's everywhere. So if you are a Muslim, we believe we are one human family under God. Our vision is we are one human family under God. So thank you very much. So to sum it up, we say that the transformation of education begins with the transformation of the people, isn't it? Okay? Because the people are at the center stage of change, isn't it? And we have been taught the theory of change, which starts with the empowerment of the educators. After we empower the educators, the next step is transforming the institutions. Once the institutions are transformed, we transform the systems, isn't it? The system. From the system, then we go to the learners, and then we are able to realize the desired future. Am I a good student? Distinction student. So we want to go to the next. And thank you for reawakening our conscience on character. And I'll sum it up by giving a story that there was an old man who was very rich. And there was a young man who wanted to be rich like this old man, isn't it? And then the young man asked the old man, what can I do to become like you? And he told the old man, you see all these parcels of land or tracts of land, my English, parcels. If you can run and cover all these tracts and you come back, I'll give it to you. But because of the greed, the young man ran and ran and ran and ran. But he forgot that he was supposed to go to the beginning point. Yeah? So when he came back to the beginning point, what happened? He collapsed and died. And he was buried with a lump sum of soil that covered him from his head to his toe. That is Leo Tolstoy. How much wealth does a man need to be termed wealthy? So we are talking about character here, isn't it? You only need enough to cover you from your head to your toe, because the major problem we have in this world is greed. So with that, we want to go to the next step. So we'll call you in groups of 10. In groups of 10. This space will be enough for the photo. Groups of 10, So for the our first beneficiary of this training, we are going to call Okech Cecilia. Okech, maybe you can help me. My apologies in advance. Maybe you can teach me here. Education has no end.
My name is
Okech.
Not even the spelling.
Okay, so this one will be corrected. Apologies. We'll not give it as it is. To maintain the standard, we'll have to leave the dream. My apologies. We'll have another one. Now we have Naomi Mochama. Naomi Mochama, tumpigia makofi akikuja, followed by Nangami Masaka. Yes. And then we have Maxwell Okochi. Maxwell Okochi. You can hold that. You help me give as I come. And then we have Patrick Karanja. And then we have, he told me, is the Patrick. The Patrick Karanja. The article there. And then we have Felipe J.On. Tinega. Is he here? Maybe he's left. Then we have Richard M.O. Omwenge. Are they 10? And then we have Rosemary Nyaga. Rosemary. And then we have Metin Odhiambo. So if your name has a typo, you can just let us know, because we sent it to the printer, and I've noticed there are some 2 which had mistakes. Metin Odhiambo. And then we have Marion Amukuzi. Yes. Okay. You can come and just take, and then we'll correct. Yeah. Sorry for that. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Nangami. Okay. Where's Marion? Okay. So I think we'll do groups of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. In groups of 8. So I'll request Madam Odeu Kasanga, you can join the photo. She can be in the middle. Is it okay, the photographers? Is it okay? Or reduce the number? Okay, so for now, you can move in front a bit. And then you, Madam Odeu, you can be in the middle. And then you'll hold your certificate, but just be keen not to hold it upside down. It's like someone reading a newspaper. And then he takes a photo. Okay. We remove the table. Okay, sorry. Okay. Thank you, sir. You can smile, you can say chapati or sushi. Yes, sushi, ni hao. Thank you very much. Let's clap for them. I'll correct this. The next group, I think we'll call them in group of 6666. So we have Lynn Oduor. Where is Lynn Oduor? Lynn Oduor is here. And then we have Lona Aberi. We have Kizito Wafula. We have Katambi Kinywa. We have Harriet Sejero. How many are they? And then the last. Hassan Farouk. So I'll call Justus. Dr. Justus, you can come. You can move forward a bit so that you're not affected by the light of the projector. You can put your certificate, ensure it's not upside down. Upside up. You can smile, eh? Say samaki. Thank you. Tuwapigie makofi. In groups of 6, we call Jen Kubai, Jen Wairige, Japheth Ouda, Joyce Ombisi, Gideon Korir. There are 6. These are 5. And the last one is Frederick M. Ngugi. Daniel and Tony should be in all these photos. Yes, yeah. So I'll call upon Daniel, Tony. You can also join the photo. Daniel and Tony will join the photo. Dr. Caroline, please join in this photo. Yes. Yes. Is Gideon here? If Gideon is not there, you can just... Jane, okay. So you can move forward a bit so that you are not affected by the light of the projector. And then you can balance the photo. You can balance the photo. Yes, symmetry. That's my art and craft. Simseme hata chapati. Thank you very much. Let's appreciate them. Again, in groups of 6, we are going to call Florence Omwenye, Florence Olwenge, Faith Ikubi, Faith Beryl, Wendo, Evans Omondi, Seda, Esther Waweru. Yeah. Florence, can I repeat? Florence is here. Esther Waweru. If I call your name, unakuja tu haraka haraka. Evans. Yeah, let's appreciate Evans. He was our sign language interpreter. Let's appreciate him. Faith Beryl. Faith ako nje. Where is Faith Ikubi? Faith Ikubi? Florence? Okay. So we are going to invite David Ochola. David? Yeah, let's clap for David. David called me on Sunday. When is this event? It was around Sunday, 4 p.m. I am willing to pay for this. And he did, and he said, that's my message. That's the spirit, man. And then Dina Obiayo. Let's clap for Dina. So Tony, you can join the photo. I'll call upon Annette. You can also join this photo. And Daniel also, you need to join the photo. You can move forward a bit. David, where is David? Okay. Annette, you can join the photo. So try and see if the photo is balanced. Gentlemen, one gentleman can come. Annette can be in the middle with Tony there. Yeah, you can push like this. Yeah. Yes. Mseme githeri. Munaangalia kamera. Thank you, guys. Let's appreciate them. So in group of 6, again, we are calling upon Esther Kimotho. Esther Ukahavere. Dr. Akech. Jessica N. Aswani. Beth Maina. We have Violet Munyasi. Bernard Omolo. So Dr. Tony and also Daniel, I'll call Kaitan. Please come and join the photo session. Bernard, can be giving them. Shikilia hapa. Pick yours. Please. Bernard, Dr. Ketch, let me help you. This is yours. Beth Maina. Beth is out, so he'll pick for you. Jessica. Dr. Tari. Esther. Okay, you can balance the photo so one lady can go the other side. Bernard Omolo. Bernard Omolo. Bernard Omolo. Jessica N. Aswani. So for the ladies, I think one can go the other side. Esther, you can go where Akechi is between Daktari. Yes. You is okay. Esther can, yes. We are talking affirmative action. It's also seen in the picture. Yes. Can say chapari. Now we are talking in American English here. Chapari. Thank you. Let's appreciate them. So again, in group of 6. Sorry. Beatrice Odhiambo. Beatrice Odhiambo. Even this one will be corrected. I think this printer, contract yake iko mashakani, si ndio? Beatrice. Tom N. Boyer. Tom N. Boyer. Beatrice will correct it. I know that name is not spelled like that, yes? Yes. Yes. Augustine Musioka. Musioka. And then we have Maureen Kemunto. Maureen is the one driving our education program. Maureen, please stand. Let's appreciate her. You see leaders who always lead from behind. Maureen is one of those leaders. So Maureen, please come. And then we have, your name is? Augustine. Augustine. You can give Maureen when she comes. She's here. And then we have Anna Akoth, Andrew, Mary Nyangweso. So Mary is helping us in reporting. Let's also appreciate Mary. She's here. And Mary, what did you graduate in? Please say what's your degree?
I graduated with a bachelor's degree in philosophy and psychology.
And she's currently looking for a job. She was sponsored by the late Ken Okoth when I was there for Form 4 and secondary school, university. I oversaw her from moving from grade to grade. So she's looking for a job. So if you have an opportunity, Mary is here, excellent, helping us in this reporting. So you can just move like this. I'll request Dr. Tony, Daniel. I'll also ask Dr. Engineer Ochome. Please come. Charles Ochome. So if you have an opportunity for Mary Nyangweso, excellent. She'll appreciate. Ama Mary utaki. Let's wait for Engineer Ochome. Yeah, I can be there with Tony. Yeah. So thank you very much. So you can say Ayako. Yes. Oh. Celebrate me when I'm still alive. Ayako. Thank you. Thank you. Let's appreciate them. In groups of 6. If it has a mistake, you can just give it to me here. You can correct it. Actually, go and correct, write it, make the changes, and then you can bring it to me. So if your certificate has a mistake, just write at the back. You can even write at the back. Yours was, yeah. Okay, this one, eh? So you can just write the correct name at the back. Eh? So in groups of 6, In group of 6, we are calling Angela Kingola. Angela. And then we have Sisa Nyakundi. And then we have Alice Susan. And then we have Stephen M. Njoroge. And then we have Stephen Oduor Nyendo. And then we have Simon Mukwambo. Are they here? Angela, right? Yes. And then we have Simon Cephas in the Bible. Stephen? Yes. Stephen M. Njoroge. Hii ndio yako. Stephen. We have, he's your namesake. Alice, and then Sisa. Okay. So let's, Dr. Tony, Daniel, I'll call upon Martha. Please join the photo. If it has a mistake, you just write the correct name at the back, and then you can move, in the front. And then you can say Angela. Angela is here. We are celebrating her when she's still alive. Please smile. Who is the photographers are here? Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's appreciate them. And then in group of 6, we have Stephen Wekesa. Stephen Wekesa, Ruth Kananu. And then we have Stephen Onyiro. And then we have Nancy Firi. And then we have Susan Onyango and Vincente Ayako. Very good. I'll join this one. So I'll call upon Dr. Tony. Again, we have Daniel Juma. And then we can, please sir, join us in this particular photo. So, Susan? Nancy? Stephen? Ruth? And then Stephen Wekesa. Oh. Then Vincent. We can move in front. Thank you very much. Asanteni sana.
These are hero ladies, right? From Nairobi County.
Hey,
Stayed here for 2 full days.
Educator. Yes. And he's here.
Yes, just right.
And he's here.
Where's the other certificates?
I'm saying he's Christopher. So get him a photo with Daniel and me too.
Yes, we will. Kuna zile zingine.
Umewapatia wanangoja walete. Wako change. The high profile ama ndio hawa. Yes. So Christopher, yes, Christopher is an educator, like ulikuwa umemit. So call him.
So we have Christopher Gidinji. Give me one. Christopher. And then we have, yes. Dr. Caroline Mwava. Where is Annette Ngongi? And then we have Daniel, even you as a mistake, it will be corrected. Daniel Juma. This guy, let's forgive him. After Tony training us on character. Martha, imagine, I don't know. Martha, Annette.
Martha Odundo.
Yeah, Martha Odundo. Where is Martha? Dr. Caroline. Where is Dr. Caroline? Have Martha. And then Jane Mwangi. Jane? Yes. Martha? Here is yours. Jane Mwangi. And then hizi zingine watakuja baadaye. Jane Mwangi. Jane, start. Tony, you can join this photo. So you can say Chapari. This photo is not balanced. Come this side, and then Jane, you can go the other side. You remember those textbooks where they were putting the boy, and then we are, yes. So you can say Chapari, like an American, you know. Thank you very much. So the next group we are calling Dr. Caroline. Caroline, Amanda Inje. And then we have Engineer Charles Ochome. We have Justus Juma. Yeah, move one end. And then we have Jenny. And then we have Mudeu Kasanga. Mudeu alikuwa ameshapata. Nilikuwa nimemuita tu. Aya, Jenny, where is Jenny? Jenny, you are here. Thank you. And then you're welcome. And then we have Mudeu. And then we have Justus Juma, Charles. And then we have Justus. Okay. And then Dr. Caroline. How I wish Dr. Caroline will. Well. And then Moses. Where's Moses? Wokono. Yes, Moses. Angela was hiding this certificate. Wow. That is on a light note. Yes, Shika. Yeah, so you can move in front. You can move in front a bit. Yes. You can say Omena. Yes. Yeah, that's omega-3. Very good for the brain. Instead of going to the chemist to look for omega-3 drugs, just eat omena. Saga, sindio? Samaki wadogo wadogo. Thank you very much. Tuwapigie makofi. Tuwapigie makofi. So for me, I want to say thank you very much. That went quite well. So if your certificate has a mistake, those who have not received their certificates, let me see. I know Kaitan you have not received. It is going to be processed. So you can take Kaitan's details. Who else has not received? Who else has not received? So if your certificate has an issue, it needs to be changed. Just write the correct name at the back or, in front or at the back, both front and back, and then you can bring it here. We'll be able to communicate with you when you can be able to get it. Okay. That's fine. So now, I want to take this opportunity to thank all of you. Take home the great places to school. I've posted it in the group. Nominate your school, or even the school which you attended in primary school. Mine is Milimani Naivasha. I'll ensure they are there. Which school did you attend, sir? Ngere. I know Ngere. They are very known for... Yeah. Nominate your school. Okay. So I'm receiving communication. So nominate your school. You said, Daktari, which school did you attend? Hey, you only saw to Nairobi, ba. He schooled in Resco's Primary. Me, I schooled in Lela Primary. I'll also nominate Lela Primary. I'll want to recognize, where's Metrin? Metrin from Upper, yes. Metrin is a teacher who is a trained teacher like me, linguistic literature. So when it comes to morphology, syntactics, lexicology, phonymity, we've done these things. So Metrin is looking for a job as an English teacher. Linguistic, we call it linguistic literature, isn't it? You majored in English and literature. So if your school, you have an opportunity, that is where we create this platform. You can please consider Metrin. She's been very supportive in this exercise that we do. And when you come to the office and also you share with us where you need help, we can always give you an opportunity. So your name is Metrin. Please just give your number. You never know.
Hello, everyone. My name is Miss Metrin Odhiambo. Currently, I'm teaching at Mbagathi Secondary School, and I'm so delighted to be with you here. Thanks to my mentor, the CEO, Global Peace Foundation, Mr. Daniel Juma. He has always worked with me where there are opportunities that will help me grow, and he even invited me here. I'm grateful. I have gained a lot. I'm passionate about teaching and about students, so if there is any opening and any opportunity, I would really appreciate. Thank you, and have a blessed evening. My number is 0712 353 900. 0712 353 900. Slowly. 0712 353 900. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Cecilia. So we want to... Metrin, Cecilia has confused me. In this short moment, imagine. Stay focused. Now, thank you, Metrin. Now, remember the plan. So Tony, all of them, when can they post this in the group? Because we want to see the 10 weeks personal development plan. So I want to build consensus. When are you going to post that in the group? Because we'll review them. The 10 weeks personal development plan, I've already posted it in the group. So if you had not done, there are those who had done the assignment. We are not forgetting the homework, because that's where it starts. So I've already posted the form, the 10-week personal development plan. So by when are you going to share it in the group? Yeah, those who have done it, share it in the group, because we said, let's start the conversation. So how many of you have done it? You know I'm going to do. So that's 1, 2, 3. Yeah, so 4. So by when do you think you're going to post it? Monday. There's a proposal for Monday. Another one? So Mondays have it. So Monday by what time? Monday is subjective. You mean this Monday, which will be date, what date? Because Monday in linguistics we are saying it's ambiguous. 30th. Monday the 30th of which month? Of October. Monday 30th, October, which year? 2023. Now it's not ambiguous. It's very specific. By COB, close of business. So how many of us are going to do that by Monday? Wengine wainui mkono. Farouk. Surah Al-Fatiha. Let's... So that's one. The other assignment was the success story. I would like when you're in Philippines, you capture some of these stories. What were the take-homes from Kenya? And also we are challenging the Philippines. Are they called the Philippines? Yes, we also want to see their success stories. Yes. And you say Kenya is leading in transforming education, right? Oh, yeah. Are we the benchmark? Yeah, we are the ISO. We set the standards. What do? There is the standard and the nation. We are leading and setting the standard at the same time. So we've talked about the 10-week personal development plan. Please post it. And then also the human stories. Just a small paragraph of your takeaway home, yesterday and today, and your photo there. You just never know. And then also don't forget to put your email there, how somebody can contact you, especially if there's something that captivated you and also you think you can add value. Just in that paragraph, it's time to shine. What you captured, and also a contact there, an email address that somebody can be able to engage you with, okay? Is there any other thing I've forgotten? So the 10 weeks, the success story, and then also the guys who are going to host, who propose to host the next phase will be able to contact you. We've already written the names. So I'll want to invite Cecilia now to close, Cecilia from Waldorf School, to close this particular session, and then we are welcoming you for a cup of tea. And as you're taking a cup of tea, Oda, do you suggest we do a photo here? or where? We did it yesterday. So we'll just take, we'll just do, we took it yesterday, it's okay. So after you pray, we are welcoming you for a cup of tea, and then we are free to leave. Thank you very much. So Cecilia, thank you. Yes, I'm going to share the photos on WhatsApp. Where is Ruto? Ruto, where are you? Are you in the group? Yes, so share the link of the photos there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vincent. Sorry for confusing you. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Okot Cecilia, Human Resource Manager, Nairobi World of School. I'm actually here with a big team. I was waiting for an opportunity for you people to recognize us, but because I'm Luo, we'll recognize ourselves. So the team from Nairobi Waldorf, kindly just stand up and wave. And Nairobi Waldorf is a unique school. We call ourselves a unique school with a unique curriculum. But as the doctor was talking, we thought actually you were talking to the team about our curriculum. Our curriculum is Waldorf curriculum, whereby we nurture an holistic being. We are not in the knowledge bit of exams and everything else. We are more into skill, character acquisition, and relationship building. So I'm inviting you to come to our school. We are based in Karen. We have another campus in Lavington. It is a unique curriculum. But actually, we've actually tried to integrate it with the IB curriculum in high school. So we do Waldorf curriculum in primary, and then we do the IB curriculum at the high school level. Situombe. Father, Lord, we come before you this evening with our hearts full of gratitude and thanksgiving. Lord, we want to thank you for taking us through this 2 days session. We don't take it for granted, dear Father. Lord, even as we come to a close, whatever we have learned today, Lord, may we implement it. Lord, even as we want to depart, may you grant us journey mercies for all those who will be traveling. I pray, trusting and believing in Jesus Christ as I pray and believe. Apology, I'm a Muslim.
Oh. Okay, so thank you very much. So you are welcome for tea. We had already prayed for it. So after tea, you are free to leave at will. Thank you very much.